Welcome to the Vietnamese Poetry Literature channel. Today we will listen to the work Forever 20 by author Nguyen Van Thach. Let's listen. Foreword by poet Dang Vong Hung. Biography of martyr Nguyen Van Thach. That is the person who won the first prize in the 10th grade Literature Excellent Student Contest in the entire North in the 1969-1970 school year. Formerly an excellent student of the Department of Mathematics and Mechanics, Hanoi University, he joined the Army at the end of 1971, and died at the Quang Tri battlefield in 1972, when he was less than 10 months old and 20 years old. That person is Nguyen Van Thach. While collecting letters and diaries of the Vietnam War, to serve the purpose of compiling the book of the same name, I unexpectedly received a precious document from Mr. Nguyen Van Thach, the brother of the martyr, moved in on behalf of the family. Those are hundreds of letters, along with a 240-page handwritten diary by author Nguyen Van Thach called Life Story, before respectfully transferring the manuscript to Ta Nine Publishing House. I suggested to my family martyr Nguyen Van Thach changed his name to Forever 20 Years Old. What makes us surprised is that in some letters written in 1971 to his girlfriend, Nguyen Van Thach foresaw the date April 30, 1975. Reading the above documents, the short but tragic life of one of the most outstanding young men in Hanoi has gradually been revealed. Nguyen Van Thach was born in 1952 in Buoi Village, Hanoi, into a family of craftsmen. My parents have a small weaving factory and hire people to weave sweaters and shirts. When America waged war to destroy the North, the boys' parents had to sell their house and factory cheap to evacuate to their hometown in County Nhui Commune, Tu Lim District. There were no jobs in the cooperative, and the family had many children. Thach was the 10th child out of 14 brothers. The family's assets were quickly depleted. Thach's mother had to cut grass and sell it to earn money for food. His family was poor, so little Thach had to go to school and work part-time to help his parents feed the family. In return, Thach studies very well. During the 10 years of high school, the boy was an AI student, all-round excellent. In 7th grade, Thach won second prize, no first prize, for excellent literature students in Hanoi. When his family evacuated to his hometown in County Nhui, Master studied high school at Yen Hoa B School. Every day, he had to walk 4 kilometers to school. On my day off, I walked dozens of kilometers to the Hanoi Library to read books. It's hard, but Thach is smart, so he's good at all subjects. He's especially talented in literature. In grade 10, school year 1969-1970, Nguyen Van Thach won first prize in the contest for excellent students in literature throughout the North. With the above academic achievements, Master was classified by the Hanoi Admissions Board as being eligible for training in the Soviet Union. But according to the general policy, most of the outstanding male students that year had to stay to join the army. While waiting to be called up to join the army, Thach took the exam and passed the entrance exam to the Faculty of Mathematics and Mechanics of Hanoi University. Having just studied in his first year, he self-studied to complete the second-year program and was approved by the school to go directly to the third year. But that was also the time when the resistance war against America was entering a new phase. The battlefield in the South became more and more difficult and fierce. Thousands of university students had to temporarily suspend their studies to supplement the Army's fighting force. Nguyen Van Thach enlisted in the Army on September 6, 1971. In a letter sent to his family dated September 19, Thach wrote, "My unit is full of students and teaching staff." It seemed like there was a whole division of general school students with more than 300 people, divided into 3 companies. I heard that we were about to get some more, about 3 platoons, from the school, and in November 1971, another batch was coming. An interesting detail is, among the 300 students of Hanoi University who joined the army at the same time as Thach, there was poet Hoang Nguyen Cam. Later, in his diary, many passages were recorded by Nguyen Van Thach, and mentioned the author, Autumn Dice, with special affection. They were promptly sent to train new soldiers. This is a letter written by Master to his parents about his host's family who was stationed in Tan Trung Commune, Tan Yen District, former Ha Bac Province, now part of Ha Bac Province. Bac Giang, the 6 of us were assigned to one house. The family only has the couple and 4 small children. The eldest child is only 7 years old. When we entered the house, the children were sleeping peacefully. Our brothers and sisters came out to welcome us and were busy all night preparing a place. In the morning, the brothers and sisters at home moved downstairs, saving the upper house, with 3 rooms, for the 6 of us. The owner is young, 28 years old. Very good because you love us. She gave me 2 bunches of bananas and lots of peanuts for breakfast. I also didn't expect that my family would be so liberal. We accepted it, and told each other, we will pay using the soldier's own method. The owner is about 32 years old, a primary school teacher. The special thing here is that he doesn't drink tea, only boiled water, simple and healthy. He doesn't know how to smoke. There is no altar. No prohibitions at all. We are very excited. In April 1972, Thach's unit boarded a military train and entered the battlefield. In a page of his diary, he wrote, I both wish for that and feel sad because I am sitting here, in the peaceful rain, and am about to board the train to Mo Trang, Yen the for rehearsals. But when we got to the station, the soldiers shouted with excitement, the train headed towards Hanoi. Go. So definitely go in there. Hurriedly writing a letter. The train passed through the south gate, white letters flying down the street, send it to me, tell our relatives that we are far from Hanoi. It was 12 o'clock noon on April 9, 1972. The page of letter hastily written while Thach was sitting on the swaying train on the way to war that day was picked up by a resident of the capital and enthusiastically delivered to Thach's family. Being a good writer, Thach also wrote letters very well. Many pages of his letters are actually paragraphs with subtle feelings about life. Walking on fragrant straw, it is difficult for anyone to know what life they desire more. Although that happiness is as fragile as the number of people who recognize that feeling as the happiness of life. And, life in the country is still very difficult. The head turns dark and the face dark, but there is not enough food to eat. Then it was stolen. Then they fight and curse each other. Then natural disasters and enemy attacks. Rice stuffed with corn and then stuffed with cassava. Yet those bamboo leaves are still gentle, still taking us into the peaceful realm of the soul. How strange. Thach is also a writer of many letters. He revealed that there was a time when I had to ask my classmates to write back letters. Some days up to 16. A record that no one has been able to break. Perhaps only Lepnit, a scholar who wrote tens of thousands of letters throughout his life, is his opponent. For just one girlfriend, in 4 months he wrote her up to 500 pages of letters. Some letters were as thick as 54 pages. Reading Nguyen Van Thach's letter, we not only feel and discover many interesting things about life and society in the north of our country in the years 1966 to 1972, but also understand the life, thoughts, and feelings of the generation of young people, soldiers at that time. It seems that he wrote letters not only as personal emotional information for his parents, brother, or friends, but also cherished much bigger thoughts and dreams. I want the pages of the letter to be thoughts about life, about people, about life, about truths that anyone who lives responsibly must think about. In a letter to his brother, Thach wrote like that. In particular, in a letter sent to his close girlfriend, Nguyen Van Thach had a strange premonition. Any glory must be paid at a price. And the more difficulties and hardships and challenges, the more brilliant that glory becomes. We should not seek profound truths simply through literature and poems and math problems. April 30, 1975, T will answer P the question, what is happiness? Now, most Vietnamese people and many other people in the world whenever mention April 30th, 1975, everyone knows what day it is. But readers, please remember, Nguyen Van Thach wrote this letter on September 18, 1971, meaning nearly 4 years later, the day of liberation of the South and reunification of the country on April 30, 1975. How did that happen? The date with your girlfriend was like a magical premonition? Rereading the letters Nguyen Van Thach wrote to his girlfriend, we discover something interesting. More than once he mentioned April 30, 1975. Even in a letter dated September 4, 1971, Thach also corrected, "You remember wrongly, Lan, i.e. Thach, the conventional code name between the two, DVH, said April 30th-1975 only answered the question, what is happiness, not April 11, 1975. On October 2, 1971, meaning 28 days after joining the army, Nguyen Van Thach wrote the first lines in his diary. Sometimes I can't believe that I have come here. Unexpectedly, there was a star on the hat. On the collar is a red military insignia. Military life came to me so naturally, so calmly and so suddenly. Until the end of May 1972, that is, after nearly 7 months of both training and marching to the front, even though he had to travel far and carry a heavy load, he took advantage of breaks, days off, stayed up late, got up early. He wrote 240 pages of notebooks. So what did Nguyen Van Thach write in the book mentioned above? Here are his thoughts on journaling. If the person who writes the diary writes for themselves to read, then that diary will be the most honest, the busiest and busiest. People will boldly write down even the worst thoughts in there. The truth they have. But if the diary could be viewed by anyone else, it would be different and much different. They would not dare to tell the truth, tell the exact nature of the events that happened during the day. Would not dare to say all the thoughts that have arisen and conceived in their hearts. That is the ultimate taboo when writing a diary. It will teach the writer to deceive his own pen, deceive his own conscience, in short, create two people. Diary writers have many methods, and each person takes notes depending on their awareness and familiarity. Some people just like to write thoughts, some people completely write down small everyday events. As for me, I don't know how, maybe I write both events and thoughts. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Distinguishing between thoughts and events, and that mixture, is a very precious thing. Drawing meanings from immediate phenomena has a very great effect. It allows people to find and firmly grasp the essence of things and do not get caught up in the trivial, and are not shocked by the colorful forms on the outside. Ellipsis. The main problem is still, why do you write a diary? Do you take diary as your strict and kind companion to show you the way? Or maybe you use the diary as jewelry, something to show off. Or worse, to be a lover to pour out complaints and fake thoughts into, to make up for a fake person who lives very badly, is very poor but thinks he is very rich and busy with daily work. And Nguyen Van Thach recorded very carefully what he saw, what he heard, and what he felt. They are stories about the families of the people where he was stationed, stories about the soldiers in the same unit, about the commanders of squads, platoons, regiments. There are many funny stories, but there are also stories sad. No one wants their life to be sad, but very few people in this world achieve what they want. I've lost a lot, but I try to avoid disappointment and lose the energy that always burns my heart. That's the important thing. In a notebook page, Thach wrote like that. As a student who is good at literature, it is not rare for him to write in his diary as if writing, with delicate feelings, "Winter has not yet come here." I love the transition between these two seasons, filled with many memories. The winter neem tree has not yet bloomed its sorrows for me to console. Bunches of ripe yellow fruits dotted on the blue sky, reminding me of the narrow alley leading to the house. Is company to pond still growing in the water of reed flowers for the boys to fight in battle? Are the persimmon trees and longan trees in the neighbor's yard still there? In the past, that was where children sold goods and had weddings. The golden parasol that covered the bride and groom is now tattered in all four directions. Memories rose and flowed like tears. The morning was cold with lots of dew and wind. The trees on the hill must have been very cold. Thinking about loved ones made my heart ache. Regarding the author of the famous Autumn Dice, later, Nguyen Van Thack had interesting comments, predicting a talented poet in the future. Cam, i.e. Hoang Nguyen Cam, DVH, can write a lot. He really has talent, or at least it's a good ability. Khan told Cam to take good care of him, even though his health was weak. I remember when I first joined the army, I often saw Cam wandering around at night. Once on guard duty, Cam slept right on the cement bridge over the Talich River. He told him to lie down and remember his ancient past in the capital, wearing wooden clogs and loose pants, chatting with the monks at the cafe. It's strange, there's nothing worth learning about it, other than the creative ideas in poetry. Its way of life is a bit arrogant and lacking in seriousness. But why does it capture the poem's flow so well? It seems like every word of it is poetry. Introducing the song, it said, 10 nightingales raised in their throats would like to sing the song, Eastern Trong Sun, Western Trong Sun, lyrics by Pham Thien Duat. Vietnamese music is mixed with music, it's as quick as a machine but attractive. At that moment, he was so adorable, and his personality was completely of art. The thing is that what he writes is very pale, and a bit abstract. It is beautiful and smooth, it lacks a pervasive warmth. Perhaps that is not without concern. I don't want and can't follow that path, just be persistent, calm and positive, I can do it all. Not only that, on another page, Nguyen Van Thack exclaimed, it's unbelievable that Hoang Nguyen Cam can write better than that. If Cam hadn't changed his life, too much time spent hanging on the sidewalk, too much meditating on the street roof, would have destroyed many of his literary talents. I pray that the country will not let go of a precious ability. It will never indulge in Nha Nam market, but devote its remaining days to poetry. Interwoven with comments between people and things, there are many narrative passages. Those are the pages where Nguyen Van Thack commented and evaluated himself. There are passages where he harshly criticizes himself. Don't be weak, don't falter, keep trying, you will definitely overcome it. The overall impact of the diary is the spirit of optimism, readiness to go to war, and willingness to sacrifice one's life for the fatherland of an educated young man. But we cannot help but mention this. If we put our position in Nguyen Van Thack, a valedictorian of the Excellent Student Literature Contest in the North, we can see how heavy and formidable the psychological pressure is. More than once, he worriedly asked himself, can I do anything, contribute anything to anti-American literature? Know where to start and which path to follow. How can I have a guiding hand from someone who has gone before? Nguyen Van Thack always dreamed that when he went to war, he would do like Boris Pelevoy, a Soviet writer famous for his works about war. He will gather a lot of living capital to write essays, poems, and praise the people who sacrificed the most precious things of themselves for the class and the nation. Doc Truyen Online. It cannot be overstated that Nguyen Van Thack's idol before going to war was the young poet Pham Thien Duat on the Trong Sun route. Thack always dreamed that he could do the same and more. But between dreams and reality is always a very long distance, which not everyone can overcome. Therefore, there were times when he was pessimistic. Actually, it would be a pity to die now. When I was a child, when I went to school, I never had to worry about that at all. I was just constantly thinking about the future. What will he do in the future and how will he live? But now, those thoughts arise. It's not difficult, death, just a stray bullet or a bomb. That tragic truth does not exclude anyone. There were even moments when Thack fell into a state of disintegration, depression and extreme disappointment. There was a page in Master's notebook written in pencil. After writing it, he immediately crossed it out and erased it. Reading it again, we can feel the writer's confusion and extreme suffering. I had to be very calm so I wouldn't tear up or burn this diary. Oh my God. I've never been as depressed and disappointed as this morning, like today. I can't explain it anymore. People explain that they need to calm down to understand the reason and get confused. As for me, I'm depressed with everything on this earth. Yes, I understand that, for a boy being healthy, energetic, in the middle of the spring of my life, being depressed. Being bored with life is an evil and unimaginable thing. How many times have you cursed young people like that? But I don't know what to do when I myself am so depressed. I drag my feet along the trail. The trail is like my life is languishing. I sit down on the riverbank. The shallow river is roaring. Water. I scoop up mud and sand from the riverbed, and through my fingers it falls. I want to cry to the river. No one can bring me any peace, comforting or happy at all. People don't understand me, people get grumpy with me. Oh my God, I wish I could die right now. How happy it would be to be able to forget all the sorrow and sadness that filled my soul. But those are the very real thoughts of an introverted, sensitive guy. Please don't rush to accuse me of being cowardly or evil. Because he is also a human being, with many emotions of sadness and joy and love that never runs out. The important thing is that he knew how to overcome, continued to fight until his last breath and sacrificed right at the front. Please read carefully the last paragraph of the notebook mentioned above to fully understand the feeling of nervousness, excitement, emptiness and mystery of the young soldier when he knew he was about to enter death but still remained calm and tragic. And now, goodbye to the first diary of a soldier's life. I didn't have time to review it once. I didn't have time to fix the negative sounds in the structure of a hasty and dusty sentence. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Must leave everything behind. I can't let anyone read these thoughts. Unless I'm no longer alive to preserve. Enemies do not let me stay. Have to go. I will send this diary back. When I return I will write down all the great things I have experienced since leaving it, away from this beloved diary of soldier life. Yes, if I don't come back, who will write the next lines for me? I just wish that tomorrow, the remaining pages behind me will be full of happy and crowded lines. Don't leave it as empty and mysterious as these pages. One day at the end of May 1972, Ha Tin, private soldier, the diary pages, life story, can be considered as an extremely arduous practical experience, many sacrifices, but full of passion and attraction of a young intellectual in Hanoi. In the early years of the decade 70 of the last century. In his diary, Nguyen Van Thach repeatedly mentioned the abbreviations P, NA, or NAN. They all refer to the same person, Pham Thanh, his close girlfriend. Your best. This is the character that appears the most, written by the author with a special affection and is often seen as an excuse, as an endless source of inspiration for him to express all his joys and sorrows. In this book, we keep the principle, maximum respect for the main text. From the writer's commonly used expressions and sentences to local words, even abbreviations, habits of using diacritics, etc. Try to keep the hyphen, or slash, or dot, between the numbers when writing the date in the diary, etc. Particularly the words NA, A, NN, Na. With the consent of Dr. Pham Thanh and to make it easier for readers to access the book, we write it clearly as Nhuan, publisher's note. So who is Pham Thanh? She is the daughter of famous lawyer Pham Ton Vinh, former president of the Indochina Student Association, former chief of office of the Ministry of National Defense. Grandson of Mr. Ho Dak Diem, former chairman of the Vietnam Lawyers Association, former first vice-chairman of the Hanoi Capital Administrative Committee, biological brother of Professor Dr. Ho Dak D. Pham Thanh Huan is 1 year younger than Nguyen Van Thach, studies one class behind the same Yen Hoa B High School and is also a good student in literature in Hanoi. They met each other at a party gathering for excellent literature students in the capital in April 1971. Sometimes we meet in the reading room of the Hanoi Library. Both of them like the book, Discussing Youth Happiness, by Guy Guy. Right on the first page of this book, currently kept by the family, there is Thach's autograph written, "Friend Pham Nh Huan, do you remember April 30, 1971? That was the day they met, with beautiful memories and an unforgettable promise. 4 years later, they will answer the exact question, what is happiness?" On the night of farewell before going away, Thach joined the army, went to war. While Nh Huan studied abroad in the Soviet Union, the two of them cycled to Westlake. According to Nh Huan, in about 4 months of knowing each other, a total of 5 times they met each other. For about 20 hours. But that was enough so that their image would never fade from each other. In letters and diaries, when remembering Nh Huan, Thach often mentioned the blue shirt she often wore. The sky is blue, everyone can see it, it seems very close but impossible to reach. Thach also has a blue shirt like that. Later, he asked Ms. Nh Huan to keep that shirt as a souvenir, to forever remember the days apart. Sitting and telling me the memories of more than 30 years ago, Ms. Nh Huan could not hold back her tears. Those were rare tears from a woman over 50, experienced and tough. Currently, Dr. Pham Thanh Huan is residing abroad with her family. As a successful businessman, the owner of a famous Vietnamese park called Nine Dragons, in the Hanover region of Germany, she was once introduced by Lao Dong newspaper in the Lunar New Year at Do issue. With the song, Vietnamese Soul in the Heart of Europe. For me, memories of Nguyen Van Thach are associated with pure, romantic youth and the most beautiful time of my girlhood, Dr. Pham Thanh Huan confided. There was a whole generation of young students in Hanoi. The most outstanding children of the capital at that time, from the university holding guns and walking straight to the front, many people fell and died. Not return. Maybe that's why Dr. Pham Thanh Huan always considers nearly 1,000 pages of letters that Nguyen Van Thach wrote to her, along with a blue nylon-covered diary as priceless souvenirs. The fragile pages, yellowed by time, have become even more sacred since the day she received news of his death at the Quang Tri battlefield. During a fierce battle near Quang Tri Citadel, information soldier Nguyen Van Thach was seriously injured, a piece of artillery cutting his left thigh. Later, one of his teammates recounted, even though he was given a tourniquet and bandaged, he lost too much blood, so Thach's face gradually turned pale. However, he was very conscious. Teammates both provided first aid and encouraged Thach. But he said, "If I'm awake like this, I'm about to die. I'm just sorry I can't fight anymore, so many unfinished plans." After that, Thach died in the arms of his teammates. Like many soldiers who fell on the battlefield, his body was wrapped in a plastic sheet by his comrades and buried right at the place of death, near the front. When he was alive, Thach was a filial and hard-working son, so he was loved by everyone and was the pride and expectation of the whole family. There were many brothers in the family, but Thach often confided in his eldest brother, Nguyen Van Thach. Between them, it seems that there is not only a close relationship, but also a pair of soulmates. Master put a lot of thought into his eldest brother. Therefore, many private pages and letters from close girlfriends had to be left at home when going to war. Thach only wanted his eldest brother to keep and read them. If anything was necessary, he would tell his parents and family. Since the last letter dated July 21, 1972, Thach sent to his family informing him that he had gone to the battlefield. The family had not received any news from him anymore, so they were very restless, worried and had a premonition that something was wrong. Healthy. In May 1, 973, when the family had not yet received the death notice, a close teammate of Thak informed him that he had died. The letter clearly states, Thak's grave is in Do Ken village, Tru Long commune, Tru Phong district, Quang Tri, adjacent to Ha Mi village, Phuong Nan, near Highway 4. One was placed in a fairly high field, along with two other graves. Thak was placed first. Receiving the bad news, Thak's whole family felt sad and mournful. Especially Thak's parents are old and weak, and they are even sicker. While mourning his affectionate younger brother and grieving his sad parents, Mr. Nguyen Van Thuc was determined to find his brother's grave so that his parents and family could feel at ease. Fortunately, at the end of 1976, Company 16 Ministry of Transport had just completed the restoration of Hien Luong, Doc Mu Road. Mr. Thuc, as Deputy Director of the company, as current Deputy Director, Nay, was assigned the task of directing the transportation of construction materials and equipment to Hanoi. Taking this opportunity, he asked the director to help find his brother's grave. At that time, the South had just been liberated, martyrs' graves were still scattered everywhere, not yet gathered in cemeteries like now, so searching was difficult. But with the help of the director of Company 16 as well as local leaders and people, Mr. Thuc was able to fulfill his wish of bringing his brother's remains to Hanoi on the eve of the Lunar New Year, 1977. Now, the grave of Private Soldier Nguyen Van Thuc, the best writer in the North at one time, the person who had a premonition about April 30, 1975, nearly 4 years ago. The author of the diary titled, Forever 20, that the reader has in his hand is located in the cemetery of Tu Lim District, Hanoi City. Hanoi, April 2005 DVH. Doc Truyen Online. The 22nd of November 1971. No one prays for me. The flickering candles on the hillside are enemy bunkers. And those dark black boards are Americans. Let's give them a good beating. The field has passed the harvest. The scent of rice spreads evenly throughout the houses and the moon rises early, making the warehouse bustling. Straw is still drying in the fields, straw is placed on top of the pile, softened by the morning dew. When I first came here, the forest let loose chestnuts rolling on the hills. And now, it's chestnut blossom season again. Wild chestnut flowers are white and yellow like longan flowers, like white roses. The whole forest seemed to open up to countless strange scents whispering to the soldier. The goats mingled among the low trees, the green leaves were soft like velvet, the wild star fruit had purple leaves. The innocent sound of the bells on the goats' necks vibrated in surprise, as if drops of sap had overflowed and rolled into drops. Fall slowly. Those are the timekeeping tubes of the jungle. The night drew a curtain of speckled light, the hills sank into the clouds, the land and sky were blurred. And the soldiers waited anxiously. Second shot in military life. Think. That's the American guy, the enemy, and hold the gun to his chest. Don't worry about shooting people's hearts, they don't have hearts. Think about it. The peaceful and resonant life like that poem is being torn apart by the hideous firelight before your eyes. Stand in the trenches of life and shoot. The fog was thick so the bullets were not loaded yet. The sound of the explosion was not loud, but rather loud. The lamp burst, bullets penetrated the oil float, and bullets tore the beer apart. It has to be like that, then hate. The leader said, I'm not a good shot like the guy in Wild Lettuce. The revolutionary ethics of Vietnamese people are different. So proud to be able to roam this gentle motherland and protect it. Who else is happier than me? The pages of life have not yet been opened for me, but when I first looked at them, I was ecstatic. Unfortunately, how many people have noticed? The 23rd of November 1971, about to say goodbye. A windless day, but the eucalyptus leaves are still chirping at the top of the tree. Oh, Tan Yen, the Midland Hills of Quan Ho folk songs, of open and sincere hearts. Been coming here since October 1st, but it's been almost 2 months. 2 months passed by the familiar bamboo door, the bamboo bar supporting the steep door frame, the pineapple fence. When I arrived, there were still a few ripe, yellow, fragrant fruits. I want to visit Nha Nam Town again, where the ripe almond fruit falls, visit the mailbox of the post office that hides a confidence, a whispered word. I want to sit in the cafe again, meet the shopkeeper chewing betel, want to passing by the football field, wanting to visit the tented roofs of the noisy market. I want to visit the house on the other side of the hill, there is a cart and a guy guarding the chestnut hill, visit the blind old man who plays the trumpet to take people to the fields. I want to walk on the exhausted slope on the day of carrying rice. Help people. I want to forever sit on the hill of the sun, so that early in the morning the mist will melt and the round red sun will embrace me and fly up. I want to forever sit in my grandmother's kitchen, listening to her tell stories. I boil water for you, please praise me for being good. I miss this place, the people here. I bow to everyone. Farewell Tan Yen, mountains and eucalyptus. This land is beautiful. These mountains and rivers surround the plain, it's not like I'm bombarding the enemy with fire. And the wooden boat in the poem is not a target for the enemy to bombard. Don't hesitate to pray to God for a white snowflake. The night falls quietly for the lovebirds, for the plants to peacefully rise, and for the soldiers to prepare to leave. On and K are already asleep. She and Nyan also slept. Oh. We leave this cozy house that still smells of incense smoke. 10 years from now there will be so many changes. Can we go back to visit Grandma's green tea tree, visit the bamboo that has just sown seeds in the month? At that time, it will be much different and life will surely be more beautiful and poetic. In February, she returned to Tai Bin. I went with a grudge against the snotty-nosed Westerner, the rope-wrapped Westerner who made her life miserable. When victory returns, she will probably no longer be there. However, in her life she had sent her children away dozens of times. Ms. Nyan worked hard but was happy, she was a capable woman whose husband was a martyr. Where are you going at this late hour? The lantern lights shimmer behind the hibiscus rose. Yes, like that, noble souls are resting, tomorrow, they will continue to write the history of mankind. I suddenly remember how far away we are from the top of our beloved curtain, summer is hot, winter is cold. Remembering the sugarcane garden this season, the wind also carries a sweet taste. I miss you, Miss Lang, how, hi, from Kiem to the strange figure I met at the bus station. Tonight is the night we prepare to march inside, but the memories wake up. Sitting thoughtfully in front of the lamp. Mai and Min go to the advance station. Tay still has a stomach ache and how does he march? Firewood doesn't understand if it's enough. Tomorrow morning, go get rice. The cabbage can already be pulled out, weighing it for the kitchen is just right. It's very messy, but so compact, the only thing that torments my heart is this dat, Tan Yen. Don't cry, I'll leave and come back. Wipe your tears. I am Vietnamese, living in Vietnam. The country of daughters and sons as beautiful as a rose, stronger than steel. When we broke up, there were no tears. Tears are only for the day we meet. Then our lives will get used to the breakups and the hours of rest, but right now, we remember P. How sad it was to go away without P by my side, without my dearest person. The dew is so cold that you have to put on cold clothes and socks. The cold. Oh my, P. What are you doing in that remote place? We have to break up again, wander alone, alone, those eyes are not those of the people we love, and this tree, only belongs to you. 12 midnight November 23, 1971. Still just a photo. Last days in Hanoi. After a sleepless night. July 2, 1971. The eyes are both loving and sad. The lips are smiling? No, just keep looking. I bend down and kiss. Again, but it's not like that. I miss you so much, P, and don't blame me. How sad it is to leave the cold air of winter on my lips. I only have the photo, I talk to the photo, I breathe a soul into the photo. The 26th of November 1971. So goodbye Tan Yen, goodbye dear Eucalyptus Hill. The blockhouse on the hill must have closed its eyes and crawled into the foggy ground and wrapped itself in a white scarf at the back of the hill. It's chestnut flowering season. Chestnut flowers are pungent, smooth and tiny, but so close and intimate. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What are you doing? Has the half-boiled pot of water boiled yet? The two of us boiled the last pot of water at 4 o'clock on November 25th. The kettle's faucet had not yet emitted steam, and I had already put my backpack on my shoulder. Well, that's it, I'll never see you again. She was lonely all her life, so she had many children who were soldiers. The straw legs, the fish pond, the bamboo door, the well. Grandmother, sister and 2 grandchildren. Mothers, girls, children on the hill, please stay peaceful and happy. Take care of the eucalyptus hill so it grows tall. Farewell in the fog. At night, at dawn, tiny black particles hiding the emotions of the villagers burst out in the blink of an eye. No matter what, we are still in need. The kilometer column shows Bakjeong 22 kilometers. Moving towards that, 600 people bent their backs and walked 30 kilograms on my back, dusty road. Yes, every time we march, it's the same. Can't think about anything anymore. Nature narrows down to the size of a lid under the heel of a person who has gone before. The space feels like it's shrinking, squeezing, pressing hard all over the body, into the neck, shoulders, back, legs. Very tired, very heavy. How rough the truth is. I feel like I'm running my hand over the cold edge of life, and I miss P. It seems that the opposite of that dryness and fierceness is the peaceful happiness when standing next to P. Oh, how small, round shoulders, cheekbones and soft eyes are. Look forever, look I haven't seen P in forever. Only see dust, sand, noise and heaviness, fatigue. I just see the burden of life pressing down on my shoulders. It seemed like somewhere there was a grinding sound, a loud noise from the ground as a warning. Do you want to leave this land? Want to go to a magical world? Voila, bury your feet, glue your feet to the ground and bow your head to this ground and read the curse. That's right, I'm very sorry. The god Prometheus was chained to the seashore for stealing fire for hearts. As for me, do I want to avoid responsibility? That's all I can think of, and for a moment I dare to look around and feel a little proud of the country, of the paths for those who are full of energy and not afraid of hardships. In the distance is Kep Airport, each squadron is taking off, both helmets and cockpits are clearly visible. Of course there must be a simple and consistent blue color down here. Too heavy and too far away. When I took a break, I fell to the side of the road, not having enough strength to remove myself from my backpack. If P were here, what would P think? Do you love me? What will P think when P's friend lies open-mouthed, gasping for breath, losing his limbs and falling asleep on a dry, dusty, sunny field? But if P were here, maybe I won't lie down and will go catch dragonflies. Over there is the miniature Yen 2, Trong Sun Mountain and is waiting. Going east is a soldier's great pride. Everyone recognized a little bit of themselves in that regiment and loved the soldier. As for me, I am also proud to be a small member of the Blue Chain. The little girl said this was Ngoc Li, who had gone to Viet Yen district. Yen again. Yen so, Yen the, Tan Yen, Viet Yen. The word, district, here is called, San. It sounds strange. Arriving at Sen Ho at 11 a.m., the name, Sen Ho, is cool, yet Sen Ho is both dusty and frustrating. Sen Ho is 18 kilometers from Nha Nam. First time in my life to walk such a distance, with 30 kilograms on shoulders. What a feat. The town of Viet Yen, past the slope, and there, the asphalt road. Oh asphalt! Oh Hanoi! The soldiers rushed out and stepped on the asphalt and shouted. The beloved road stretched out before our eyes. Put your backpack and rub your hands on the road. But, just for a moment, the width of the road was only enough for the soldier to walk for a moment. We again passed by the busy lives of the town. Hairdresser, watch repair shop. The old woman sells chili, oranges, lemons, everything sour, spicy, salty, astringent, sweet, and tangy. Like her own life. Sen Ho Station, there is a train whistle. That is National Highway number 1, one way to Hanoi and one way to Lang Son, going to the south and going to the north. The country awakens in us both fresh and forgotten memories. Been in prison for a long time. I feel like my heart is choking. Tears have dried on my cheeks, but my heart can hardly hold it back. Especially the train tracks with the signal lights and the train whistle that evokes a long trip. Like you, T suffers from knowing when. Starting to arrive at the rest stop, the village is located along National Highway 1A, the soldiers shuffled deep into the village. It's 2 p.m., I'm hungry, tired and sore. Legs are swollen, painful, and stiff. The village is not intact. The evacuated people here have just returned to a few families whose houses were destroyed by American bombs and are gradually recovering. The familiar scent of soaked neem is not easy to smell but goes deep into people's hearts. The family has an old man who makes medicine. Medicinal plants grow around the house, the garden and even the well. One wing of the house was still empty and exposed to a clear sky. Strange, this year the sky is blue for a long time. The custard apple tree, the fruit is overripe, dark purple in the sky. The family has a girl studying in Krakow. In general, everything is like that. Bombs fell on the roof and people still left for the future. Many thoughts in this world are directed towards the future, but their hands touch the present. Especially those wearing brown shirts with open buttons. This place still belongs to Viet Yen. Sleeping at night on a rattling bamboo bed. The 4 children curled up and fell asleep. The burning pain in my legs subsided in the afternoon and was slightly numb from soaking in salt water. We still see the familiar moon ring on the circle of the well mouth and the bright white moon bursts. As always we ask ourselves, what are you doing right now? Look, the hair fell on the page, be careful not to blur the words. Here, we only hear the sound of bark cracking, dogs barking and geckos rattling around. At 3 a.m. I woke up, cooked rice and hit the road. I scooped up water to wash my face, remembering someone's poem. When soldiers leave, my mother's heart is filled with sadness, the sound of artillery from the hillside echoes. Very true, and very good. The poem is good because it comes from a night of stopping like tonight. The town is still sleeping, branches spreading out to cover the cozy roofs. I stood thoughtfully on the railway and looked to the north. The horizon in the distance was dark, the cold wind blew my face and limbs. Looking forever, where was the space that NHUAN occupied, when the train take loved ones far away? When NHUAN came to the same section as T on this train line, where was that beloved figure? When passing here, did NHUAN look left or right? Probably on the right, on the highway, because T is walking on this road. I wonder if that's the case? We meet in the middle of the capital and all over the country. We meet and will be together forever. Coming to Dap Cow, Cow River, every day we read Che Lan Vien's poem, Nothing, Cow River, Nothing, Nothing. Today has arrived, the bridge was overturned to the side of the road, but the train was still there. Can go. Just now, a group of soldiers on a train went north and waved, soldier meeting soldier. The street over there is very old and worn out. It seemed like it was turning over its shirt to show the soldiers the wounds of war. Black coal is full on the wharf, it's very flooded. Coal dust covered his face, shoulders and backpack. This area was flooded with high levels of the Red River. On August 31, 1971, the water flooded 30 centimeters above the dike surface. And now, Cow River is receding. But the river surface is still very vast. Fishing boats wander endlessly through the blue water. White sails and brown sails flutter in the wind and gradually fill the bend of the river. Shallow barges still move upstream carrying rocks. The sound of church bells respectfully calls to the clouds and sky. We have reached the land of religion. A glimpse of the steeple and the cross. Through binoculars, we can see Jesus with his arms stretched out to endure torture, and the path is recognized by a row of very green trees. Soldiers lay scattered on the side of the dike. Tin looked into his eyes and shouted, "Are you out of romance?" So miserable, what's so romantic about my eyes? Those dead eyes, perhaps romantic is more accurate. But this area is truly beautiful, just like in my imagination of the countryside, white stork wings flapping in and out as my mother sang. The closer you get to Bac Ninh, the land of folk songs, the softer, more familiar and vast the landscape becomes, like the Quan Ho song, 36 kinds of birds in the forest. Even though this land has just been flooded, the fields are still silver brown, the grass is also yellow, and the people working in the fields are few. Straw is still stuck on electric wires and there is a fishy smell all around. But the countryside is still rich in national flavor, in the hem of the dress, the smile, and the casual appearance, in the blue sky, the color of the fatherland, and the oval ranges, speckled with red flowers, especially the rattling, whispering bamboos, the soul of the Vietnamese countryside. The garrison commune is Dai Dong, Xuan Hoa Village, Cavo. The commune is Catholic and for a long time, soldiers were not stationed there. It's very complicated. We were very worried and entered quietly. The house that collapsed after the flood was temporarily built, and the walls still have countless holes to let the wind in. The church bell rang out from the depths of silence. That's right, that was the side where the army was coming in. The front station said the situation was very tense. Political activities still have many things that need to be resolved. Only people in the party cell know who is a party member. When Mrs. Trum died, the whole commune was shocked because it was then clear that she had been a party member since 1958. But Catholics are no different from everyone else. Everyone appreciates and loves the soldiers. Welcoming us at the village communal house, the 3-entrance gate was collapsed, empty, but the mothers at the Soldiers' Mother Association were very enthusiastic, and very happy to see us healthy, young, energetic, and neat. I went to Mr. Kwong's house, 35 years old and has 6 children, the head of the cooperative. My wife just gave birth a month ago, right around the time of the flood. The house was all collapsed, but he went to meetings and business trips all day. The mother was old and very weak, sitting and eating corn rice, looking at her with tears in her eyes. The water covered the entire wall and covered the back of the sugarcane stalk. Paddy and rice fields were severely damaged. But just like in Sen Ho, the people are still optimistic and confident, and early in the evening, the church still leisurely rings the bell to call the sheep to pray to God. The land of the common house is quite large. There are many trees, especially sugarcane, which can be eaten freely. Every house follows the Tao, and the house is filled with pictures of God. The church is quite large and massive. I stopped at the stone steps when it was just getting dark, the light from the sunset increased the mystery, the voice of prayer vibrated on the curved dome of the church, it sounded so creepy. Inside the house hangs a black flag, and there are 2 crossed bones supporting the head skeleton. Well, today is November, pray for the deceased. The old boss has a smooth head and wears black clothes like a priest. The sound of prayer sounds like moaning and wailing but is strong, intense and never stops. It breathes into people's hearts a fanaticism and belief in a supernatural power. It crushes all thoughts of resistance, and covers all those monotonous, sad songs with obedience, patience, Doc Truyen Online. The 29th of November 1971. In general, each locality, each small town, a modest house nestled on the side of the road tells passers-by something very personal and very common. Make it impossible for people to forget. For example, Tan Yen High School and Kavo High School, children are sitting in the classroom. And the teacher stood outside the door, waiting for the sound of the gong to open her soul. The faces are innocent and extremely confident. Tomorrow, those will be the precious children of the fatherland. But do you realize that or not? Through New Street, the street is no longer new. But Phum Hoa keeps reminding me of the town of Bo Ha that I visited when I went to Soi Wharf. Bo Ha Market doesn't have oranges yet this season, but customers are already waiting. Hebei has a few small towns that are all whitewashed and quite fun. Phum Hoa is like Khao Zay, there are also bank branches and department stores. Wherever we go, we meet the past and meet the future. Walking on Zhan Hoa Field, we stopped to rest next to the Martyrs Cemetery. Strangely enough, on the simple and quiet stone stele, there is also my name. Same last name, same middle name and same first name. Whether that person was young or old, he only knew how to sacrifice himself on October 9, 1952, 5 days before he was born. But the night before, I didn't know. So overnight, my past life person lived alone in the grave. But he couldn't stop for long. I just kept quiet, took off my hat and silently promised to follow in his footsteps. For 10 years living in a peaceful atmosphere, I never knew that I had lived a life for the revolution. Is it true that my past life has not yet given me unfinished tasks, so that I can grow up to keep up with the demands of the revolution? And only now, at dawn, the sun burning red from the 99 peaks of Mount Neo, at the moment the whole unit marched, did it wake up and entrust it into our hearts. Dear, past life people, who are resting peacefully in the love of the villagers, please rest assured for the sake of your descendants. There is no permanent loss in the lives of people who are devoted to their nation, their class, and their beloved fatherland. With that in mind, the backpack on the shoulder also feels much less heavy. Back to the asphalt road. This is Road 18, the kilometer column only indicates 19 kilometers from Bac Ninh. This is still a flooded area. The vast surrounding area is the color of alluvial soil, with only a few scattered, bare yellow leaves of plants and trees. And even more so, the bamboo in that faraway village becomes greener, like the soul and wool of the people in the land. Sweet. Children and old people stopped on the side of the road to wave to the soldiers. I became the most unique person in the battalion because I went barefoot. The other day, the sole of my foot was swollen and painful, now it's burst and I can't wear shoes or sandals. Moreover, there's nothing scary about walking barefoot on asphalt. So we followed the pointing fingers and lovely smiles of the children in the village. Where does Route 18 go and where does it go? No need to know, reading on the landmark, I only see Pha Lai. Just looking at the traces of iron chains shredding the road surface is enough pride, confidence, enough excitement and determination to move forward. But also, why stop when the whole army is moving ahead? When the village was still ravaged by the flood, the entrance boasted a sign, "There is swine fever." Everything urged him, reminded him in his heart, go quickly home, your homeland is waiting for you to build. The country is so poetic, but it takes a sharp pain in your heart because of the desolation, so you can truly love it, truly feel that it is your flesh and blood, that is your life. Thank you for today, thank you for the green edges of the terraced fields and thank you for the faithful white stork wings for bringing back to our hearts a soft love and attachment to the country, to the people who are working hard to do business. In love for the fatherland, I miss Nhun even more. Remember your friend at the other end of the earth. Do not walk on the path you are walking on. You must not feel the cold and heat, you must not walk barefoot on the roads and soil of the fatherland. Probably in that faraway place, Nhuan misses her homeland very much. Surely Nhuan cannot forget the dusty red roads, the tree lines, the leisurely sunsets and the dry leaves lazily rolling on the road surface. Especially people and memories. After 3 years, 6 years away from the fatherland, has Nhuan become a stranger to the people who live day and night in the dust of life? After 3 years, 6 years away from the country, does Nhuan love his country more and be more attached to the land where he was born and raised? It's very cold there, icy and wintry. But don't let your heart grow cold. I hope and believe that Nhuan will keep those beautiful and pure feelings of mine forever. It had just been 4 months, July 26th, still with Nhuan. At 1 a.m. on July 28th, the ship took Nhuan away. 4 months, so much love, sadness and longing. Happiness is only love for the country and affectionate letters from Nhuan. Happiness is just being remembered by Nhuan, just moments thinking about the figure we love. Everything else. It's all difficult, it's all sad. Nature and people. Thought and reality. Dream and work. Everything is so confusing and confusing. Feet keep walking in the distance, and the road is forever long. And let people comfortably say, it's finally arrived. How much sweat was shed, and how many numb legs. Is life just like that? The longer I stay in the army, the more I miss Pavan and Pham Hong Son. Energetic energy is not yet in us. Encountered a battalion going in the opposite direction. Old soldiers, they are preparing to go to B, their uniforms and faces are all new and excited, shaking hands. Shaking hands, how close. You guys go first. On everyone's chest, the badge of the Liberation Youth Union sparkled. We new soldiers just looked at it with envy. Your battalion was so large that you didn't see a single familiar person. Where have all our friends gone? That's how we know that our army is very large, very numerous and extremely diverse. The accent of Nguyen, Thanh Hoa, the fourth quarter is strong, the accent of Thai Binh, Hanoi. That Vietnamese accent is very approachable. Tomorrow they will already be liberation troops. Go crazy. The soldiers about to go to B are different, their backpacks are heavy and the soldiers are big and strong. Extremely proud of us. They will die, guys. Goodbye, see you on the battlefield. Perhaps that was the last feeling of excitement and excitement of the march. The soldiers rested at the foot of a dike. There is a real dike, but looking at both sides of the dike, the river is nowhere to be seen. You said there are many rivers around here. And the Thuong River is closest. At noon, the sun is more intense and looking far away, we only see sand, dusty dike roads, bare hills and deep blue sky. Occasionally there were soldiers coming out of the village. We will be stationed here instead of them. When asked, they said, close. But I still don't see the front station anywhere. The advance station always stood 3 kilometers away from the base camp. That means we still have to go more than 3 kilometers. Scared. From here there are no more trees, only casuarina trees in the distance on the white sand beach look painful to the eyes. The afternoon sun was extremely oppressive, there was the sound of a plane, I tilted my head up and looked up, only to see the ultimate blue sky. Not even a little wind, not even a little wind. Even better, if there's a wind, it's sure to blow up the sand. Occasionally, some people fall behind, they have no right to fall behind. There is no right to leave the ranks. And beckoning ahead are the loving, encouraging eyes of someone we love. Nhuan. Try harder, Nhuan's leading bird. At the foot of the hill are houses and thatched roofs. There is also a eucalyptus forest, denser than in Tan Yen, but lower and with crooked trunks that look confusing. So ugly. Down there is all sand, so many footprints, so many stories in this land. Will I stay here? I will leave the very poetic hills of Tan Yen and come to this white sand area, but not the very beautiful sand beach of the sea. Occasionally, we come across a military transport vehicle lying on the side of the road, with gasoline tanks, front ends, grease, rusted iron. Start going to the village. This place is Dongdu. The population is sparse and the army is much more numerous than the people. Someone calculated the ratio 9/10. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But it makes sense. The battalion commander stood waiting under a bamboo tree. Our officers are no different from soldiers, with the same backpacks, rice and guns. The only difference is that those comrades walk straighter and walk much more firmly than the soldiers. That's right, fighting France and then America, for many years on the road of fire, the great road of the nation. Why is the road so long, so long? Why is the road so long, so long? Lost all feeling in the shoulders and legs and walked completely by feel. Only those who have served in the army can sympathize with the soldiers. Suddenly, I secretly admired you, but you went first. Very admirable. Cattle and cows are not ineffective. The main thing is willpower, basically willpower. Arriving at the intersection, without meeting the liaison, the soldiers backed up and bent over so their backpacks could not be tightened on their shoulders. I'm so thirsty, but there's only pond water. Bidong has not been distributed yet. It seems that the superiors intentionally created this situation, forging. Oh my, what a hateful word. Well, here it is, you devils. What kind of rear advance station is that? Only now have we met. And so, only 3 kilometers left. Forget the cruel backpack on your shoulder, the sun on your head, the heat, the fatigue in your body, and think of the gentleness and affection of Enon's eyes, of Enon's shoulders, of his 2 hands. Cool spring breeze. The top of the slope is where they live, yet 2/3 of the army lies lying at the foot of the hill, bending over and over, as if they want to walk with both hands and feet. Crawl up, crawl up. But, that's still very happy. That's just the physical and material hardship and hardship. What's more miserable, the mental pain, is the indifference of the people in the hill village. Looming in the house halfway up the slope are suspicious, slightly unfamiliar eyes. We wonder, who are they? Are they Vietnamese mothers who have loved their soldiers for thousands of years? Are there little children and children chirping around his hand? Why are you so indifferent, so indifferent? Oh my, how sad. They looked around, cold, and quickly retreated into the house. The bamboo door lowered, the dogs barked. It's worse than, Highland teacher. We were so tired, we didn't have the strength to get up and go into the house anymore, so we lay down under the bamboo shade to rest and find a way to get into the house. The space is so quiet. And I didn't see any children playing in the alley. There are only trees around, bamboo, vegetarian, black trees, and jackfruit trees. The luxuriant tree seems comforting. Yes, this leafy tree is still the leafy tree of the homeland. He's not cold towards the soldier. Bored with the break, we split into families to exercise. So dirty, the house has a sour, musty smell, the smell of not being cleaned for too long. The characteristic feature is that there are many flies and too many ships with their mouths open. Every house has at least 5 children under 10 years old. Noisy and sloppy, showing that the people's level of enlightenment is not very high. Every house they entered, they chased them away. There are so many reasons, including waiting for him to come home. Worse, some families don't bother to continue an answer. No one in my family has ever served in the army, so I don't know how to treat you guys. We don't know what to say anymore. So, there are only bamboo bushes and hilltops. We must cling to the people to live. Cling to the people. So we hadn't had any rice or porridge, we were hungry and tired, so we went into the house and helped the family clean, carry water, and cart silk. The house is on a hill, so water is scarce. You have to go down to the bottom of the slope and there is the common well of the whole village. While working and chatting, I asked to go to a corner of the house to put my backpack. It wasn't until the afternoon that they let them into the house, gave them proper beds and urged the uncles to cook and eat. That's when I realized that the previous unit here had lost its reputation so badly, always fighting, arguing, and stealing from each other. 3/4 of the military utensils were lost, then military equipment and supplies were lost everywhere. Too bad. That's all nonsense. But the consequences fall on us. That night, the company had a quick meeting on the bare rice field. We must urgently restore the military's prestige. My family has 9 people. The homeowner is 55 years old and carries a bamboo boat every day to fish on the river. The kids were still young. The second girl's name was 17 years old. She worked all day and didn't come home at night. But if she comes home, the whole family will know immediately because of her loud and chatty mouth. The harsh voice sounded deafening. Unfortunately for the guy who has a crush on her, he probably won't be able to hear her whisper for the rest of his life. And the kids are dirty, very dirty. The limbs are covered with a layer of black soil like toad skin. Tone drinks plain water and never washes his hands. At night, when I go to bed, I jump into bed, wake up in the morning, take an adult's still wet towel and frantically wipe it off, and that's the beginning of the day. I really don't like the curiosity and rummaging of those kids. When I put my backpack down, I reached over and squeezed this, touched that, but nothing happened. Especially Han, a beginner, very bad. Tay said, "We have to train these guys." One day, I invited them to go out and told them, "You guys, keep the guns and bullets in your backpack, don't touch anything or it will explode." That's okay. We still have to clean up their lives. Clearly suffering. But I also feel sorry for my family and children. It's not their parents' fault or their own fault. But because of the imperialist, because of the flood. Because the enemy of the nation is on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. At night, I dreamed about the day in Zanhua, eating sugar cane with Mr. Kwong. He told stories about God and Mary. I asked very honestly, "Do you believe that those things are true?" Suddenly, Mr. Kwong frowned, threw a sharp knife at his face. Startled and woke up, Tay called out, sweat pouring out like a shower. I think of one thing, in mass mobilization work, we need to be cautious, very cautious. See, the family I live in. 30.11.971 It's the end of the month, the end of the month. Time goes so fast. Just joined the army yesterday, today it's been 3 months. Tonight, the sky is moonlit but drizzling with rain. Sitting under a dim 3-string lamp and thinking endlessly. Tomorrow morning, say goodbye to Tay, Chow, Hung, Thang, Min. They go to the Air Defense, Air Force. Breaking up again. Last night, I saw Tang off in the moonlight. B's dear platoon leader was silent in his farewell poem. Our country is very large, Mr. Tang, we just met, now we're saying goodbye. Hold hands and set a date to meet. The cigarette you gave me burned red. Sitting next to him late at night, listening to him talk about the day he returned to visit his hometown after 6 years in the battlefield. At 2 a.m., one day in 1968, he knocked on his sister's door. "Sister, open the door for me." "Who is it?" "I'm here." "Who are you?" "I am me, no one else." Laugh, Mr. Tai? Or not? Mr. Chow? Or not? Are you that? Or not? Then who is it? Don't tell me I'm screaming. Yes, come and see, it's me. Well, tell the truth, who are you? It's me, I give it to you. She opened the door and realized her younger brother, who had been estranged for 6 years, thought he had died on the battlefield. So I hugged you and cried. 6 years, so many changes in life and people. His mother was assured that he had stayed in some remote land of the south, then he returned to Fu Li town in the midst of crazy bombardment by the enemy. How much happiness, and how touching joy. I forgot my younger brother's name, because I always thought that he was no more. How painful, and the more painful the day we met, the more touching and happier we became. He broke up again, and went into the battlefield ahead of the new soldiers. How beautiful your life is. He's gone, tomorrow he'll come again. The third officers say goodbye to the unit and move to the new unit. Break up again, break up again. Goodbye Mr. Chow, my close friend in the early days of my army life. The two of us took each other up a very high hill and looked out in all directions. The strong wind pushed people sideways. Mr. Chow and I lay on the south side, still in the wind. At the foot of the hill is a eucalyptus field that whispers incessantly. No one wants to say anything. Tomorrow, we are far apart, and perhaps we will never see each other again. Mr. Chow is working on his graduation thesis for the solid state group, and left school. I lie here, very sad and very excited. He reminded himself of the English proverb, no additional power can stop hearts full of desire. That's right. There is no power. His fate is a bit similar to mine, and he also has the same desires and expectations as me. His friend, Ms. Fuang Lan, is studying general textile in Germany. He was worried because when his friend left, he did not come to see him off, because at that time, he was detained due to the Czech political situation. He wishes that 6 years later, he can come out to welcome you, even though at that time life will have many changes and difficulties for him. But, even that small wish, I can't fulfill anymore. Don't sigh, look out from above and see the purple color all over the water, on the mountaintops and the fields. I asked, do you love Lan? He nodded. Yes, I love Lan, human love and not boy-girl love. Love for people. Perhaps Lan, whom I have never met, is also very passionate about science and wholeheartedly serving the ideal of serving the people. Because, she is the person that Mr. Chow met and fell in love with. Below the two of them was a valley, with the silhouette of a hoe and gentle winds playing with the low-growing grass. The cool wind blew their clothes, walking in the opposite direction, and each person picked up a red dragonfly. It must have died because of the wind. But on that hill there were only those 2 dragonflies. I looked for them and couldn't find any more. Mine is a little smaller and has not torn its wings yet. That's it, a memorial hill for me. And from now on the hill is called Red Dragonfly Hill. The more I go with you, the more I miss you. Where are you, far apart, but is there ever a time when I don't miss you, my dearest friend in the world? Likewise, I hope to one day pick NHUAN up at Hang County Station, but perhaps that day will never come. Stepping down the train platform, does NHUAN remember me or not? Looking at the eternal green of the trees and grass, and the tenacious wind whistling in my ears, I feel an eternal youthful vitality rising in my heart. Believe in a bright future. The 12th of February 1971. It's December. Just the other day NHUAN wrote a letter to me starting with, August is here, a magical August with so many promises, but it is also the month of separation. Now 4 months have passed. Time passes and never looks back. The past is thicker, but the future is still endless. Anyway, my life has been compressed into thinner, shorter, and more regrets. These past few days, waiting for work, I just climbed the hill to people's houses to play and say goodbye. Sad. This afternoon, none left, many of my friends left, and I still lay down. The platoon was halfway gone, with only 7 people left, so they had to put together a house to gather. It would be sad if life were this idle forever. Since coming here, I've only gone to get rice once, but otherwise I've been playing around. Idleness is unwholesome. The demons took the AK up the hill and staggered all day, not knowing where they got the bullets. The sound of gunfire echoed off the cliffs, heard loudly for a long time. The front is still far away. Winter is not here yet. I love the transition between these 2 seasons, filled with many memories. The winter neem tree has not yet opened its sorrows for me to console. Bunches of ripe yellow fruits dotted on the blue sky, reminding me of the narrow alley leading to the house. Is company to pond still growing in the water of reed flowers for the boys to fight in battle? Are the persimmon trees and longan trees in the neighbor's yard still there? In the past, that was where children sold goods and played wedding games. The golden parasol that covered the bride and groom is now tattered in all four directions. Memories rose and flowed like tears. The morning was cold with lots of dew and wind. The trees on the hill must have been very cold. Thinking about loved ones made my heart tighten. I have never been away from home for this long. I have never missed my parents, brothers and friends like I do now. If only there was a miracle, I could go back to one day of my childhood, with all my relatives. Love. Alas, that day is gone forever. They ran away a lot, perhaps because they couldn't stand this scary scene of missing them. From here to Road 18 there is only a field. From this distance, looking at cars and bicycles rolling slowly through the trees makes me want to rush down there. Then Hanoi, family, Nguyen Ai Quoc Street and Nguyen Du Street. So many promises left unfinished. The music stops at the most poignant sound. N. Hold that beloved finger there. Keys and don't let go, do you hear me, and don't get tired. No one wants their life to be sad, but very few people in this world achieve what they want. I've lost a lot, but I try my best not to be disappointed and not lose the energy that always burns my heart. That's the important thing. Yesterday, I received a letter from Phong. He is about to go to the battlefield and write for himself the feelings of a soldier before going to war. Phong is mature and calm, confident. Yet, he is not very stable. There is something a bit shocking, goodbye, for a moment. And the sound of the letter makes me want to hug him, keep him with me, he's still so young. Phong wrote, I am very grateful to T, grateful to my close friends. Friends who live passionately, love life and always move forward. But, the things that I have collected, the things what you give me is not enough for me to believe that it will bring a good result. Anyway, these are the last minutes. I've been so busy, I haven't had time to visit home yet. I regret that we haven't communicated with each other very often lately. T knows a little about my life. Then tomorrow, I don't know what will happen, I'm only sure, in this fight, mourning and pain will come to humans. Sentence in brackets in Russian. War, of course it is. Realizing that is natural. But, I think, what is the main thing I have to acknowledge? Perhaps that is pride in our spearhead position, in our great responsibility before history and the nation. In a letter to Phong, I wrote, do you remember, Phong, in 10th grade, Phong read the song The Road We Walk in front of the class, which touched us both. On the guava branch that was smooth with his handprints, Phong and I wished to live such moments. At this moment, Phong said that man and country are one and soldiers become the ideal people of the era. I sent along the letter the passages of the road we memorized since school. Did Phong get it? Through Trong Son, through Ba Din Slope, Nguyen Khai Ton Slope, through the decisive route to victory. And in Bombs and Bullets, Phong answers the questions that life poses. When I was still in school, an opinion that had not yet been revolutionized was, there are many people who go. And there are few people who come. Think in abstract terms. Could it be that Phong and I always wanted to live like that, but at that moment, personal thoughts overpowered everything? And is it possible that Phong is the person whose way of living and thinking I do not agree with? Often, due to the positive impact of literature and propaganda books, people have progressive thoughts and feelings, quite intense on the other hand. But few people check themselves to see if those feelings and thoughts are truly their nature or not. Does it really have deep roots from the bottom of our feelings, from the bottom of our hearts? Has anyone checked themselves, checked their own emotions and thoughts, to see if they use those good vibes as a concept of life, rather than as a loose piece of jewelry? Maybe not many people, that's why there are so few people. Anyway, Fong is also a precious soul, a trustworthy soldier. May you grow in the waiting, raging struggle. The year is almost over, 1971, the first year of separation, the first military age. I'm done with the initial awkwardness of getting used to army life. Even though I'm still just a private soldier, I'm already a veteran soldier. There's an army recruitment round coming up. Yet, it seems like I'm still very much a child. Still wandering on the hills, going downhill, still playing shuttlecock. The third officers went to Air Defense, Air Force, some others went to artillery and some probably went to missiles. Yesterday morning, they got in the car, and at this time, 10:20 a.m., they arrived. In Bakjeong or in Keenan? Where is our country? Politician Kak asked me where I would like to go. I just like infantry, fighting like that is fun and less dependent on machines. Besides, being in the infantry is closer to the people and knows more interesting things. The day I first came here, I saw on the top of the hill a stone horse buried up to its neck, its back cut off, as big as a bok thou elephant. The children said, "That is Tanjeong horse," and there was also a big stick thrown at its feet. Hill. The stick was so big, made of stone and buried deep in the ground, I couldn't hug it. In front of the horse's muzzle was a large rock. People said, "That is the horse's liver because the horse was killed." I was very surprised. Could this be Society Sun Mountain, where Tanjeong rode his horse and flew straight into the sky? It makes no sense, and why was the horse killed? The stone horse is still lying there, in the corner of a cassava field, coldly looking at passers-by. No one understands the story of that horse, its origin, and the story is tinged with mystery like an invisible wind. The 12th of March 1971, still like yesterday, sleeping and playing around. I was so fed up, I started searching in the neighborhood. When I run out of sugarcane, I eat cassava, and when I eat cassava, I quickly feel full and quickly get bored. That's all here. And if you're bored, then don't worry, everyone's gone to work in the fields, there's no one at home to talk to. Hanging around the straw drying yard, with a jar filled with only 2 buckets of water. Tired of sleeping, then waking up again, feeling impatient again. Here, far from the post office and waiting for a new mailbox, there's no outgoing mail or incoming mail either, it's horrifyingly empty and horrifyingly worrying. Everything is as deep as the sky these months. 3 more people flew back to Hanoi. They could not bear this terrible situation of lying in wait. Yesterday Tin ran away with Chow and the others, spending 3 hours in Hanoi. They arrived at Hang County Station at 2:30 p.m., had a rest until 11 p.m., then boarded a military train to Thanh Hoa. I asked Hung to come to Tri's house to let Tri know the situation because I didn't have time to write a letter, but Hung couldn't come in time. Mr. Chow doesn't know if he'll make it on time or not. It's also very difficult to meet Tri studying in the afternoon. La Nhu Tan and Du Tan begged to return. Tan enjoyed it very much and Van Wall told me about the developing life of the capital. He didn't dare go to school because he was afraid of getting emotional. Damn, Tan is so relatable. Tan said he did not dare tell the true situation of the unit to his family because he was afraid the family would not feel secure. All the lies are that she exercises less, eats healthy, is happy, and has great prospects for soldiers and military branches. Tan also doesn't want to raise illusions for his family, but what can he do? Even I have to do the same to some extent. Tan is different. He thought his mother was very hardworking. That's it. She sat quietly listening to her little son coo. Throughout the meal, she said nothing. And when her son left, she burst into tears and stood at the door, determined to keep him at home. Well, my mother probably isn't like that. My mother has never cried while sending her child away. I remember the poem by Tran Vang Sao, with the general idea, How many tears a mother has soaked into the hem of her shirt, so that the child's path will not be wet. My mother is very brave, knows how to sacrifice. I've been away from Hanoi, away from the streets, people, memories. It's been several months. Gradually getting used to the dark forest of Yen The, going deep into the forest to get wood. Thousands of sounds, thousands of sounds. But none of them sound like the peaceful streets of the city. The day I went to see the Van Ho exhibition, looking at the people, looking at the scenery of Hanoi, I saw a very calm and confident demeanor, carefree rows of trees, and circles of wheelchairs. We huddled under the almond tree on the sidewalk and longed for the day we could return to the capital. The sons and daughters of Hanoi who go far away still look towards the heart of the fatherland like that. I don't remember Hanoi being that general. Hanoi, for me, is a small house next to a small pond, and there must be a lot of mosquitoes these days. It is Nguyen Du Street with a tree line along the lake. There is House 72 that is both close, strange and far away. Ba Tru Street, the library, Nguyen I Quoc Street, West Lake. These are memories that cool the soul. Thinking about Hanoi means thinking about An An, thinking about the days we walked together in the scent of summer nights, of autumn nights. Why did we meet? Why are we holding hands? Why are we clenching in emotion? And where are you, my beloved little brother, tonight? I love you so much, and I don't know what to say, I don't know what to do. Poor NU, always having to be sad, persistently sad. Why aren't you happy with your smiling friends? Spring. Where is it? The night we were closest together was the night we broke up. Happiness releases light spots floating in the sky. The universe is so vast, and how small are you? How many nights I dreamed. I returned to the last evening, when he stopped the car behind and gently placed his hand on his left shoulder. I looked back, then I couldn't dream anymore, I just kept sliding along the soft curves. Tomorrow, we're far apart, but no one can say anything to anyone, just let the fragrant breeze, the smell of the fields caressing my hair. Just then, we were apart, it was terrible. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe everything is just like that and will always be like that. Perhaps this is ultimate happiness? And later it's just pain, weariness, and regret. If only I hadn't met, and I would regret so much less now. Even if I have to lose those beautiful years, and I will be at peace and happy. I can never forgive myself for that sin. The more I think about it, the more confused I feel, and I love, and he loves me, too. My heart, break and never vibrate again. Let me relax, let I be happy. Very sad, my own life. The more I think about it, the sadder it gets, especially these days. When will I get rid of this hateful waiting like today? Wouldn't it be more exciting to go to war? Thong told me to go to infantry firepower. I like it very much. Hurry and go to B, or else all the enemies will be there. Listening to the sound of soldiers on the ground marrying tank drivers, they really liked it. What do you like about that steel turtle? It's only majestic outside, but it's hard to get inside. Company Commander Chow just returned, young, 24 years old. He is a Special Forces officer from Quang Ngai. Hearing about the general attack, I was heartbroken. I was in 8th grade at that time, so young. Mr. Chow joined the army for 7 years, and in 1969 he went to the north. He has the best eyes of a boy. Strangely beautiful, sharp, deep, clear, and a bit surprising. Small face, gentle mouth. Yet he once played a role as a puppet commando officer in the city. Listening to him tell interesting stories is so interesting. He listens a lot and speaks little, speaking softly and intimately. Doc Truyen Online. The 12th of April 1971. Tomorrow the tankers will leave. Lang, and Ton all went. I still just follow the sidewalk news and go to DKZ with Min and Thin. They were very scared because they had to carry heavy loads. At that point, I was also a bit hunchbacked, and much shorter. Tisk, it's okay. Why bother? It's easy to get over that. Thin is afraid of death, he just likes to ride a tank, to be out here and have a steel shell to protect him. Bored with it. I don't know when I will be able to open my eyes. Thus, there are only about 27 people left who have not been assigned anywhere. All frame officers have returned. Just now, Political Officer C came to change his umbrella. Too many soldiers returned home, only a few remained. I can die of sadness. Duong invited me to take a ride home. It has so many reasons. According to him, this is truly a rare opportunity. Dung was also excited and wanted to go home immediately. In general, in life, many times situations present challenges that are intense in the moment and persist for a long time. I don't want to go home that way. Be thoughtful and self-conscious. But being away from home isn't that long, it's only been 2 months. Of course, who doesn't remember? The problem is not as simple as you imagine. I also want to go home and bring some more books to read. When I go out, I bring too few books, I'm afraid of them being heavy and losing them. It can't be helped, it's okay to lose, but living without books like this is very sad. Alas, the more I go, the more I regret those days at school, how many books I died for, not being able to swallow and chew again now. It would be great if the military had a mobile bookcase that could be rotated for soldiers to read. The front is also far away, but the rear doesn't seem to be here. Listening to the guys back in Hanoi, back home they were preparing a pretty big army recruitment drive. Universities continue to take them. But the sad thing is that some students don't really want to join the army. Scared to death? Desire for status? Honestly, I don't have any lofty dreams. They think they want to become some kind of writer or poet. No, I just want to live in the worries of the nation. Stepping on fragrant straw, it is difficult for anyone to know what life they desire more. Although that happiness is as fragile as the number of people who recognize that feeling as the happiness of life. Sometimes I also wish to return to my childhood life. I want to go back to being 3 years old, letting a gentle hand rub my head lovingly. Wanting to return, a small drop of rain from the thatched roof creates a bright line by the window. Wanting to see the purple lemon tree in the north wind. The memories are so fresh that they make me want to immerse myself in the past. I want to return to my bowl. Bold for all that is good and soothing, but the wound still bleeds. People don't live by memories. Just let the memories be fleeting. Awaken in your thoughts the desire to live passionately in today and build a magnificent castle for tomorrow. But who is that? Even though yesterday we lived indifferently and calmly, time passes, covering the past with a dragon's robe, making it brilliant. People are still deceived and mourn what has been lost. Yes, time passes, we never look back, and what we lose we never have again. But time is still abundant and wasted in the hands of those who are complaining. There was a fly just walking along this page. People who live in the secret of the past are often confused before the turning point of life. People don't realize that giving up the straight road in front of them, turning to the left, right, or going back a step, finding another path means avoiding a Chomolungma range covered with snow all year round. People just want to, forever living in peace, with walks, a rippling lake surface, enough water for a boat to float. I want to close my eyes, to enjoy the crazy poetry and forget the red color of blood. In this life, there is no end to injustice. In our society, there are no people who rely on power and want to have a peaceful place in life. I despise, curse and will destroy that dark plot for the rest of my life. For tomorrow, only souls will remain as clear as jade, although not as round and smooth as before. These past few days, I've heard addicts whine and moan. Life is a dream. It's a dream, so life is fleeting like a blurry, gloomy cloud. No sound, no flavor. A tattered cloud, without a soul. The torn cloud is like a black dream, like the life of a common person who wants to enjoy it. Life is work and dreams. I remember the poem, working to chase dreams year after year. Life speeds up 10,000 times. My teacher wrote that poem one year to celebrate New Year's Eve when I was a child. Who would have thought that one day, there would come a time when I would shake my head here, shielding myself from the toxic gas. Thank you to all the schools that have embraced me. Thank you for the oil lamp that followed us throughout the years of fighting the Americans. Thank life. The future does not promise any luck. Nhun doesn't know if he still remembers that sentence or not. As for me, I always remember. Going to war tomorrow, it's easy to leave and not come back. Sometimes, when faced with death, people dare to look straight at it, but from a distance, looking at it is not certain. It is more beneficial to consider it. Besides, tomorrow there will be so many changes, good, bad. I remember, walking at a meeting at Zon Din, I remembered a sentence from Comrade Le Duan. Youth must bask in the brilliant glory of the future. So, the future is wide open for everyone, how brilliant and how beautiful. However, the path to that bright tomorrow is not easy or simple. And how many people lie down at night without seeing a bit of the light of life? Just a perspective. But the prospect of tomorrow is real. I have gradually felt secure with this life of dedication. You can be a little proud, right? However, the problem is to improve your qualifications to contribute more and more beautifully. The 12th of July 1971. No one feels lonely at this moment, but the skin still reminds me of Hanoi. The small town is cool during the windy season. There's something emotional going on. Vietnamese degree, yes, Vietnamese degree, in a spring far from Hanoi. But now it is winter again. It's supposed to be cold. Yet not yet. This year it's late, so it's very cold. I don't know when Trong Phuoc Mai will be truly crowded today. Soldiers' lives rotate like a pinwheel. Now I'm confused, I don't know what to do anymore. Lying here again, listening to the bamboo trees twist in the strong wind, the guns lay very still at the end of the bed. This moment is so lonely, so lonely. Lonely on the background sound of a windy day. Only this early did the tankers leave. The mausoleum left, at 5 a.m. We were tired and still sleeping. He didn't call and left a small note. Farewell, so simple and dear. Tomorrow, maybe half go to E4. So the squad only had 3 people left. We have 3 people, 3 of us live in 3 places. Quote. Oh, that song. They go, and do not remember at all the past 3 months, the first days of the army. It's cold tonight and it must be difficulty sleeping. Each person has a different world at night. On December 5th, after returning to Hanoi for a few hours, I felt the simple happiness that I did not notice on normal days. Nguyen Du Street, Ba Tru Street, houses 72 and 57, the doors are still closed and always closed. See more clearly the path leading to the house. Longan tree. The doorway is a regular octagonal shape. Corridors, tiled roofs. Nobody else. Hanoi is real, not a dream. Not an illusion. But, they are so big, so fast. No boyfriends, only girlfriends. The car went downhill, and around the bend, slowed down to let them pass. Strange and strange, but not far away. They've changed so much, I've changed so much. I don't want to call anymore, oh, that carefree and peaceful white color. Don't want to meet humans. Because that person is not the person you want to meet. I just want to find my beloved's footprints on the sidewalk and under the tree. Are there any of those passers-by there like me, looking for days gone by on the streets and doorways of the capital? Do I have to hold back my heart, and is anyone as lonely as me? The general school seems narrower than yesterday, rarely seeing familiar people. Stop at the foot of the stairs. Infinitely sad and sad. Everything seemed to suddenly stand up. Suddenly, oh, memories. And strong is the figure of Nhu-an, yesterday, standing softly knocking on the door. Suddenly rushing out, like a river mouth. When I was a student, I was passionate and excited. Startled, I touched my shoulder and collar. Life is still as before, noisy and mischievous. The house is still dirty, and the lamp still spreads countless bright paths. Add some white glasses, and the curriculum is much different. Studying the Fueri series. Take Hai out for a while, say goodbye at the third tree, where half a year ago, on May 30th, said goodbye to Nhu-an. Do you know why I broke up with Hai here? At the base of this third tree, I broke up with my dearest friend. That place, the small temple, the intersection, the temple of literature. Going on Nguyen Ai Quoc Street again. Extremely interesting, just missing Nhu-an. But, it's okay. Happiness starts from knowing how to be apart. Blaming myself, being so absent-minded, complaining and regretting what has happened. Very broken. Not anymore. Truly, when I returned home, being with my parents, my family was so peaceful. Heng had just woken up, just stared at me and didn't say a word, even until I left. Didn't sleep all night, didn't want to sleep at all. Lie down, look at the top of the curtain and hear the family breathing. Suddenly, I found myself growing up a lot. It seemed like it could protect the whole family. Parents are much weaker and thinner. The house is very messy. So many complicated things tormented my parents. Not as peaceful as everyone else, not as happy and leisurely as your parents. Why? Why? Easy and difficult questions to answer. But we know how to answer. The car rolled across the Bien Bridge. Far from Hanoi again. Red River, Red River. Bamboo rafts are dried on the sand of the Red River beach where we went fishing when we were young. The barges of those days were too shallow. Now I calmly go up the river to carry stones to repair the bridge. Through the dusty glass window, I confusedly greeted the Red River and recited Lu Quang Vu's poem. So far away from Hanoi, far away from the capital, and who knows when. Goodbye to the house, goodbye to the people, the streets and the green trees flowing on the city sidewalks. Goodbye dark eyes on the horizon. Din sent a letter between the capital and Nhu-an. But I can't send it and don't want to send it. Believe, that is the main and decisive thing. Why do we need to write so many letters, when we really understand each other? I want to spoil Nhu-an a lot because I miss her so much, but I also want Nhu-an to overcome the horrors of time and separation. Besides, Nhu-an still has to study. I'm so confused, how Nhu-an studies, is she good or just average? Either way, it still affects my own experience last year. Writing a letter only takes a little time, but worry, longing, and anticipation dominated a lot. Thinking back, Nhu-an's results at the end of 10th grade were not as good as those of previous years. Maybe it's just me. Why is it so ungainly and a bit barbaric? Because of myself, even Nhu-an suffers. Has there ever been a time when Nhu-an blamed herself? Without my letter, Nhu-an would probably think, be sad and doubtful. What can I do? Let's get acquainted, Nhu-an, don't rush to blame me, I still give my whole heart to you. Nothing has changed, even though there were many changes there. From now on, we will always be like yesterday, forever remembering and preserving Nhu-an's pure image in our hearts. No one else can equal even a small part of the beautiful things we find in Nhu-an. Doc Truyen Online. The 12th of August 1971 until today, there are 3 children left, Tin, Di Min and me. So scared, feeling abandoned. It feels good, but it's clearly not good. A group this morning was dispatched by the ministry to other branches of the army. As for us, the division can keep it, no problem. Where are Uncle Ho's soldiers? But I can't help but exclaim, they are so luxurious. Wearing the name of a soldier of the ministry, it's so dignified. I haven't gone anywhere yet. But this situation of waiting and waiting is very boring. All day long, I just go in and out, breathing short and sighing. Sparrows, sparrows, the birds don't go out to avoid the cold, they come and perch on the bamboo fence in front of the alley and chirp all day. It sounds so confusing. Street 18 is more deserted than the most deserted street in Hanoi. I went with Thin, swaggering in the middle of the road, seeing the tree running far away, at the end of the road. That place is dark and vague. The road, where will it take you? Where does the road take you? There is a small shop on the edge of the road. Well, it's the same life, right? Sad, bored, are you? Very strange, in winter there are still many white storks. The white stork flapped its wings over the vast field, just plowed. The green color of young rice seedlings, the bright white color of the water, the color of alluvial soil. It looks very strange. Why am I here, standing here? What are you waiting for? Wait for what? Not wanting to say a word, like kids carrying school bags to school. Know that time passes and die. 3 years, 6 years. Last night, it was widely heard that the situation had many changes in our favor. It'll be a long time before I get to fight. Must study and practice a lot. Besides, their students were not willing to go to the battlefield right away. Even more boring. The tank riders were even more bored. Had to study in prison for 3 to 7 years in Tam Dao. At that time, America will probably be gone, right? What else is there to fight and kick? I have to calm down, the more I think about it, the more upset I feel. Today, I read a good poem, a young Soviet poet, with many creative and bold ideas. Humans usually walk upright, but some people like to fly sideways. The 13th of December 1971 noon. Lying down and not being able to sleep. A bit tired, eyes keep closing. I was dozing for a while and suddenly woke up. Maybe because of the creaking sound of the hammock. How many times, how many hours have you woken up like that? Every time I wake up, I'm startled and feel dazed. Master? Master is like that? Today I miss Chow. It's strange, for 3 years at school, I was forbidden to even look at him. But now I remember. I miss and feel extremely worried. What have I done and what will I do? Up until now, nothing has come to fruition. My friends, where are you at this minute? What are you thinking and doing? Their lives are straight and easy to reach their goals. Why is it so difficult for me? It is impossible to end the sadness. Sadness is like hair and beard. Shave it all off and then grow it again. Could it be like that? But, that's the way it is. Tone slept carefree. At this time, perhaps many people are carefree like that. And is there anyone like me? The days have passed so quickly, but I'm still stuck in disappointment, in waiting and in vain wishes. 2 days ago, I got a new job. Listening to DAT, the 2W radio weighs 20 kilograms and can communicate with an R equals 25 kilometers. It's interesting, but it's easy to be discovered when fighting. Yesterday morning we studied politics about the new situation and tasks. Another 13 hours of discussion. Sitting there feeling so sad, the price of going home to read the book is more relaxing and of better quality. Sitting in a meeting and worrying about clothes drying at home. Oh God, don't grow wings. I don't understand whether it's a civilian or a soldier. They've all lost their backpacks. Poor thing, the people here are also suffering. It's rare to be so skinny. Every house has loose walls. The children were dirty and didn't eat dinner until late at night. The old lady who lives in the house where she lives is suffering. The son left his wife to join the army, leaving her to raise their 6-year-old grandchild. She is very old, every morning she works hard making cassava cakes to sell. The granddaughter slowly picked up jackfruit leaves to wrap the cake. Every leaf is full of dust. Houses are deserted, and the few bamboo sticks for cooking are gradually being stolen. How can there be such unscrupulous people? Life in the country is still very difficult. The head turns dark, but there is not enough food to eat. Then it was stolen. Then they fight and curse each other. Then natural disasters and enemy attacks. Rice stuffed with corn and then stuffed with cassava. Yet those bamboo leaves are still gentle, still bringing peace to the soul. How strange. 1971 The human soul is strange. Or rather, my soul is strange. How could anyone be so, sidewalk, like that? Suddenly I miss Tam. Tam must have learned a lot by now. And there are probably a lot of changes. Life never stops, especially for young people. So fast, just yesterday going to school, just yesterday sitting in that thatched classroom, now here. And tomorrow, what will happen? In fact, Tam is also a good and rare friend. Very few girls make people both love and respect them. Teacher Dan told me so when talking about Tam. Missing my friends, missing my school. The students of Yenhua B now go their separate ways. And at this minute, who is sad, who is happy? As for me, I miss each other, a little sad, but strangely, when I remember someone, I only remember their smile. Everyone has a comfortable and easy laugh. What the hell city is Lam in now? Then, sister, Fuang, Chow Fuang Dung. Oh, they. Why the hell do they remember? Shame on you, stop being ridiculous. Reread, steel-tempered. Last night stopped right at the trade park. Pavan and Tonia were about to say goodbye to each other. First of all, I am a member of the party, then I am a member of you and other relatives. I have the guts to love a worker, but I don't have the guts to love an ideal. And finally, Pavan said no more. Of course life will be like that. Looking at Tonia's bobbing chestnut hair, Pavan felt infinite regret that he had not yet lost his love for his childhood friend, but now, Pavan was no longer the boy Pavalusa of those days. I don't love once. Is the poetic love of childhood just introduction? So sad. But why did the two of them break up so quickly? Just a few days. There are times when I feel bored with life games like that. When I first read Astarovsky, it was very interesting for my friends Pavan and Tanya. But now it seems normal and a bit worn and old. Am I that old? Besides, after reading it so many times, it also loses a lot of interest. I see that the pens of Astarovsky and A. Duck have something in common in terms of emotional expression. Polivoy Bohais is more distinct, and more unique. Meretsev and Pavan. Energetic people who can say they have reached their life's goal. Sometimes I feel guilty that being in the army is only temporary. It seems like I'm only away from home for a few days and will soon be back in Hanoi. Back to the coconut boat and the noisy market, meeting parents and children in the morning and afternoon. Just a little feeling of the day of battle. What will I do on those unusual days? It's terrible to be forever away from family. Honestly, it would be a pity to die now. When I was a child, when I went to school, I never had to worry about that, just wondering about what I would do in the future and how I would live. But now, those thoughts crop up. It's not difficult, death, just a stray bullet or a bomb breath. That tragic truth does not exclude anyone. The 17th of December 1971 rainy night. I don't know whether it's winter rain or spring rain anymore. This year the cold is late and the cold is not too severe. It was cold for a while then gradually warmed up. Humans and nature. The 18th of December 1971 the children went to cheer. There were no teachers to be seen, only teachers. Red birds fly in the afternoon breeze. I was surprised to see the trail up the rocky hill. Purple, blue and misty. The sky seemed empty on the stage. Everything looks like it's made of paper, if the children don't beat drums and shout on it. Many times I'm surprised and can't believe that those very innocent and naughty children were once as tall as me. They grew beards and walked with canes, and it's hard to believe that I also had moments like that. Everything goes by fast. Tomorrow is December 19th, the National Day of Resistance. Last year, on an afternoon like this, I was on the 4th floor listening to the teacher lecture. This year, being on the hill and listening to life opens my eyes. It's impossible to predict what will happen on December 18, 1971. What will happen on December 18, 1972? At that time, were you still able to sit and write leisurely like now? Everything is unpredictable. Pavan, when listening to this song, "Hey! The apple," was so excited that he jumped up and danced. He also did not expect that it would be the last dance of his life. 3 a.m. It's raining, so I woke up. The rain was very strange, with few drops and swirls on the tile roof. I keep thinking about something sprouting. Okay, I agree to call this rain spring rain. Just now it was cool and rainy, now it's cold. That's all I wrote today. The bamboo pile still twists and turns endlessly, the familiar bamboo pile that P longs for. Can't remember P's specific figure. Everything is vague and hazy. Right now, what is P doing right now, at this moment? This. 20.12. The founding date of the National Front for the Liberation of the South. My front, not anyone else's. It's the Liberation Army, don't you think? Just as unexpected as any other unexpected thing. Today, everyone must wear military badges, waiting for December 22nd. Every time you go in or out, you see the color red, and every time you see houses that have completed the kitchen. I'm about to get used to rye and sesame. The chisel, the guy, the saw. It's funny, who would take those names? 21.12. The son next door is about to join the army. Should leave early tomorrow. Many friends come to visit and they must be very restless. Well, there's nothing to say goodbye to. I'm an ex-soldier, just a normal soldier, simple when I go and humble when I return. 22.12. Date of founding of the army. Get the whole day off. Hung invited me to go to Phumwa. There is the breath of Tet. My army is 27 years old. So December 22nd 74 will be 30 years old. At that time, what will happen to me? In the afternoon, I plan to invite Nam to go to Pha Lai. I really love the river, both majestic and gentle. The new recruits being sent off by acquaintances seemed very happy. When I go, I feel happy, but when I think about it, I feel sad. But I could only go as far as Dongdu and I would collapse. Crying doesn't hurt anyone. The day I left, there was no difference. Funny, huh? 5.23.12.71 Start opening P105. Soviet machine model 1954. Nothing complicated. The two bottom stations communicated very well with each other, and the station leader died. Mr. Locke arranged to contact from 9 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. I feel that in radio communications, respect for discipline is very important. If the frequency range shifts, it will immediately fail, it will be noisy, and it will be difficult to make contact with your station. Priority 2 seems to be more crowded than me. They spoke loudly into the machine and were very interesting, to the point of singing loudly. I don't remember which song. I think one song has peach blossoms in it. Of course it's wet. I was busy looking for a signal but couldn't find it. 1825 When I went to the house, the guys fell asleep, it was so bad. But the device still caught the signal of a strange station, Kolikov, which only broadcasts 5 kilometers away. The other station asked, "Have you borrowed the car yet?" The clock shows a few minutes until 10 p.m. The information family is present throughout the night today. Nam is sick. I'm struggling forever, I can't stand it. Can't eat or drink anything. Lethargic all the time. Paint from the 4950 machine called Nom Chirping. But it's such a headache that I can't answer it. I have ear pain due to the combination of listening and speaking pressing on me. It is said that when watching television, there are two diseases, sore throat and earache. 6.24.12.71 Close the book and think about Paven. The last pages of the novel left me with the strongest shocks. I paid a lot of attention to the photo of Paven sitting like an old man, but seething with a living fire. At that moment the shore disappeared and the sunlight faded. What is hiding behind that person? What makes Paven's extraordinary and understandable energy? It's easy to understand. Sao Paven has such a desire to return to the team. Life cornered him and death's arm reached his neck. But, he broke free and returned to the sunlight. How proud, that Soviet communist. At that time, Paven was only 24 years old. For 3 years in his 20s, he lived passionately, quickly and vigorously. Riding on the back of an earless horse in the Budianru Brigade, he traveled all over the country. His life is an endless stream of spring in life. That is the life of a young party member, the life of a Red Army soldier. I long to live like that. Live your life completely for the party and the class. Live steadfastly in the face of the storms of revolution and personal life. Today, for the first time in my life, I feel ashamed of everyone, ashamed of Paven, my dear Pavelusa. I'm not a party member yet. In the afternoon, while meeting Mr. Locke called out to the yard and asked if he had a party sympathy paper. At that time, just a faint thought flashed through. Why'd I still not feel close to Uncle Ho's party? Mr. Locke left when I shook my head. I feel like I made some mistake, a very big mistake that I didn't know about for a long time. Party member. A party member. Paven is a genuine person, a true party member. Of course, that person must be a child of the class, loyal to the party all his life, and devote his whole life to the revolution. But I, it seems, am still very young, very childish, not yet an adult. I am still very individualistic, petty and mean. Comparing the difference, requiring so many things. My life is not 1% of Paven's life. There's more background. The background must be clean. I don't know if that's okay. Anyway, that's just a very small point. The basic thing is whether I really live and work like a true party member or not. Why didn't I ever think of that before? Is it because I see the party as too superior and I cannot reach it? Is it because I lack the will to fight, lack the spirit to rise up and resign yourself to living a separate, boring life with peaceful vibrations? Is it because I foresee insurmountable obstacles that make me feel upset? Feeling less interested in group activities that young people enthusiastically participated in? Mr. Tho asked if he had participated in any youth union work before. I shook my head, just reuniting. Of course there are many reasons, but part of it is due to laziness at work. I'm broken like that again. Such destruction. Doc Truyan Online. 7.25.12.71 Squad Meeting. Main content. Introducing family and yourself. I don't want to tell anything. Even though you are suffering, even though you are struggling, no one has a situation like yours. You asked about your best friend. Still shaking my head and will probably shake my head forever. I don't want to tell anyone, especially this crowded group, the feelings of the trees on Nguyen Ai Quoc Street. Until now, sometimes I'm still surprised, like a cloud in my head. I still don't quite believe that the past few days are real. Very strange, isn't it, Paige? And me too, still strange. Does P know that he loves Paige? Guilty? Sin? I hope P doesn't know and quickly finds happiness in his life. It's Christmas. The land has no churches at all. Last night the cathedral must have rung its bells loudly. And I Zon too. 28, 12.1971 Again, I left my diary for a few days. Busy a lot and never have free time anymore. Just alerted for operations at 9:30 a.m., about to go to bed. Wear your camera on the back and your backpack on the front, like a paratrooper. On December 26, the regiment commander inspected the unit and was not quite ready to fight. Forging again, forging again. That's good, even though it's a bit painful. During the past few days of exercising on the machine, it was quite stressful, my ears were a bit ringing and I also felt that my health had decreased. I couldn't wake up in the morning and think too much and had to exercise. I'm reading The Seagull by Buryakov, but it's very fragmentary because I don't have time. I always remember Nhuan. That feeling comes back again and is always new, always shocking me. It's been a long time since I've seen Nhuan's letter, and it's been a long time since I've received a letter from anyone. It's a bit free in that regard, but it brings a certain vague loneliness. No problem. Suddenly, every soldier thought of Hero Nguyen Chan. The radical communist soldier, the brave chief of Monk 304. Must live like that and train like that. The north wind has returned, and the skin has become wrinkled. There is a poem when welcoming that wind back. There are times when people become so ordinary that it's scary. My case is also a quite vivid example. I don't understand why either. Today's branch newspaper is finished. I submitted the lovely poem, The Backpack, that I also quite love. When we see the Culture and Arts Department reviewing the submissions, I kept wondering and excited to see everyone's attitude towards that little poem of mine. It was true that at that time I had the feeling of wanting to see everyone grab it and pass it around to read, asking, whose poem is it? Right? Only the word 2W. Of course, there are people who praise and there are people who criticize. But when I think about it, I'm also really bad. What to do with that compliment and that criticism? Are you talented? It's strange, to show off to these people is truly worthy of the title of master. Quickly erase that stream of painful thoughts. Must be taller and wider, Shakespeare with Romeo and Juliet. Like that. Kwong and Nam are sleeping again. As for me, don't be lazy anymore. Live passionately and forcefully, don't let the days pass in vain anymore. Thinking about it makes you startled. What is my brother thinking right now? Mine is so simple. No, Nhuan is not mine. But it doesn't matter if you say it here, no one knows, so don't be afraid. Nhuan belongs to Master, an illusory Nhuan that does not exist on this earth. What about the real Nhuan? Yes, Nhuan just live and have fun with a nice life, then sweet happiness will come to Nhuan. As for me, I just keep Nhuan in my soul, so Nhuan will suffer less and I will be complete. Full? Nhuan, you know, we have to say goodbye to each other, we can't live near each other. Does Nhuan feel sad when he is forever separated from Thak? Thak knows very well, knows a lot about what binds us to Nhuan and what prevents us. Nhuan, turn away, don't look at Thak anymore. Well, it's strange, suddenly, I have letters like that, right? It's starting to get crazy, especially late at night. The poem goes like this. Wet your lips to reduce dryness. Listen to the wind blowing in your heart. Young green leaves grow and only white iron branches grow. The oval leaf turns yellow all winter. Let's go to sleep. Tired and it's very late. 4.29.12.71 It's very strange, the past few days have been quite hard, working and always having time to leave the computer. As for today, I'm terribly free, my computer is broken, I have to fix it all afternoon, go to class and then go home. Temporarily, you don't lecture, talk, and do simple things like elementary school students. It's true that I've been studying for so many days, but the knowledge is not equal to 1 hour in a university lecture hall. The days go by like that. I'm so sorry, but I don't know what to do. Still trying to read Treka, but after reaching page 106 I still don't feel any attraction. I just want to tear it up. The content is okay, but the sentences are fragmentary, dull and boring. No, the word, disjointed, dull and boring, itself is better than those damn words. The only thing that is attractive and promising is the 1950 Stalin Prize that the book won. I think maybe it's because of the translator, Heen Kang, who translated Kolava's Motherhood, that I hated before, but now makes me hate this book a little more. N.D. The novel is still brand new, but I tore out the annotations like that. That's how we know that snobbish boasting often makes outsiders angry. Still haven't seen any letter from NHUAN. And how silent everyone was. It seems that at least January 1, 1972, mail began to arrive at the new mailbox address. My feelings and thoughts fluctuate a lot. Today, when I reread the previous page, I see the terrible weakness of the soul. It's very bad, Thak, you have to live steadfastly, instead of leaning like that, you can't do anything. At this moment, why am I so difficult? The little boy sitting next to me is breathing heavily, his mouth is chewing something, making me mad. 5 just looked at what I wrote. Curious? I was angry, then he took my secret language to learn, why not take it from him? My hands were dirty, and I messed up the entire notebook I had copied so neatly last night. I'm really selfish, but maybe that dirty personality doesn't just exist in me. 6.31.12.71 The last day. Around 6 p.m., 6 hours left in 1971. Light another cigarette. Play soccer again in the afternoon. As always, I want something to end at the end of the year. Wishing you a good new year. In 1972, I turned 20 years old. Master? There, the boy from the old days was wandering around. Are now truly adults. The path I choose, the path I follow is completely correct. There is no need to hesitate anymore, Thak, just follow this path, the path that does not ask for anything in return and dedicates his life to the country. I don't want to spend my life on a personal hobby. I want to follow the fatherland's request. At this moment, I felt a chill in my body, wanted to shiver, and lose my skin. Does anyone know this right away? Oh, if only NHUAN was by my side, right here. Just an old table, a bright red oil lamp and a page of open life, a blank page for tomorrow. Want to say something to NHUAN? What will NHUAN do tonight? There, people celebrate New Year's Eve tonight, right, NHUAN? Like which of your friends are you standing next to? There has never been a spring between the two of us, only late spring, summer, and then fall. Then we were apart. Spring's arrival doesn't cheer me up, doesn't ease my sadness. There are only torments and torments that torment my soul. Only 6 hours, 5 hours left. Have to spend 3 hours for the army, and then it's on my own, very private. Goodbye 1971. 2.3.1.1972 Been very busy. And the fun also increases with the amount of work. In 1972, I felt refreshed, healthy, and for almost 3 days there was nothing sad at all. How happy I am to be able to work and have fun like the first days of this year. 5.6.1.1972 On a hill covered with young eucalyptus, many piles of stones are arranged in cubes. I came across a green button. This must be some girl's button. Why would they come here and drop something wistful on a stranger? The past few nights have been going well. The wind was strong and cold, from the dark purple sky, there was absolutely not a single star. My broadcasting station goes in the direction of Fa Lai, and is located on a pile of straw in a corner of the wall of the collapsed house. Trong Phuoc when writing the poem, the vast dark roads without torches and fires, the dew soaked your hat and penetrated my heart. He must have been there on a night like tonight. Yes, it's cold tonight, the wind whispers above my head, it's raging. The falling dew is cold and numbing. Is there any girl who feels cold with the night dew covering her hat? 6.7.1.1972 The beauty of life, the freshness of life definitely does not come when you are careful to preserve your eye. There was also a period like that. I was always worried about myself. I always look towards the future. But the future in my mind is a bright pink color mixed with a bit of glitter. That future is limited in a sweet happiness, in a passion for learning, but studying for the sake of learning, to have potential, but never seeing any results. Because the dream was frivolous, I only encountered a dry reality that I didn't have time to get used to. Many young people soon get bored with this life, want to escape, want to enjoy even though they have not contributed anything themselves. Looks like I also fall into that category. Depressed, sad, very sad, as immense as the evening lights out. Meeting so many depressed people, I learned one important thing for myself. Am I like them? Am I like them in that pessimism and cowardice? Those days are gone. Every day is another beautiful day. I wish that tomorrow, today, I could see and feel the bustling life of the nation. The girl in a blue shirt pumping pesticides, the burdens of mud to improve the fields after the flood, and the familiar bamboo, always green in all 4 seasons, always whispering strange things. Thank you, Fatherland, thank you for the white stork wings of folk songs that give us happiness and give us pride. We grow with age, with this fight. When will we be able to completely rub our hands together and be satisfied with our lives? It's still a long, long time. But this first step is so happy. The fatherland is still building and fighting the enemy. The 2 bricks are still firmly attached to each other thanks to the enthusiasm of the communist people. In our language, the words, me, or, platoon, are gradually reduced. I want to talk about regiments, iron and steel divisions. Our nation has grown up. There are many silver strands on my head. No, I don't call it gray hair. There's something vague about that word. I want to call them white hairs, pure white hairs, because the beauty in us can never fade. The 1st of October 1972 year. Where is 5? Unexpectedly, yesterday afternoon was the last time the 2 of us were together. And now, far away, if Nam doesn't return to the team. Island 5. It was impossible to imagine. Where are you alone tonight, on a train or a rough road? Does Nam feel cold and empty? You must blame me a lot. Yes, I blame myself a lot. Why'd I let you be like that? Why'd I let you be like that? Why didn't I love you more before? Why didn't I get closer and understand you more? I have your wanted notice in my hand. Tomorrow morning, a stranger will read it and they will curse you and despise you, Nam. Nam, come back and invite Doi too, my teammates and I are waiting for you. The rickety bed still has the warmest spot for you. Why did you leave and sleep in an empty, cold field? Nam, come back. 3.11.1.72 Something bad is waiting for me. Suddenly I had a very clear premonition. What? Come see now, I understand for myself that it can easily happen. Then what will be the consequences? Who played the decisive role in that tragedy? It's okay, we're waiting for it. Come and see, don't be sad, don't be discouraged. Only more steadfast and calm in my soul that is about to freeze. I don't need anything. Let's fly away everything that warmed my heart yesterday. It seems like those things are not enough to drag me back to the painful days of the past anymore. Of those 2 characters, who will decide the opening? Has the curtain opened yet? We've been waiting for a long time. 4.12.1.72 Sometimes when I see the word NHUN, I'm startled. Since when have I known that my life has NHUN? Not sure yet. But when I think about it, looking back at the words I'm used to writing, I can't help but be shocked. Strange, why does NHUN keep appearing in my diary? Why does NHUN keep standing in a hidden corner of his heart? It's scary to compare yourself to NHUAN. Why didn't NHUAN notice that? What day in the future will NHUAN realize? At that time, I probably won't have a chance to come back again. No matter how good your imagination is. I can't even imagine my future. Oblivious. It's so boring, I think about so many things but write down only trivial things, I don't write anymore. Read on C23 Wall newspaper. It's not too early for me to leave today. The country has been marching for decades. It's not too late for me to come today. The country will continue to fight the enemy forever. In fact, that is the poem by Pham Thien Duat in the song, Hello to the Troops. This poem is so true for me right now. I am no longer the one who paved the way, just the one who followed. His father has held a gun against foreign invaders for centuries. Strength is exhausted. We must spend our valuable intellectual capital. Who dares to say that I am still very energetic? No, our people have sacrificed much, and will sacrifice more. But independence and freedom cannot be lost. At this time, I can go and must go to the fatherland soldiers to put the gun in my hand. Don't hide. Comrade Le Duan said, young people should take the sacrifice and struggle for the revolution as the highest happiness of their lives. Don't let revolutionary feelings cool because of personal calculations of gain and loss. Like Anne. Is that the answer that 4 years later T had to tell NHUAN? I don't know yet, because 4 years in the army, people grow up so much. Still on C23 Wall newspaper. Because I drink water from many rivers, so different laughter because I love the color blue should form a squad. That quad is a bit like Bikini Quack, but it's okay. Doc Truyan Online. Category 5.13.1.72 Remember that information is a child of the family, going to the 4 directions in the morning, returning to the home in the evening. Be more noble, don't regret when each person goes their own way. It's a pity that today wasn't perfect. Finally, one thing is clear, I can't control myself yet. From tomorrow we need to stick to the group to be more bold. Don't be alone and fight fiercely with yourself. Looking back and forth, the moment I was most carefree was when I was on the football field. At that time, I was very good and very lovely. Forever no male. What will happen tomorrow? I look forward to it. 6. 14.1.72 Hai Thuong Lan Ong said, I hate shoveling dirt. It's true to my mood. Every day I become more and more harsh with the guy in my team. If you get involved in anything between the two of you, you will feel uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, it will make you judge, and the more you judge, the more uncomfortable you will be. If this keeps up, you won't ever like him. Having said that, it's really bad. But it can't be helped. No matter how noble and tolerant we are. But an eyesore is still an eyesore. But why did I put it in my diary? If only it didn't touch a part of my life, then don't try to interfere here. Don't even look at his face anymore. Don't bother mentioning its name here anymore. Closing above peak 84.2. Right at the Red Dragonfly Hill, I sat with Mr. Chow one day. Now it's much less emotional, just work. Why do people seem to like to brag and show off when they grow up? No matter who I come to, I always feel like that person is doing everything right. Whatever they say, they seem to affirm it without a moment of doubt. After listening to them talk and seeing their actions, it's so different. Everyone has a certain concept of life, summarized into theory. And that argument must have been presented many times in tea sessions, so they spoke it fluently and smoothly. That's what I realized when watching Mr. Th.Q. and many others. Thinking about the letters again. Suddenly, I'm afraid of reading other people's letters. It is boring and causes something worn, trite, and empty to the countless beauties of nature. Moon, wind, rain clouds, morning dew. Oh my, isn't it new anymore? And right now, is there a letter sent to me that hasn't reached me yet? Having letters isn't much fun either. But not having a letter makes me even sadder. There have been few letters sent in recent weeks, and perhaps that's why there hasn't been a two-way reaction. How do I feel about this life? People don't live honestly with each other. Still struggling, still jealous and not loving each other like we want. Of course, I'm also a person like that, I can't do anything else. Well, life probably can't get better when the most urgent problems haven't been resolved. We have to be content for a while. And if you don't have enough strength to fight, temporarily restrain yourself for peace. Let's live well first and then talk about the future. Just like Nhu An said, everything is relative. The same goes for nostalgia. I still don't forget the days of August, September, October, November, December. Months of missing you, remembering the fresh memories. That feeling is indescribable, but I remember it very clearly. And now, the excitement gradually subsides. It might be better that way. I don't forget Nhu An. But I remember a little, less than before. That beloved image just flashed by and then disappeared, not many times in one day. I also have no intention of forcing myself to remember. It's good to remember, but it keeps forcing me to remember something vague, but how specific? But now you can't do that. It's very difficult to hold yourself back. Again and again. No, I definitely won't forget Nhu An. However, at this time, remembering less and doing the right thing is the best thing. I believe that the good things I have and will give to Nhu An are all the purest and healthiest things in my life. Going to guard again tonight. More sleepy and less emotional because it's cold and it's windy outside. The feeling of beauty gradually fades away. But it seems like I haven't written any poems about a night on guard. Although Guy said, writing is hard work. You have to work day and night. Maybe I don't want to be a writer, but I'm so lazy. I closed my eyes sleepily and just wanted to snuggle under the blanket. 3.18.1.1972 When I returned home on Sunday, I received 5 consecutive letters from Nhu An. This afternoon, Nam and Thoy arrived. It lay there and snored. So carefree. People are so carefree. Today is happy, but I don't understand where the joy comes from. I sing softly. Quietly. Coming home on Sunday, I stayed up all morning, exhausted, walked 40 kilometers from the bridge to the unit but was still slow. So boring. Like you will stop sending me letters anymore. Yes. Like you have to study. Must study well. Maybe just remind Nhu An out of the diary, because missing Nhu An is an everyday thing, there's no need to remind her too much, it's boring. 7.22.1.72 I'm so tired, but I have to try to write. Like what are you doing? Busy days and never sitting alone. I'm about to go to school. Today, new friends, new teacher, new class and new lesson. Goodbye to Kautu village for a few months. Today I arrived at a new place, Phung Exa village, near the regiment office, about to start studying. The letter Nhu An sent was not received. They moved to Viet Yen, 30 kilometers from here. It's so far away that there's not enough time to pick it up. Leave them alone, then they will have to take the mail home. I don't know when I will be able to read those letters again. My family just arrived and there are many interesting things happening. Reminds me of Pokstop's ski in Rainy Dawn, and of La Deep in Rainy Day Evening. 2.24.1.72 Feeling like I miss B's information. But it's not that far away, it's only more than 5 years away. But when I come back, I can't stand it. Picking up the newspaper, seeing an article about radio communications, I thought, tonight, when he's home, he'll read this article. I can't sit with them and listen to them read. Who's going to read the newspaper tonight, Hung or Tone? Studying for credit is hard, stressful, and they keep strict schedules. Collection and distribution continue to flow. Even if you're tired, you have to listen and just get confused. It's not too heavy, but you need to be sensitive, you need to be very sensitive, just like learning a foreign language. Like I'm studying Russian now. It must be just as hard and miserable. Today I studied quite well, only made one mistake, due to being nervous. The speaker at the front of the house kept blaring, but it was all about the same thing. I no longer heard the news of the victory of Zamthong, Longchong and the Plain of Jars like I did when I was home. Lying here, I feel so embarrassed. But you still want to join the army and go to the front lines? Are you guys at home about to go on a picnic? Wow, there's the sound of cicadas, there's the sound of cicadas, it's so strange, cicadas, cicadas. Oh, more, it's calling so much, in the bamboo bush in front of that alley, even on the roof. What's wrong? What's wrong? Where are we going to celebrate Tet this year? We went on a picnic on the 7th of Tet and just returned. There are only 20 people here, quiet, celebrating Tet with family? The little girl, Hua, is still very young, only 6th grade, but already belongs to the bomb category. It's so funny. Looking at the kids gathering to study, no, mostly just for fun. I don't think so. I still feel sad and regretful. That's right, now is the time to contribute, youth is the age of dedication. Don't rush to think about enjoyment requirements. Be higher than personal calculations. C-18 is marching on the streets. They sing happily. I couldn't walk because I was injured from the soccer game on Sunday morning. My left hand was severely scratched and swollen. To write like this, you have to lie on the bed and put your arms on the blanket. Why do I love life so much right now? Love from this red dim light. Last night, walking under the familiar bamboo grove, with very clear moonlight and immense wind, listening to stories, I felt so proud. My teachers and classmates probably never expected that I would be here, walking alone under this peaceful moonlight. I don't feel lonely, and perhaps these are the times when I feel the most beautiful, looking at the sparkling stars in the sky, so many rosy thoughts of the future make me happy. I will join the army until the enemy is gone. I will follow Bohai's Polavoy, collect a lot of living capital, and write essays and poems praising the people who sacrificed their own most precious things for the class and the nation. First of all, fulfill the duties of an information soldier and become a true reporter, worthy of everyone's trust. 6 years later, I will meet my beloved Nhuan. Oh, at that time, there were so many changes, just 6 years. But I believe life will change in an upward direction. Poor Nhuan kept waiting. If something happens to me, I'll miss the whole village. And then I'm sad again. Perhaps there are very few people like Nhuan, sometimes it's hard to expect Nhuan to be so enthusiastic towards me. Be brave, Nhuan, be brave, bold and confident. The old lady misses her child again. Does he? He's only 18 years old. He joined the army 3 months after me. Does he wish to go home to visit his mother and younger siblings? The small, overcrowded house often comes back in his sleep in nostalgia. But here I am again, with his mother, with his sister. I also know that is his dream. How many mothers are missing their children so much right now? 5.27.1.72 Did you sleep so soundly last night? Whenever Standen listens to the breathing of the earth, he is probably just like me. The eucalyptus forest is strangely beautiful under the fading moonlight. We slept too tightly, it was a bit cold but luckily there was no wind, and the wind was very light, only gently swaying the hammock in the shade of the trees. The monk didn't have enough to cover the roof, so he looked up and suddenly remembered your poem. There's a part about welcoming the moon up, there is some light for you to comb your hair. Thone came home late, had no place to sleep, so he cried. Why the hell do I have to cry? I really hate it. His entire squad protested. Even so, I still cry, it's so bad. Picnics are like that. Don't lie down and head up the mountain foolishly. I lie parallel to the mountain direction at the feet of 5 generals. The eucalyptus leaves under the mat smell pungent. Even to my little eucalyptus tree. As for Nhuan, also a small eucalyptus tree. For the rest of my life. Do you agree with that? Well, I don't quite understand. Holding a match to light a small flame, Tam lit a Trong Sun cigarette. One day I will be able to stand on the top of Trong Sun and see the moon clearly. At that time, there was a slender eucalyptus forest, with nostalgic winds. And most importantly, it's still as poetic as tonight. The red light dimly shines on the tall, straight trunk of a eucalyptus tree. The cold wind makes the bark of the tree crack. Eucalyptus, I love you so much, why are you standing here forever? When I was young, I went camping, set up a tent, and lay down without sleeping. But now that I'm grown up, I'm a soldier, I stretch out the tarpaulin and lie down, listening to the country's words. Listen to Nhuan's words. 2.31.1.72, school is behind me and now the world is in front of me. Now I have to step out to show you my strength and all my deepest secrets. Robaek Suman. Where is his strength? What is the deepest secret? In fact, secret strengths and dreams are not easy to discover. Even for ourselves, it is difficult to say what our strength is, and what our dreams are true. Do people always know what they are looking for in life? And do people always follow a certain goal? It's too hot, sleeping in the forest. Lying in the tent, ruffling my feathers, felt extremely frustrated. This was my childhood dream. My friends went on a picnic on Kai Lin Mountain, only a few people were at home. The eucalyptus forest rustles with the wind waving its leaves. I can think of so many things but can't write anything down. I'm so happy. Being this big, you can comfortably lie here without having to do anything. Wander freely, without fear of anyone calling you frivolous. I went and saw so many things, met so many people, and heard so many stories. However, I understand that truth places many heavy tasks on me. Nhuan said, dedicate your life to literature, because it is also Nhuan's, it is also a dream that Nhuan cannot achieve. What have I done? All are zero. The torment never ends. It's a pity because I'm so incompetent and useless. In reality, life is extremely beautiful, but I'm still engrossed in the leftover incense chips. 3.1.2.72 It's still raining a little, it'll be spring in 4 more days. But this rain is truly spring rain, even though it's a bit cold, it's the cold of sprouting, the cold of growing, the cold of buds. Occasionally, a wind passes by and shakes the eucalyptus tree, causing raindrops to rattle on the plastic roof. Last year, these days, I was still at school. It was bustling with joy, but this Tet, it's about nostalgia. Missing home, missing Nhuan, missing friends, missing school. The wind with tiny water droplets awakens spring, and awakens my memories. 6.4.2.71 Northeast's wind. The whole eucalyptus forest twisted. Eucalyptus trees with brown trunks speckled with white are leaning. The elongated leaves lie horizontally in the wind. Looming in the forest are thatched roofs and tents. The strong wind flapped the old monks. The wind whistled loudly. Where will the gay man sleep tonight? If you lose your house, you'll be unemployed. The whole forest is full of fallen leaves. Fresh leaves roll on crushed gravel. It's raining, looking far away you can see the mountain top turning purple and black. An invisible hand pulled the leaves and flew like arrows, past the cracked eucalyptus trees and the tent roofs like inflated sails. At this windy time, what do people think about? Whoever's house is rickety probably has a certain corner of the roof. But I wonder if anyone looks for the romantic, the beautiful in the rushing wind out there? A thunderstorm. Nhuan, remember Nhuan? This place is the gateway of the monsoon, and also the gateway of persistent, intense and constant nostalgia. Oh my god, the tent blew out, bang. 2.7.2.72 The cold hasn't stopped yet, the cold wind has been coming for a few days, and today it still hasn't stopped. Even though I sat on the mat, I was still freezing. In general, there are always regrets and you can never be satisfied with yourself. After playing a soccer match, you swear to your life and death that it will be your last soccer match, but then it's not over. Can't resist. I never said that playing soccer is harmful. However, spending a significant amount of time turning the ball over and over again is a waste. Fee is a fee. That's the main reason why I want to leave the field. In addition, I'm also afraid of unfortunate health problems and conflicts with other people about winning and losing. Actually, when I play soccer, I'm the most carefree, I don't think too much about anything, I'm just very quick. In your mind, choose the best way to take the ball and pass it quickly to your friend. I don't look at people and never want to perform, want to show off my talent in front of others. Besides, I don't have any talent to show off. Football, like music, poetry, literature and countless other interesting things, is an art that causes excitement, intoxication and excitement for participants. Tight balls flying diagonally across the field, a free kick hovering in front of the goal. That was all the world when I was standing on the field, watching with fascination, and at that time, it was childhood. As I love music, it's probably the same. An accordion or a piano can take us to distant places we have never been to. The innocent, playful music notes remind us of something pure, loving. Looks like small heels and pretty braids. It seems like a shy spring morning, the curtain of rain falls to cover the sprouts, the green buds. Your eyes, your lips and your soul grow up in lullaby music. In the morning, I opened the door to my room and saw tree branches wet with dew. I remembered a song and sang it. Morning song. Hey. All those little joys must be sacrificed. If you want to go further. The country calls you, and reaches out to welcome you into its arms, with the hope that you will be a good child, a healthy and useful child. You should know how to ignore the small things and grasp the biggest things your arms have to dedicate to the fatherland. But right from Saturday afternoon, I remember clearly, from Wednesday afternoon to Thursday afternoon, Friday I had to quit studying and go to soccer practice on the field of the Mechanic Intermediate School. Still have the whole day on Saturday to prepare food, clothes, to get in the car at 2 p.m. The truck was shaking all over. Sitting exhausted and freezing my hands. Go all the way to Kim Trang, Tan Yen, 12 kilometers from Nha Nam. There are schools with southern students and ethnic schools with all Lao children studying abroad in Vietnam. Just like that, eating, sleeping, talking and playing soccer. It took 3 whole days. I just got home this Monday morning, exhausted, had to skip class this afternoon, lay at home and regretted it. How boring it is. I'm always like that. I don't understand who, it seems like Stefan Fedorov, said, art is the opposition between progress and backwardness, between black and white. Indeed, life is also an art. He lives passionately. Live enthusiastically, but you must know how to be alert. You must know how to get rid of negative formulas in your mind and replace them with positive and healthy ones. No one can guarantee that you live like that. I can completely rest assured about tomorrow. The good and the bad are supported by me because they are more attractive to me. Tisk. Clicking tongue, that's ruined. I also don't understand how scientists, writers, and poets live in the world they live in. Let's talk more closely about Bang Viet, Lu Quang Vu. How will they live? It is said, art is the inspiration of the soul. If we agree that art is born to make people more perfect, then we need to admit that those who participate in it are the best of the best. This sentence is from Grebe. I very much agree with that. If my life is not pure, if I do not try to improve, I cannot have the most beautiful view of the messy and busy life outside. Art cannot be built with dirty hands. Therefore, the cultivation of art must always be associated with the cultivation of oneself. I want to copy another paragraph here. Excerpted from The Spring of a Genius, these are Engels's thoughts through the words of later generations. A great and true art cannot admit a double life. Talent is always extremely fragile. And whoever tries to deceive it will lose it forever. Beauty is wonderful because it does not tolerate falsehood or greed. Beauty cannot be reconciled with any filth. It's impossible to believe that Hoang Nguyen Cam could write better than that. If Cam hadn't changed his life, too much time hanging on the sidewalk, too much meditation on the street roof, would have destroyed many of his literary talents. I pray that the country will not let go of a precious ability. It will never again indulge in Nha Nam market, but completely devote its remaining days to poetry. D once said, the profession of writing and writing poetry is a shortcut to being a Mandarin. One can become irreparably famous just because of a few good poems, in the simplest sense. Come to struggling literature like Pham Thien Duat, tirelessly groping for years, just to achieve the goal of giving poetry a new, unique and distinct voice. Just to find in each reader, everyone reads a path to the depths of their souls. Awaken in the depths of their feelings national consciousness, desire to live and fight, beauty and legitimate pride. The noble reward that came to Pham Thien Duat was not that all poetry lovers knew his name, not that he could be proud that he had good poems, but that his poems had a great effect in the fierce battle. Fierceness in the front and a silent, persistent fight in the rear. Happiness, but after a few poems and a few, famous, books, they gradually decline. People refer to them by what they wrote in the past. They are not lacking in today's life. Life is not as simple as people who eat idle, and spend their lives idle think. Sadness? Is it true that sadness cannot exist in a group even if it is good? If a man knows no suffering, it is heaven, the road to hell? Shakespeare. Nothing makes people move forward like suffering, nothing makes people stronger like sadness, even though when sadness invades the soul, it can make them weak, it's just that you accept that sadness. What happens and how to deal with it? He knows how to draw from that pain something worthy of being his own. And in the end, he knows from that reality how to go higher and higher, to become more and more perfect. Can anyone say anything with all their sincerity to express the most precious human honesty? The problem is saying things that are just in the beginning. Walking along the country's roads, meeting bamboo groves swaying by familiar or unfamiliar rivers, meeting people, reading through anxious eyes, sad, happy eyes, loving life stories. I write down everything, we listen to everything, collect everything into what is called memories, called living capital. The richness, bustle, and chaos of life scenes and life experiences are not only important to a person's life, but even more important to a writer. I will write poetry and prose. That has been a secret dream for a long time, from the first essay, The Rooster Crossing the River, until now. It's a secret dream, but I don't get any support. And it is easy to see that literary sensitivity and appreciation of beauty in life have faded a lot. I didn't dare tell that dream to anyone, not even my relatives. What a shame if I can't write. But now, I understand that the pen is in my hand. Must write, write passionately and with all your heart. Devote a little bit of your energy and all your energy to poetry and literature. Be brave enough to accept the responsibility given to you by your conscience. Write with your own passion and write with the inspiration of the hot events that the country and people give us. Happier than Nhun and more miserable than Nhun. Be worthy of Nhun, worthy of NHUAN's trust and expectation. Don't waste time, focus your energy on working passionately and most effectively. I will follow Pelevoy's example, follow the example of the deceased author of The Mother with a Gun. First hold the gun, with both hands. Then, in a moment of rest, pick up a pen and write and record heroic stories about the brave pilot Meretxep, and about the heroic mother of 6 young children. The reality is so brilliant and glorious. Be bold, boldly take notes and write. Contribute to life with your blood and poetry. Doc Truyen Online. 3.8.2.72 The closer Tet gets, the more people miss home. Mothers whose children are far away miss and love them even more. Especially in the days near Tet this year. It was cold, but the soldier had to go up the hill to lie down. The ground radiated not warmth but rather freezing cold air, numbing his whole body and even his limbs. Last night the wind was incredibly cold, the whole shack was shaking up and down because of the wind. I don't know when this cold wind will stop. Oh, windy days. How many mothers sit at home and miss their children who are far away and are lying on the ground? War. No longer an abstract, distant concept. No longer is it associated with noble but practical nouns. Here is the feeling of longing, worrying about your child getting cold, feeling sorry for your child. Will there be green bon chung on Tet? Will they be able to sit cozy in the house when the world turns to the new year? The mother's sobbing voice, so precious, but also so scary. No one can avoid those tears of love. Besides patriotism and love for the fatherland, Vietnamese mothers also have maternal love. Which mother does not love her biological child? The intestines are pulled out, the mother cries, when the child is not at home. When you go away, you just feel far away. 5.17.2.72 About to leave Hebei. This time it's really goodbye. And I don't know if I will ever come back here again. Just after Tet has ended, summer seems to have arrived. I can't write down my feelings. It's so miserable. 6.18.2.72 Company 18 had a few more people escape. Poor young soldiers. They cannot overcome nostalgia and mental and material temptations at home. The officers were shouting all the time but to no avail. Whoever comes back just goes home and whoever leaves just keeps going. 8.20.2.1972 Just marched here. I don't want to keep a military diary anymore. It was basically the same as any other operation. The new one is just a more beautiful street, more like Hanoi and different style of houses. In general, the difference is most obvious in the names, Hai Hung and Ha Bac. But it cannot be said that there is absolutely nothing new. Something new, of course. At least, if that new thing is not due to the logical development of my awareness, then it is also due to the change in terrain, and people. Pha Lai, I took the ferry to the other shore, with Tam, the two of us. Dangling from a bamboo branch was a barrel of pork. Anyone who sees it will laugh. They really laughed. I also laughed awkwardly. Tam was so happy, he wore his hat askew and shook the bucket. I thought, if this were Hanoi, closer to Ko Nhui, would I dare to carry it like that? And sadly admitted that I didn't dare to be so bold. At home, I was so hesitant when I had to push a cart, especially on the days when I was carrying grass for my aunt or Hong. It wasn't because I was afraid of the weight, but lazy, just because there is a certain concept that separates themselves from the class of manual workers. Then military life will do for me everything I was afraid of. Until I feel proud that I have done those things and feel the desire to do them. Only then can we be satisfied, only then can we recognize ourselves as true children of the class and the party. Now it's just practice, and enter the game. At the ferry terminal, there are still many people going to celebrate Tet. They stood crowded on both sides of the bank, waiting for the soldiers to pass. The green Luc Nam River interrupts the color of young corn leaves. As for the canoe pulling the ferry, it had flags of all kinds mixed up. Does life need that flashiness? I think about the summer vacations of Hanoi students. Is there any child looking at the sky or river from the canoe compartment? The ink is gone, and hasn't been bought yet. Is this a rule again? People are afraid to take the ink away because they're afraid it will be messy. But they still have to write, and that's actively asking. Surely people love the soldier very much. On the fourth day of the Lunar New Year, uprooting tents, uprooting shacks, carrying backpacks and pots and pans, marching like that to achieve victory to mark an era. As for me, I'm also marching here. What will we leave behind in history? Hai Duong Land. Hai Duong, I always remember Tran Dang Koa. Koa is still far away, 20 kilometers away. This is Kai Lin District. When I stopped to rest at the cooperative warehouse along the windy road, I told Tam. What did Tam think when he came to Hai Duong? The mind doesn't think about anything. He thinks the road is too far, it's too sunny and there's a lot of dust. As for me, I miss it very much. Yes, I miss Tran Dang Koa deeply and painfully. The country is still the same as before. Hai Duong is just a village like hundreds of thousands of other Vietnamese villages, like Co Nhui, like the suburbs of Hanoi. The same endless fields. No, there are hills in the distance, cinder-colored. The fields are green with the fresh color of young corn leaves. And of course it's windy. The wind's feet don't get tired. The wind blows out for a while and then rushes back, carrying away so many sweet flavors and aromas of ripe fruit and sugarcane. That smell of the countryside. Yet Koa, who is in 7th grade this year, can write beautiful and touching poems. If only our troops would keep walking and then turn to the right to Koa's commune, Quoc Tuan, Nam Sac, Hai Hung commune, stationed there, so we can meet and admire the country's young talents. So we can ask and read. Tran Dang Koa's poetry is probably no different from other children running around on the street. Yet her tiniest vibrations have a strange resonant power. People know your poetry, and more than anything, your poetry has grown the souls and hearts of so many people. How happy, Koa. Hai Duong, you should be proud of giving your country beautiful nature and valuable talents. Arriving at Sao Du, only 15 kilometers away from Dong Tru, I understood why Koa could walk to the coal mine to visit Mr. Min, and understood, we carry the color of coal in the barrel of our guns. Understand many understand all. The whole Nguyen house at the foot of Li Bien Quang's mountain during the flood season. Oh, thank you Midland Province, it's so beautiful. The forests are strangely dark at night. The moon was as soft as a newly cut piece of rose, just peeking out from behind the leaves. We recognize the eucalyptus forest. The eucalyptus trees have larger and shorter leaves than the eucalyptus at home, in Cavo, in Ha Bac. Yes, everywhere I go I see eucalyptus. And wherever we are, wherever we go, whatever we remember, whatever we think, we remember Nhuan. Like a joy, a soft comfort, like a very distant dream, but so beautiful and desirable. There are many pine trees at the station. The tall and big pine tree stood silently. Surrounded by hills and trees, this is truly a valley. Where is the wind? Where is the wind that passes through the valley, carrying endless green? I have the feeling of going into some temple, worshipping a Buddha, some pot-bellied man and trying to go through the 3 entrances. Complete and transparent. Just play the piano. The tall body looks so peaceful. The surrounding hills are beautiful, green and mottled, not bare hills like Hubang. The people are also better. It is easy to ask for bamboo to build a shack, so the soldiers are gradually getting excited. Soldiers laugh. Heh heh, hee hee. 36 kinds of laughter. He planted a small pine tree in front of the shack. He said it was a flower bed. He used stones to form the word, air of weather, like an unyielding. They say, you have to live each day properly. Yes, that's right, you have to live properly. The finished shack is so beautiful. I lay on my back and looked up with pleasure. Why does it look so much like the wall of Kim Dong Theater? Also square braces. Oh, I miss NHUAN again. One day, living in the middle of a university with mirrored doors and bunk beds, when NHUAN came in to visit, she was embarrassed to death because the house was so messy. But now in Kai Lin Forest, I hope NHUAN will come. NHUAN, come here and see the shack that the soldiers built, it's so beautiful. 2.21.2.1972 It's very funny about the soldiers' new lifestyle. Early morning, noon and afternoon, funny scenes appear before our eyes. Yesterday afternoon I was so enlightened. When the sun was almost disappearing behind the peak of Kan Sun, I saw thousands of soldiers carrying shovels up the Pine Hill. Is there anything up there? Or did they dig a tunnel? Are they digging a tunnel so far away from the shacks? It finally dawned on them, they defecated. The hole must be dug and filled, only then can it be kept hygienic. However, you have to be very careful when going up the hill, there is no immediate danger. As for the water, it's terrible. There are no streams or wells here. It's too far to get to people's houses. So wash your face, hands and feet. Bathing, washing, drinking water, all on a tiny pond with grass on the surface of the water. The water was still translucent and blue, and with only a slight splash, it was muddy. Standing on the shore, I felt nauseous because of the fishy smell. Oh my, it's so scary. The first day I went with Tam, I looked at the kids taking a bath. They had scabies all over their bodies, and I felt prickly all over. If I were at home, I probably wouldn't have dared to go down and wash my feet, but here I am, scooping up water to brush my teeth, wash my face, and bring it back to the shack to boil and drink. Hey, no one spits. Army life is much more fierce than that, much more arduous and difficult. Maybe starting from today I won't write to anyone anymore. And of course you won't receive mail from anyone. Let go of your personal demands, and work well. I often regret spending too much time on less useful tasks. Tomorrow, when I return to meet my childhood friends, will I dare to stand there and talk? How scary is that? Life doesn't wait for anyone. Time passes so quickly, soon 5 years, 6 years will pass, just trying to believe that I won't die. So is the country unified or not? And at that time, did I accomplish anything worthy of being called achievement for the country? Or still just collect and explore? Or is it still just prospect? Oh my God, I'm going crazy. I don't have the face to see you guys again, especially NHUAN. All these years of free time thinking like this and not being able to write anything, who knows when will I be able to do it? When will I be able to do it, Master? Before, I wished and looked forward to going and writing, but now I lie still in the shack and lament. Someday, I will visit Kan Sun Peak, where Tran Dang Koa wrote the poem, Outside the Threshold, a banyan leaf falls. Nguyen Tri once came here in seclusion. So this land is literary land. Why can't I sing here? You have done a lot. As for me, I still toss and turn and toss and turn. Naturally, I hate these diary pages. It doesn't seem to have much effect in my life, but is just a place for complaining and blaming my abilities and fate. Don't talk about those things anymore. I have a lot of concerns right now, but I don't have any advice. Can I do anything, contribute anything to anti-American literature? Know where to start and which path to follow. How to get a guiding hand from someone who has gone before. 3.22.2.72 I'm about to go to school. Time went by quickly. Indeed, every day I have to fight mentally. Every day I curse myself. Every day is a tormenting regret. And in the future, if NHUAN comes back and reads these diary entries, I only hope that NHUAN understands the things that are tormenting me now, tearing at my heart and my conscience. Oh God, have I ever been as miserable because of my poor abilities as I am now? I still remember on the night of the third day of Tet, lying in the plastic shack with Tien and Tu, I kept tossing and turning because of the poems, Send Back to Tail, and The Road by Tran Nhot Tu. Wow, the poem is so good. Poems written on the march to the front line. How touching and beautiful the poems are. Tran Nhot Tu often doesn't know his name, but his poetry is so good. These lines of poetry go straight into the reader's heart. It is because he wrote those poems from a life of fierce fighting. Send back tail, I clicked my tongue before saying goodbye. Tighten your hands, the river rolls fast a corner of Laos forest with the sound of bombs. The poem he wrote in Bulifa, May 31, 1971, the day T and Nhuan met on the street in Hanoi. Yes, at that time I was still very peaceful, and I didn't think that there were people writing fiery poems. Until today, Y showed me the poem, Doc on My, again by Tran Nhot Tu, dated February 30, 1971. He writes well and boldly. Oh, how happy I am to be able to walk on roads soaked in the blood of comrades, on roads named after a beautiful Lao girl. Guys, I'm so happy. How many times have I dreamed of going like Pham Thien Duat, lying in the roof of a Trong Son shack and feeling the fiery life of the nation. Which write and praise. The front is still a long way from here. Writer Ng Kai commented that, everyone is used to thinking, there are still challenges ahead. For them, they have fulfilled their responsibilities today. And they all feel that the difficulties, hardships, and challenges are not coming yet. Like that besieged soldier, lying next to the enemy post, he could clearly hear the first sound of artillery exploding, and the second sound was far, far away. And he thought to himself that the front was somewhere, often dozens of kilometers away. As for me, this is truly the army's rear. No gunshots, and life is so peaceful. The school hall is clean and cool, hidden under an old pine tree. There were no children coming to play, no bird sounds, only once in a while did a gust of wind rise from the far valley. In the morning, I didn't bother to wake up after exercising. I still lay in my navel dreaming another unfinished dream, then folded the blanket, brushed my teeth, washed my face, ate breakfast and went to school. Again, I lined up one by one, holding the bag in my hand. Conjugate and twist, just joking around freely. It was only when I reached the dirt yard with many fallen leaves that I suddenly remembered Pokstovsky, the yellow rose, and a promise, a responsibility of life. In addition, you also have to study credit. If you're negligent, you won't be able to learn. How can you learn if you're wrong? Oh my God, I'm so sick of this game of, take me and me, stuff, can't it just keep being gentle forever? 4.23.2.72 I wonder what people think, what they feel when they go to strange lands. Suppose here, looking at the soft, cool green mountain, what would people feel? Someone must say it's beautiful. Yes, the hills and mountains here are more beautiful than in Tan Yen, especially compared to Hue Bang, they are even more praiseworthy. The majestic pine trees on the top of the mountain, the bottom of the valley are white eucalyptus, the pine forest whispers day and night. The grass grows gently on the hillside, and the road to the top is silver and soft. They all evoke something gentle and cool. Even the puddle nestled between small bushes where soldiers often go to wash their hands and feet also opens up a fresh world. Life is a bit tight, but interesting. The scenery here is much different from Hue Bang. There is no river to pick up smooth pebbles and moldy, patched sails that swell, no girls with their backs pulling boats when it is calm. Here there are no bare hills, full of rocks and stones. Looking up dryly, I did not see the cow raising its 4 spindly legs to support the round, bulging pile towering on the top of the hill. Nibbling on the young leaves of grass that had just sprouted. That's right, people's lives here are more comfortable and prosperous than in Hubei, because this area is not flooded and the population is more or less sparse. I went into a few houses around the station and generally felt more comfortable than in the old place. The house is clean, cool, and the entrance to the house is neat. Even the bamboo base is clean, with few fallen leaves and little dust. How pure and pure life is. I don't know this Midland commune anymore. The other day, I asked the old lady carrying grass and found out about the duck pasture, but I didn't know anything else. I don't know if these are kin people or ethnic people. All day long, we only see clouds flying from one peak to the other, covering an area of land. Otherwise, it's dark and gloomy, as if this is a kingdom of its own. Sometimes it feels like I'm somewhere far away. Turns out it's still our country, and not far from Hanoi. This area is like that, no wonder Nguyen Tri used to be a recluse. My bad thing is that I rarely go to people's houses. At any time, it's just a matter of not asking for one thing, then asking for another. If so, how can we deeply understand this area? Besides, when you don't really care about the miserable life of the nation, you will never understand the core of the state of mind here. If looking at the hill of laterite, white stone, and crushed gravel, you feel dry, feel sore in your eyes, feel disgusted with the machine, but not in your heart, then go home and stop being a soldier. Or put your hand on your chest and look at your heart. Maybe it has gone down to your stomach. But there are very few people who say those things to me, yet they are soldiers. There was a gunshot, K-54. Today sea transport has marched in. They set up their tent across the field, at the foot of the mountain, under the branches of old pine trees. People say it's best to build a shack in the pine forest, it's cool and has fresh air. The trunk of the tree is large, black, cracked, with many openings to let the sap flow. It's difficult to cut through, just a slight scratch from the knife will cause the plastic to flow and cover the wound. Whoever compared pine trees to the vitality of communists is so right. Under, or is it in, the old pine forest is sea transporting young soldiers. So young, when sitting in class, tapping my hand, I saw them going through the door to wash their faces and felt so sorry for them. They've been marching for several days, and they didn't get here until last night. Probably all city soldiers. The way he dressed and the cigarette hanging low on his lips was enough to tell. Most of them are new soldiers, their faces are still young, and their bodies are small. Suddenly looked at his classroom. Most are students, big, strong, mature. I will be the main force of the army, who else can I rely on? Now, the longer I travel, the more I see that my presence in the army is necessary and right. How shameful that a young man, strong and healthy, is always hanging out on the window of a university lecture hall. All day long, they keep their clothes in order, keep their hands clean, and look in the mirror to pose. So that the class of young men can barely roll around on the front lines, with the invading American soldiers twice and twice as big. Half me. So why didn't I notice that before? A simple truth, easy to understand? Did I not understand before or didn't want to understand? From when I don't know, I became conscious of being the master of my country. When I was a child going to school, I knew that there were parents, teachers and other adults who took care of me. But now I understand that I am the pillar of the country. How right Th said, history chose us as its fulcrum. Yes, it is no longer an abstract truth, but the truth. Not only did I realize it, I was also happy and proud of that glorious mission. I'm just sorry, I'm going too slow, too slow. If anyone had read a short story in military literature about soldiers besieging a high omen, they would have had the hope of meeting each other, when the war ended. At the end of the war. No, isn't that a war or something? 5.24.2.72 The nation's struggle has become everyone's normal way of life. And perhaps that's why people rarely imagine that there will be a day when the war will end. That thought is truly sinful. It is certainly a backward thought compared to the vibrant, optimistic lives of those who take control of their lives. Try to pay attention to what other people think about ending the war. It must be said that the majority of people I met had an attitude of long-term preparation for the war. But they were not pessimistic and not optimistic. This is a good and precious thing. I've been here for almost a week now, and haven't had time to go anywhere far. I've only had the chance to go away for a little while, go back to the battalion to visit them. Both B went into the forest to get firewood, some went further, 30 kilometers, to get bamboo to make shacks. I just followed the phone line back to. That's all, just hanging around at home and in the hall. In an instant, the day was over, but nothing could be done. Today I heard rumors that we are about to move troops. Looks like the end of the month or early March. Some people say Tanwa, others say Quang Ninh. Oh, why so fast? I knew in advance that this place would only be a temporary stop, but it still felt fast. I haven't had time to go to Con Son to visit Nguyen Tri's hidden place, and that mountain peak is still only dim in the morning mist, in my mind. Even though I was looking forward to going to the battlefield, it still felt fast. Suddenly, like a star changing position. I'm almost half a year old. Get used to the sound of AK, K-63, K-54 guns, explosions, and grenades. And that's just it. The fire rats, the orange fire bands of the B-40 have never been seen before. The Yen 2 range is no longer visible. Tam praised Yen 2 very much. He said, if soldiers want to go to B, they must climb Yen 2, one day up and one day down. At the top is the Gecko's hometown. 6.25.272 Seeing Longan flowers bloom. Remember Che Lan Vien's poem. In March, the garden blooms with oval flowers in the morning, the ground is filled with scent without you. I don't go to the garden afraid of the scent reminding me. Doc Truyen Online. Category 4.1.3.72 My March. So a year has passed. What do you think in that faraway place? 7.4.3.72 p.m. It's been a long time. Don't write a diary. Don't bother to write, and don't have any ink to write with. I'm afraid it will spill when I take it away. When I get to my place of residence I don't have any ink. It's so boring. Every time I take off my hat, people are surprised by my gray hair. Why are people so cruel to those around them? Try pulling a strand of hair unintentionally, mostly silver hair, strands of hair that are so pure and white, but are they the gentle sadness, the persistent, painful and intense sadness of my heart? Have I become so old? Old before old age given all I've been through and haven't been through? I worry a little about myself, worry a lot because I haven't done a good job, worry a lot because time passes quickly and disappears behind the torn hole in the tent roof. I worry about the hunger and cold of my family. Because of the insecurity of my family. My parents' security, I take care of everything, for each member of the family. My relatives are not living peacefully in this life. Yet those seemingly carefree strands of hair, even that, bring a wound to my heart. Today I'm only 20 years old, my head is completely white and my hair should still be green. In a few years, what will happen then? How will people look at me then? I will never be discouraged with my dreams. I no longer want to go back to see anyone, neither my parents, siblings, Hang and Fuang, whose faces I saw briefly in the smoky light. I don't want to see Nhuan again. The person I love and respect with all my heart, the person I carry in my heart all my life. I don't want to talk about me anymore. All my life seems to have become meaningless. Most of my close friends, I don't want to exchange anything with them. I go, stay silent, and will stay silent forever. Now I just want to go to the battlefield. Maybe life is more precious there than here. No one can understand the distant sadness that is strangling my heart. Indeed, I cannot affirm that I have enough strength to live alone from now on. I know that soon, everything I have always embraced and dreamed of will disappear from my dreams. Because I can't hold it with my two hands. I'll lose it all. So why keep it anymore, huh? No one should see these lines. Besides, this diary will probably never be seen by anyone. I will only keep these feelings until I say goodbye to my beloved North to go fight, and will turn these pages into a burning fire. Eyes said goodbye to me, because surely no one said goodbye to me. I go and leave this body in some part of the country that I know or cannot know the name of. I want to say to Nhu An the most heartfelt and gentle words. However, you will only meet me in fleeting dreams and in the letters I wrote to you. You often live far away and dream about me, dream about a healthy, emotional, humanitarian and lofty young man. You should work passionately, just like that. You should think about things. Good things about me, the person who loves you passionately and fiercely. I don't want to leave in the depths of your heart the exhausted image of me, my young hair speckled with the colors of old age, of withering and of wild thoughts. No one can suffer like me, because of the things that are constantly tormenting me. I cannot put them into words, I cannot write them on paper, even though what I say and what I write is only me. Listen, I read it alone. I'm ashamed of my friends, I'm sad because of my parents' shame to the people around me, to the neighbors who scrutinize and many things. Oh my God, why? I'm miserable like this. Why am I so crazy? I want to lie down here and cry, but this ground has no color at all, so my human body just lies there, so ungainly and rude. The 20th of March 1772. I continue to write these diary entries after more than half a month of being busy, tired, worried, sad, and most of all, missing the person I love so much. I can't remember clearly a single moment when I was at peace, had a moment. Every minute I woke up startled. I read the pages of letters I would write to Nhu An. I cried on those hot and affectionate whispers. I cried on your shoulder, on your burning lips. Yours. I read to Nhu An the beautiful and true words that I should have said when we held hands on the streets of Hanoi, the last moments of our close love, and those were at that moment, I painfully thought, that was the pinnacle. That was the end of the happiness of my private life. Oh, how could it be that the day I returned, I was able to welcome Nhu An, and I overcame. There are so many constraints that prevent me from getting closer, very close, closer than the awkward moments on Nguyen Ai Quoc Street. I dream again with you of the beautiful and simple dream that I have never had before. Inherit. No, life never favors me. I will forever be far from you, the only love of my life. I don't know what to do. Even the diary pages are now patched with dozens, hundreds, thousands of patches, but those patches are not clean, beautiful and worth looking at. All are vague, all are worn out and boring. I'm bored. I can't write any more. When will this boredom end? Oh my, lazy, ignorant, extremely ignorant. Let's open the letter again. Nhu An, the wet autumn of life, it's me. Like, come back here with me, come here, near here, don't go again. Okay, my baby. Oh my God, it's crazy. Why have I become such a bad person? I remember VTP, the writer of Opium and Hookahs. Burn them all. Burn it now. The 21st of March 72. Go into the forest to get bamboo. Go very deep. Passing by, I don't know how many overgrown and dense hilltops, reed grass, strange trees, rattan, tamarind tree, or sour tamarind. Small, round, succulent fruit. When you sip it, it feels acrid and makes your tongue stick out, but after a while, long. Then sweetness from the throat. The top of the hill is high, the path is familiar and smooth, and there are definitely many people walking, but I didn't know until now, and only now did I go. Even the leaves of the forest I don't know the names of. There is a leaf lying in the deep forest, under the moist soil, completely dark, so black. Time is strange. In the neem tree in the city it walks through with footprints. bright red flowers, and here, it's black, gray and musty. I looked at the green velvet tree and was so moved. In the jungle, only the sounds of birds are lost in the gloomy background, whispering like a big storm is coming, but the flowers are blooming purple all over the valley. Flowers have soft petals. Wings as thin as the folds of a Vietnamese girl's shirt. Twee waits, oh, bought flowers, in the forest, there is no date but purple flowers bloom, but also waits and is faithful, my country, and I am a stranger wild purple flowers, bringing tears to the eyes. Each person carried a large bundle to the forest gate. Two proved resourceful and had a lot of experience, choosing bamboo, cutting bamboo and carrying bamboo in the forest, but he was still childish, when he didn't know what a ringer was. When he went down to the stream to get water, 3 of them clung to his feet. He laughed so hard and watched happily until blood spurted out from his feet and between his toes. The bite is very smooth. Very soft bite. It's best to arrange the bamboo in an A-shaped shape to carry it, with the head heavier, pointing down, to avoid the tangled ropes, and if you fall, you can immediately stop yourself. I look at the letters slowly drifting in the forest. It's interesting. Both happy and miserable, and especially missing Nhuan. At that time, Nhuan probably didn't understand what was happening to her. Miss Nhuan more than family. It cannot be hidden. The 22nd of March 72 returned to Hanoi, from 6 a.m., waiting for business papers. Lots of impatience and also interesting. The 25th of March 72 the trip through Hanoi was interesting. Go by car from Sao Du, Hai Duong, Hanoi. Nearly 100 kilometers. I'm exhausted, but I still want to go home. On Long Bien Bridge, cars were traveling along with trains. Saw Y sitting with his face pressed against the train window. He looked strangely childish. I didn't understand what the God was thinking with that deep posture. I went home, generally happy. Everyone went to work. So the economic situation is less difficult. I'm just sad that the children can't go to school. I don't need it anymore, in the future. I'll try to study, but I don't know what to do. My friends my age have all gone to the army. People have gone to school. People go to sea, and some people are already martyrs. The country has never been like this, when every family is a military family equals when every young man has become a soldier. Our generation, our age, my friends, let's go, and without hesitation or thinking, we leave behind us our childhood and our most loved ones. I came to play with my friends, and didn't meet anyone. I was going to pick up Nhuan's photo, but I met Trail in the People's Bookstore. I froze, then turned away. No, I don't want to meet Trail. I don't want to meet Trail. Where? I don't want to meet TR. Because it reminds me of Nhuan, TR. Wearing a very splendid white shirt, and the soldier turned away. What was the point of seeing him, just taking a photo? No, I have nothing to do with TR. Nothing, it has nothing to do with it. Thanks to Trail, then thank you to Trail, that's all. What TR? Also simple, also straightforward, holding a small letter TR. Written in a hurry, TR. Never has time to write a letter because Trail is busy meeting friends. Trail is busy studying. Yes, holding a thin letter on a small page makes me extremely angry. The letterhead, Van Thack. Then a few lines later, didn't Thack know? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say when I feel that Trail is a student with me. Yes, this is the first feeling I was worried about since joining the army has become a reality. TR. But, Trail, Nhuan's very close friend. At that time, I wanted to say earnestly to Trail, TR. Hey Trail. Don't be like that TR. TR. Happy to go to school, to study while my friends TR. Hard work, hardships and leaving all his young, healthiest and most beautiful years for the nation's fight, Trail. Must be grateful. I don't want to and never said Trail. You have to be grateful to me. I'm just doing my duty as a soldier. But Trail. We must remember one thing. if there was no war, if we did not join the army, perhaps these dull, rough, and bustling soldiers would not be inferior to Trail. No matter what, you won't be inferior to TR's best friends. Where? But never mind, don't say TR. Do nothing, say nothing Trail. When I know that I am higher, nobler and broader than TR. Quite a lot, I don't need to accept those small things. And this is NHUAN, the NHUAN that I remember in every difficulty I have, the NHUAN that I have great feelings for. Like the brother I love and suffer. After reading all 6 letters, I wanted to write a letter that night to make NHUAN understand. Yes, the 6 letters touched me. I was moved by happiness, gratitude, sadness and suffering. No, the suffering was a lot. Stop. Now, the nostalgia goes deep, and the sweetness sucks from the faithful purple color. We are so far apart, in both space and time, and who knows when we will be together again. Talk to NHUAN like that. Master went back through all the letters he could keep. As soon as he received them from everyone, he felt extremely sad. No one understood him. NHUAN loves me so much, so strongly, but what about time? No, I didn't write the above line, that's why NHUAN is suspected. While taking a nap, the northeast monsoon winds still blowing from the previous season woke me up. The sky is very clear and bright. The shack was twisted and from both sides appeared 2 triangular sky spaces. There were a mess of ragged and tattered eucalyptus trees. Suddenly choking up, I remembered NHUAN. It seemed like NHUAN was there with her hair parted and flying backwards. The wind blows like it's sobbing. Are you crying? Are you really crying, NHUAN? Alas, since when did I show this terrible jealousy? I'm jealous of Lim, Dung, Fu and now Luong, whom I seem to know in school. Summary. Well, I imagine that Luong is that person. He is a dark, reclusive person and one time I met under the stairs. Yes, that person. I'm so happy that Luong also enjoys the happiness of being close to the person I often see in my dreams. Often found in thoughts. Well, I definitely won't write to NHUAN anymore, even though the letter I just received made me a bit shocked. It made me feel like NHUAN was a bit strange to me. Don't pull NHUAN back anymore. Master, let NHUAN go. Master, live alone like this. Life's happiness is only for you. Suddenly looked up at the shack wall. Yesterday's fresh green bamboo trees were woven into windbreaks. Now it's shriveled, threatening to reveal each small, long garden frame. That's the eucalyptus, NHUAN no. It's because I don't understand NHUAN's suffering, but why now when I read NHUAN's lines of criticism about the money monthly allowance and tomato soup, with onions and boiled noodles. Suddenly there was a pain, and my heart felt like it was bursting. Don't talk anymore NHUAN and go, otherwise you'll be late. Like you mentioned Ho Tu Bao, Bui Khoi Dam, to comfort me? There's no need for that. Yes, I regret a lot now. I blame myself for finding NHUAN. Why don't I think that it could just be an illusion? Why did I hold on to NHUAN when the day NHUAN went away, far away? Why did I kiss NHUAN that night, the first and only kiss in my life? Yes, at that time, it was embarrassing. I don't know how it is because I love NHUAN so much just because I think about the scary separation that I am enduring. Yes, how many times have I told NHUAN not to wait for me to do anything? But right when I said those things in the letter, my soul and heart were filled with an earnest line. Wait for Master, NHUAN. Waiting for Thach like a Vietnamese girl who is faithful all her life to her lover who goes to war. Waiting for Thach, like the girl in Taehan's poem. I'm waiting for you without knowing if I have time. Yes, right now I'm sad because the emotional moments have passed. I've gone too far from my childhood wishes. I blurted out, called NHUAN, called the person I love by the common name of all children. Girl. And that's it. Childhood is innocent, mischievous, playful and strangely beautiful. My childhood was only full of scolding, many strange dreams that startled me. It was all over, when I was grown up, when I clasped my round, slim shoulders and told the people I loved the sounds the sweetest melody of my heart. NHUAN said, NHUAN is safe, NHUAN doesn't ask for anything when NHUAN really belongs to the master. But just missing a letter, writing a little short makes me sulk. Who will comfort NHUAN, who will write sweet letters for NHUAN to read when Thak goes to a distant battlefield? What do I ask of you, when I really believe in and love you, when I really want you to live and work a lot? Moonlit night. Summer night, on the vast, sparkling but quiet water, in the heartwarming sounds of Nagian. You come with flowers and they have bloomed when he arrived at the wharf, the boat had already crossed the river when you came to me, I got married. The boy's lament sounded so immense, and the question at the end of the chant sounded so fluttering. In far away, the girl answered, her warm and high shout, flying here, gravitate. When flowers come, they must bloom only when the wharf is crowded. Will boats cross the river? But I'm destined to be married, I have to get married. How can you blame me, my dear friend? Immense. Oh, the countryside river is both familiar and strange. I've never been to the riverside village once, but it's my hometown. Oh my goodness, that is NHUAN, the words NHUAN arranged and wrote on the beloved page. I feel like seeing the Lamb River, seeing the vast sloping wave surface, clear water with a dugout boat and a dear girl. Raising his voice. Flower of my heart, bloom. Send a boat across the river to carry passengers. Which passenger is waiting on the river's wharf? And the sound of the waves is endless, even though deep down my soul is choking. Sobbing, calling for the sunlight. The boat under the graceful rowing of the girl drifted smoothly like a lullaby, like a clear song that made me flutter and warmed my heart. The 26th of March 72. I have understood that it is difficult for my dreams with NHUAN to come true tomorrow. Today, I wrote a relatively optimistic letter to NHUAN, however, don't let NHU. He thought and felt sad. I'd rather be the only one to endure this sad situation. The 27th of March 72. The rain is also sad. The rain in the forest is much sadder than the rain at home. People's endurance is limited, trying to suppress it is difficult to suppress. Living in this world is also a matter worth thinking about. Suddenly feeling bored with seeing all the things people always wanted, very boring. I just want to go to the battlefield and forget this terrifying scene. The 4th of April 1972. Good impressions are coming to make me excited. If life had many days like today, perhaps I wouldn't be so moody, sad or think about my personal story as much as I have in the past days. At noon, I didn't sleep, I sat in the hall. The hall is called luxury, but in reality it's just a tent, like a tent on a nomadic grassland. There are no tables or chairs, you have to dig a hole to get one. The floor is used as a tabletop, and the hall is so field-like, it's like the picnic life of the unit. I sat in the hall like that and read Gooky's Poma. That's right, when life outside was glowing with the joy of victory, I was wondering about the meeting of Gukdeep in Pavlopna. The radio station is transmitting news of the brilliant victory of the front line at the Tri-Thien Hue front on Street 9, Cam Lo, Gio Lin, killing 5,500 people. 100,000 enemy rebels. Voice of Vietnam Radio had to open more radio broadcasts to broadcast the victory of the heroic South. How many times have I wished to live these days filled with the excitement of a nation's victory? Yes, it was in the army that I heard that joy welling up in my chest. The thought of tomorrow's victory. Yes, today I suddenly remembered that this is the eternal happiness that other people, many of my other friends, do not enjoy. Those who go far away, those who live at home. How can the rear be able to live days like today? I wondered, tomorrow, when the country is victorious, when the country is completely liberated, what will I do? Place your hand on your cheek or face and think about the future. No, there's nothing to worry about. I will go to school then, probably not late, never late at all. I will return and see everyone again, meet my dear Nhu again. People are learning to sing self-composed songs. Tomorrow night there will be a performance under the entire E, and also tomorrow, I and my friends under D come here to study for credits and will return to the old unit. This light is here. Tomorrow, I will be gone you, and forever, forever, I will be far from you, never to see you again. Please light up so I can finish writing these lines. Saying goodbye to C18, and whether or not she will ever come here again is unclear. The unit is about to move, maybe next week it will march to Yentha to attack the siege. And then I don't know where I will move to next. I look forward to the day when I will officially go to the battlefield. These days, on the radio and in the newspapers, the Royal Palace's example of living and fighting courageously wholeheartedly for the country and the party's revolutionary cause is being propagated. Kung is the son of the secretary of the Hai Duong Party Committee. Previously, he studied at Yenhua High School. I don't know if it is my Yenhua or not. He applied to study at the University of Agriculture with the aim of later serving the country practically, in accordance with his career. His father's work. A party member. The country still had enemies, making it impossible for him to sit still in school. He volunteered to join the army. In the army, he was an exemplary soldier and an active party member. Twice he refused to study abroad because he wanted to directly contribute to the revolutionary cause of national salvation. He refused all the priorities and treatment that the party gave him. For him, everything is for the party and the revolution. The most loving and intense love in me is love on the battlefield. I have a beautiful, noble love with Kim An. I promise day when the day of victory comes, we will return to meet each other. How beautiful is the example of the young Communist Party member Vong Din Kung. He is no longer alive. What need do communists have of private life, when they have devoted until the last minute their pure breath to the party? Understanding the life of Vong Din Kung, I am ashamed of my conscience. Why am I so cowardly and weak? It is impossible to forgive. I wonder if I have had such a passion for dedication? Am I ready to follow the party's demands? Not yet. We must sincerely accept that. I'm in the army, I just have to go. If you don't go, it means you're going against the policy, against the party. Well, my first days in the army were like that. Although that is not the main thing, we still have to be honest and accept that shortcoming. But now, I am completely reassured and excited. I look forward to when I can go to the battlefield. I will do well the arduous work that a life of fighting will pose. I hope to overcome all challenges. I will live, passionately, sincerely, openly, and clearly. I will be worthy of everyone's trust. I will live the most beautiful life in the battle to fight the enemy that Lama Luang and Vong Din Kung always wanted and lived beautifully. Doc Truyen Online. The 4th of August 1972, Pha Trang Station. Stop at a eucalyptus field. Everywhere I go I see eucalyptus. Been busy all night, preparing to move, preparing for an E-level military exercise. In the middle of the night, it was windy, there was heavy rain, Mr. Tuyen had to get up and cover the shack, the wind was gusting. It was so cold, Kwong and I took out a canvas hammock to cover ourselves. After a while, I felt cold, but when I woke up, the shack wall had been blown open, allowing wind and rain to rush in. The curtain and hammock were all wet. After covering up, I went to sleep and there was a whistle, then I woke up again. It was 2 a.m. Unpacking the shack and repacking the backpack in the rain. I understand that I'm not the only one doing these things tonight. But still confused, impatient and still a little proud. The firelight sparkled on the sandy ground, but the eucalyptus tree was no longer visible. Poor thing. Hello eucalyptus, you guys go. I thought I would wait until the attack subsided before leaving. Who would have thought that they would take him away? The sky was still dark, the wind was beating loudly overhead, and the rain was pouring down. I went last from B. Before me was Y. It was quite heavy to carry. And you too, this time is easily the heaviest you've been since you joined the army. On the side of Company 1, they lit a flickering fire, the flames rose very high, the force of the splashing in the rain was like fireworks in the sky of Hanoi. I walked through a shallow stream, water covered my feet, and thought to myself, I have a happiness, being able to go with the brave people in the victorious army. Every day, I understand more deeply the great happiness that I am enjoying today. Half is duty and half is honor. I don't know who said, the greatest prize for a writer is to live in the military ranks. There, you will understand all the hardships, suffering and endless joys of humanity. I really miss Cam at this time, as well as Hao, Lang, and Tin. Cam is in Quang Binh, maybe soon I will go there with him. I remember the poem The Picture. I read it when I marched for the first time. Yes, it really has the potential. I think perhaps its spiritual life must be very rich. If only it were still here, it would probably sing and recite these concise and flexible verses. I read Ng's fairy tales. And know that the holy night dew speaks words. I know it's only April and the peaches are still astringent, knowing that this earth is hard. I still sing every night untitled songs. Aldixon, H. and Cam, I was surprised by it a lot and must have been even more surprised. Being able to participate in the nation's fierce battle with that precious ability, if Cam truly lives beautifully, he will surely be a young writer worthy of everyone's wishes. But among the people traveling with me tonight, no one read or recited a single verse. Yes, TH and Q just sing, but I doubt that phenomenon. Last night, Q spoke at the division meeting, encouraging everyone to try to sing for excitement while marching. I noticed no one was singing. Q recited a song, but it was so lost and boring. It seems, Q intended to show that he was doing the work of encouraging the brothers. After returning to D for 2 days, I saw that the brothers in A were not living honestly with each other. People still love achievements and rewards. For a while now, I've felt like I'm no longer the exemplary, advanced person I was when I was in school. Not trusting my brothers is what torments me the most. That sign proves that we are on a downward trend. I don't care for a compliment from a superior, any benefits or a credit card for my family. Perhaps I have lived too privately? But I really don't like it when people seem too eager to compete for first and second place. What are they for, the prize packs of cigarettes? Or reputation? In B, different groups form, bad talk, swearing. I really hate it. Why are there so few people who agree with me? There is no one. I listened for a long time before filtering out Mr. Moy's words. People cannot live separately from their own personality. I don't understand why Mr. Moy is the one who endorses the expression of a harmonious attitude between the two ways of life. People not only need to look at life, but also need attitude and work to change life to perfection. Competing for the better, fighting for the good part, I can't understand how some people are so bad. Perhaps, in the army, when our people's lives are closely tied to the lives of our comrades, people should be more noble and more humble. I will try to live like that. Sometimes I just like to pamper why he is still too young to have milk in his face, but he understands quickly and is enthusiastic about living and working. I'm so happy when I can pamper myself and be pampered by Y, but maybe he doesn't even want my pampering. But that thought was formed on the train from Ben Tam to Bac Giang. Every time I walk on the train, I remember Nhuan and her friends studying abroad. The more I miss, the more I love Nhuan, the more I love her, and the more I love her, the more I love her. Why don't I have enough ability to express this feeling of longing for the sky? Sitting here, on this Trong Sun canopy, listening to the train whistle from afar, I feel a flutter in my stomach. Tran Vang Sao. Where the train whistle doesn't have any farewells, I still remember. Miss you so much? Miss you so much. Remember the summer that passed like a blip of light. I miss my beloved friends, my past, my family, and even the dry branch in the front yard. Summer is approaching the Chinese mulberry garden, the fruits are bright red and purple, delicious to eat, even the sound of frogs croaking in the small pond in front of the house. Memories are always whispered, but the sounds of those days are still intact. One more train ride, the wheels become muddy. The unit is all asleep, sleeping all afternoon to gain strength for tomorrow. 10.4.72 Gi Lok, Nagi In. Stop at Quan Han Station. And now I'm sitting in a people's house. The most surprising thing is that the family I live in has a son who is my teacher. Mr. Kang teaches math too. The child in the family is a good student from the north. I suddenly remembered, I had arrived in Nagi In, the hometown of Uncle Ho, of the salty cauliflower, of the old man. This land is the land of learning. And that's it, there is no Confucianism in the house. The smooth table, the textbooks and Ms. Kim Loan's address hanging on the wall, the Vinh Pedagogical University high school student could also speak some of those characteristics. The house was empty, only the mother, Mother Thung, and baby Hua. All day long it was quiet, even outside, in the alley, and the fields as far away as green were the color of canned corn leaves, potatoes, and peanut fields. There are also cellars around the house, but most are open air and shallow. No one would have guessed that this was the land of fire. Or at least, close to the fireground. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I suddenly woke up on the train and saw darkness all around. The windows on the train only dimly see the silent mountains. I turned on the light but it didn't turn on. I walked over to where they were lying and pulled the circuit breaker, still no light. Some chopsticks screamed loudly, demanding someone to come and treat them. Still nothing. I could only see the horizon brightening up, and I could clearly see the pink clouds. Then followed by an explosion. The train could no longer run because the direction it was going had been bombed. The shutters were lowered and lights were forbidden, just like during the heavy bombing. Vinh City is still far away, about a few dozen kilometers away. Tonight, we will go there, wondering if we can go by car, or if we have to walk with 30 kilograms on our shoulders. Anyway, it's still interesting, because this is the first time I've gone on a long trip to Tutu. Now it's really far from Hanoi. No more sleeping, no more imagining. Just the other day, while I was temporarily using my feet in the eucalyptus field near Pha Trang Station, I woke up at 4 a.m. to cook dinner, and then it started to rain. Focused on hearing the news of the South's victory, we had completely occupied Cua Viet port, and the Mekong Delta was roaring with the rising spirit of tens of thousands of compatriots. At that time, I wished to go to the battlefield, to the middle of the battlefield and see that heroic scene with my own eyes. Or at least, being able to preserve, being very close to the battlefield, being able to go to Quang Binh, for example, where the enemy was bombarding us, the population had to evacuate to Hanoi, and also there was a big victory. One day they shot down 10 planes. There is a B-52. Pray for it, wish to see it, I wish for it, but also feel sad because I am sitting here, in the peaceful rain, and am about to board the train to Mo Trang, Yen for rehearsals. But when we got to the station, the soldiers burst into excitement, the train headed towards Hanoi. Go. So definitely go in there. Hurriedly writing letters, the train passed through the south gate, white letters flew down the street, send them to you, send them to you. Tell our relatives that we were away from Hanoi at 12 o'clock noon on April 9. 72. How many times have we marched, but never been as emotional as this train ride? The train went on the right path, to the south. There, the battlefield is in need of strong arms sticking out of train windows and beckoning passers-by. Yes, when a soldier meets a family member on the station platform or along the railway, that's not true. He must be the only one who is moved and happy. But that is the joy and emotion of all the trains. Let's go, Mom. Let's go. Let's go. The girls also timidly raised both hands, waved, then playfully pointed their tiny fingers to their heads, reminding the soldier to take care of his life. Oh, how can I die? Just kidding, for fun. Everyone was infected with that exciting atmosphere, even the children who had just stood firm, hiding their faces behind the cement fence and waving. He kept complaining because sitting by the window, he clearly heard the voice of a 5 or 6-year-old child at Fuli Station. You guys, finish fighting the American enemy and go home. That is the voice of children, the tormenting wish of millions and millions of people on Earth. We follow the call of the South, and the urge of the recovering North. A Ninh Binh station has just been built next to a rocky mountain. A Green Day river flows lazily into Tahu's sweet lyrical poem. A Non Nook pagoda that still echoes the victories of Jop Van Chuong's Group of Three. Everyone is urging the soldier to go and win. What a pity, the train ran all night, and when it passed Nok Mountain and the Great Ham Rong Bridge, the young soldiers were sleeping soundly. Besides, even if you were awake and looked carefully, you wouldn't be able to see the bridge because it was too dark. Trains to Vinh could no longer run during the day because of heavy bombardment by enemy aircraft. Entering the fire line, I haven't met young female volunteers, but I have met soldier aunties. Well, very strange, the soldiers' rest stops, mostly female soldiers, are all very young, and the girls in the capital are not satisfied. The army girls here are all beautiful and charming, likable, but don't try to bully them. For example, when picking up rice at the military station, the rice was flooded and became bad. While the owner was measuring it, he ran in and pulled out a new bag of rice. Who knows, so the owner grabbed the bag of rice and slapped him. I put comrades in the warehouse. Comrade, haven't you learned the rules yet? After being tickled for so long, she forgave her and even threatened, next time you do that, will you tie me up in a warehouse? Who can tie it up? The sentence is ownerless. But it's also difficult, you can't call it aunt or brother, the order doesn't allow it to say that. Yet, as long as there are girls and guys, there's no way to threaten them. Another excuse for soldiers to joke. Just learned that young soldiers need to be extremely careful when the morning phenomenon occurs at the train station. You can't take it for granted, you have to take care of yourself even in the smallest things. It's 12:50, 14:30 is, transfer. Cam Hung, Cam Suyen, Ha Tin 7 a.m. Sleeping in a canvas hammock hung in front of the house. The house is too cramped, only enough for 3 people to sleep in bed. Those are 2 children who had to be put in another place. The night was cold and tiring. After a long car ride yesterday, at 3:30 p.m., I marched out to Highway 1A. Gathered in a discreet red dirt road intersection, here was the bustling atmosphere of the front gate. The bucket hats and military uniforms were brand new, but the long-barreled cannons and iron-chained vehicles started to shake, shaking the road, people's hearts, ammunition, tents, military equipment. Mischievous. It seemed like this was the army actually entering the front line. But perhaps he is actually entering the battlefield, that cannot be confirmed while in land. A goodbye Nagi and again, goodbye Nhuan. Coming soon to Vinh City, the Red City on the banks of the Lam River, the river that flows through Nhuan's father's hometown. A city where just a hole in the tiled roof is enough to make Pham Thien Duat emotional, creating a unique poem. On the side of the road, there are bomb craters that the enemy just dropped at 3 a.m. Looking at the people of the city standing and looking at the broken tile houses and ulcerated bomb craters with a strangely calm indifference, I felt infinitely reassured. It's true that here, bomb craters are a common thing that is not talked about anymore. TNT. The city is very dilapidated. 4-story houses, 3-story houses have collapsed and the moss has turned green, but also in those houses are mottled light brown cement stains, cranes and scaffolding reaching straight into the sky. Ancient 1-story houses with fish-scale roofs hidden in lush green trees tell passers-by about the long history of the poetic city. I look at Quay Mountain, Hong Lin Mountain and Vin Power Plant, names of the country that have gone down in history, yet everything is as simple as the wonderful people here. The mountain is not high, not strange, the same trees and grass, the same trail up the mountain. But it is the highest point of the city. I stopped the sky robbers from here. The most special thing is that at Vin Ferry Port, the largest concentration of vehicles is, cars carrying soldiers are given priority by compatriots, surpassing dozens of cars lined up along the road. At that time, it rained, small but fast. Lamb River raises strong and long waves. I stood on the left side of the ferry, where the wind was strongest and caught the most rain. I want to let the rain and wind of the Lamb River blow on me. Half of my body is wet, it's very cold. Looking back at the shore, the city appeared like a dream. The sky was very hazy, factory chimneys could not be seen, but from the top of the waves of the Lamb River, the rain and dust, electric lights flashed like falling stars. Yes, that's right, the city is singing on the other side. I suddenly remember the song of the sad and pitiful boy, the song in response to the girl floating on the clear and cool stream. Why can't you blame me, my dear friend? The river is cloudy and cold, in the wind and rain. A soaring sail shaped like a steaming blister rolling on the surface of the waves. This is my Lamb River. Start on winding roads, winding along low, dark hills in the night. Sitting in a truck, amidst a pile of people and machinery, I could only see the road through the lights of the car behind me. Bomb craters, bomb craters, bomb craters. Appears one after another through the small space of your arm, holding onto the hood of the car to keep from falling. Each bomb crater is a jolt. The road is empty of pedestrians and cyclists. Occasionally, we see a few people hurrying in raincoats, raincoats. Ha Tin is here. There are many, in and out, frontline vehicles. Horribly nauseous, and probably won't be able to stand it anymore. Cam Lac, Cam Suyen, Ha Tin. I thought it was a long journey. But still hanging around in Cam Suyen district, start gathering at 4 p.m. And it was only 9 p.m. when we arrived. Along the march, I heard my comrades tell me a lot about the most important communication routes of the battlefield. It is said that during the years of fierce enemy raids, there were never any stops of planes flying overhead. Enemy bombs were scattered on the roadsides. At night, the fireworks flare up like during the day and the cars run silently, running with their lights still barely alive. How many cars have collapsed and been crushed on this vital road to the front line? But the goods still went to the front line, the soldiers still went to the front line, and the victory kept growing bigger and bigger. Our country is incredibly wonderful. Marching at night in the pitch-black field, carrying heavy weight, tiring, but so refreshing. In April, fireflies shine brightly in the grass, on bushes wet with dew. Suddenly I thought, do fireflies have their own names? The one hovering in the dry stream is named Kiu Diem because it is strangely bright and gentle, because it sparkles amazingly, my friend. I asked Chuang, do you know the song Firefly, because I remember the day I walked with Nhuan. Nhuan also asked me the same. How could Chuang know that song, the song on Nguyen Ai Quoc Street, on a quiet, peaceful July night? Chuang said, how is that song? Why, when Nhuan asked, I didn't know how to ask such a question. How is that song, Nhuan? Yet those carefree fireflies keep dancing around. Who knows, there is a young soldier vaguely thinking about a distant figure through his dim blue light. It's a rehearsal, and besides, it's close to the real battlefield, so it's forbidden to turn on flashlights. Only 4 dim Song Hong cigarettes are freely read on the tips of the lips, in the dead of night. There are many silhouettes of people standing, sitting, cluttered with backpacks of pots and pans and carrying poles, comfortably poking at the farthest stars. The road into the village is horribly dirty. The mud was ankle-deep and smelled strongly of buffalo dung. It's so difficult. The soldiers cursed as they walked. The road is not very narrow, it is quite wide. Transport cars can enter and exit comfortably. But only guilty of mud and excrement. Heavy burden, slippery road, Sun said. This is the sixth situation. It wasn't until I went down a small dry slope and escaped the buffalo path that I felt a little interesting and poetic. Like a dream, when passing through the archway of the canopy, a sandy beach immediately appeared quite far away. In the morning, I realized that it was a river that was receding. There was only a little left on the other bank, wading up to my knees or a little more. The river must have been very clear, because the bottom and river banks were all sand. The soldiers crossing the river were very happy and excited. It was just like the battlefield scene I had seen in the documentary. On the other bank, behind the leaves, with red stove lights, there was a messenger girl waiting for him. Team O laughed happily, and insisted on grabbing Vusi's backpack to carry it for him. I suddenly remembered how, along the march, Hung had pulled the rope so that a big boy who was only in the 7th grade had to carry 2 heavy rolls of rope for him. It's disgusting, the boys of A are so good, they're so good at talking. For the first time, I felt like the people of Area 4. Honest, naive and enlightened. Y and I, we live in Mr. Y's house. There is a son in the army, he is stationed in Nagian, near Vin City. There are 2 girls in grades 7 and 5, and the closest son is named Hung. It's very fun, very nice, and very appreciative of the soldiers who come to this locality. Here, whether old or young, we all call soldiers, Cha. I think, that word, uncle, has gone beyond the concepts of uncle and father. It has earned a special status. Respect and affection for the soldiers, as well as the extremely unique word, uncle, that the nation has reserved for Uncle Ho. Like that here in the region where troops entering and leaving the battlefield must stop, these barefoot people understood, loved and admired the soldiers, their children, their own flesh and blood, the joy and hope of the whole village. Coming to Ha Tin, entering any house, people ask, are you going in or going out? That means, once you arrive in Ha Tin, you will at least be able to see the battlefield. At least once, I have to hold the soil that still smells of napalm fire and think about the great things of life. Thinking about the future, about the truth of the times. At that time, how happy we'll be. Wherever we go, we must immediately dig a tunnel. At a temporary stop like Geelong, Geelok or Kam Hung, you only need to dig about 80 centimeters, meaning you can sit up to your head. It's okay to dig, but you still have to dig to be ready to fight. As for coming here, where the accommodation is relatively longer, you have to dig 1 meter 50 deep, have a hatch or cover to avoid cluster bombs and enemy shells. Last night, the enemy sent warships to Shell Ho Bridge just a few kilometers away. This afternoon too, when I was sleeping I heard a rumbling sound. It turned out that a warship was shelling. The beach is not far from here, 4 kilometers as the crow flies. If there is a chance, I will go to see, although the air defense situation is quite tense. Doc Truyan Online. Category 13.4.72 This morning, most of us went up to Howl to look for firewood. At home were Din Y and Mr. Tr. Kitchen work. Worked around tying some bamboo slats to the roof and was done, although the smoke was still so strong that Y and I coughed. I keep waiting for Mr. Tr. Cut into slices. The proverb says, a woman who doesn't know how to raise pigs is a lazy woman. A man who doesn't know how to tie a pig is a bad man. Tying the slices is easy, but splitting them is really clumsy. You have to practice gradually, and you will definitely do well. Today I feel tired and a bit lethargic. I remember meeting A last night. Honestly, I didn't expect them to be so funny. It's just that Q&D, it's all thanks to my teammates' laziness in meetings. How many times have I thought and said, all of that is just child's play, but I still feel sad and a bit discouraged. It is said that the less fate favors a person, the happier that person is. The harsher and stricter you are with yourself, the faster your progress will be. Why do I need a false word of encouragement from an official? Working is according to conscience, according to each person's revolutionary enthusiasm. I can't stand D's attitude of lying, flattering superiors and appeasing subordinates. I can't stand D in general. Living in this group is not very comfortable. Being constrained and people living unhealthy, simple, and sincere lives. B. Major Locke is not what I thought. He is enthusiastic, but sometimes speaks up for officials and is often irritable. 14.4.72 Prepare to collect firewood in the forest. Yesterday, Y and I planned to go up and get some small trees to make a cellar cover, but I heard people say that the forest is far away, 8 kilometers, but today we will have to go there to get firewood to cook. I'm a bit shy, but maybe going to the forest will be more interesting. Listening to them, the forest has many fragrant sticky rice trees. In general, I feel like I'm used to living in a changing environment now, so I don't feel all the new things that are coming to me. Just thinking back, when I was a child, every time I moved, evacuated or moved house, at least one night I had trouble sleeping, the feeling of restlessness, excitement, the new, soothing feeling drifting in my mind. Think like a cotton cloud. Then in the morning, the boy would definitely go out to the alley again, admiring the path and the door that from now on became familiar and familiar. But now, there is no longer that strange feeling. Wherever you go, you get used to it right away and don't need any time to ponder, touch, explore or be surprised anymore. Walking to Dong Chao to pick up bamboo, all the thatched roofed houses loomed in the trees next to the dry stream, the water was shaky but clear, seeing the bridge patched up with hundreds of loofah wooden slats. I thought it wasn't there. Nothing strange. What's strange to me is that the fence around the house only consists of wooden bars placed on top of a tree. Here, the house is similar to Nagi Inn. The kitchen is always on the left and next to the house. Sitting in the house, sometimes dusty black spider webs fall on the collar. When I looked up, my whole roof was pitch black. People say that helps prevent termites. It's a bit strange to say the least. The only difference here is that the yard is mostly cemented, and the cylindrical water tank is low. People carry water in the river according to a good habit. Go to the sand in the middle of the river, cut a hole and scoop the water into it like a natural filter tank. It's also clean. Even though the river looks very clear, you can see the sand and gravel at the bottom and some bushes I don't know the name of. Nature is just that different, but still familiar. Even the entrance to the house and the walk down to the river are not strange. There are still familiar sounds of water moose in a stretch of river. The sound of mockingbirds and the sound of bamboo leaves shaking on the soldiers' lips was still familiar as the people here. They are probably familiar with the scene of soldiers entering houses and do not consider it a special phenomenon. Normal is like a way of thinking, like a habit. And that makes life easier for soldiers, easier to get used to, easier to work with. But right then, I felt really scared of one thing. Perhaps soon those fresh feelings and youthful looks would no longer be in me. I just realized that before, Zondu wished to look at life with green eyes forever, which was a legitimate and extremely difficult wish to fulfill. I don't believe that I will be able to keep that precious look of surprise, because now I feel familiar with everything here. How do people look for new things in life, the good things that are cracking? During 10th grade, I heard Mr. Liu talk a lot about field trips for artists. People do not look for something new that catches their eye, something strange in the landscape of people's clothes, but they are deeply rooted for years, deeply embedded in a country, and there they will live, they will do work. They will understand the people and their miraculous achievements in this land. I understand that, know that, but still feel confused. I see everything as normal, so normal that there's nothing worth mentioning. I don't understand where the stories that people always praise have been and are appearing, but here, no, there is definitely nothing terrible at all. I went quite far in the forest today, but mostly through fields and low trees, mainly myrtle and bi. In the morning, looking out at the fields, I saw a fog. The fog is the background for a picture of people going to work, their pants over their knees. The mountains in the distance, solemn green, have white clouds rising from the valley. The sun is gradually rising. And getting closer to the foot of the mountain, I see more clearly. This is a real landscape, not a painting. The cool blue and slightly dazzling sky far away behind the mountains evokes a very real but very vague feeling. On the left is a long lake, and in front is a river with a sand and gravel bottom. All the forest gates are exactly like a pure ancient poem by Du Fu or Li Bok. In Ha One Forest here, the grass is very tall, making people want to see a herd of dairy cows on the mountainside like on a farm. Oh my, the mountainside is as soft and smooth as velvet. Suddenly I remembered the folk song, but now I understand that it does not fully describe the enchanting beauty here. The road to Nagian is all around, the mountains are green and the water is as clear as a painting. It was in that charming landscape that I heard the sound of a wild rooster crowing in a low tree not far from the human footprint trail. I saw and heard the shrikes sing. The bird stood gracefully on a rock. The rock is like a toad with its snout up in the air. The soldiers from B-side transported their guns to the forest. They shot wildly at the flock of birds that were parked on the sandy beach along the river. And when I was about to return, they shot a young fox, black with gray stripes, looking very much like a cat. People say this forest has many animals. I saw a stream of water pouring from the top of the mountain along a large strip of rocks, with many wild boar footprints. In old forests that grow on mountaintops and in valleys, and on the slopes with lots of young grass like this, there will probably be many eels. Deer. Generally speaking. Going into the forest with the guys in A doesn't really like it. There is a lack of people who know a lot about the forest and are brave. Only Duok, who has been in Nia Low Forest a lot, is relatively experienced, but Duok is a bit bossy and doesn't want to help others. I don't like it either. When turning across the mountain trail to enter the small waterfall, I heard the sound of rushing water from afar and saw lush green banana trees. I kept inviting, but no one wanted to come in. Maybe because they are afraid of the tall bamboo trees that are as tall as a person's head, cutting into their skin with scary scratches. They are afraid of the thorny rattan trees as long as little fingers ready to fall on their necks. And the most afraid thing in my opinion, is probably the smell of white moldy soil, damp, dark, cold. So even though I have a very weak heart, I still crawled inside, De exclaimed in surprise. Rocks as big as a slab lie on top of each other to form steps for clear water to flow down from the top. Why is it that at times like these, I miss Nhuan so much that I feel so restless, so much that my heart is choked up? This clear stream of water, Nhuan, has never been seen and has never been seen. It was just me and the demons, taking off our clothes and taking a bath, bathing and playing, but remembering Nhuan, the thoughts of tomorrow, when I returned intact and met Nhuan again. I remember the first day we met, it was this April, the 18th. Like I was reading, The Four Seasons by Prithvi. I returned to the warm, exciting atmosphere of the beginning, back to the gentleness of Nhuan's hands, of Nhuan's eyes, of her beautiful smiling mouth. I love Nhuan so much. Want to pamper Nhuan forever. I want to pick this whole forest of flowers and give them to Nhuan. I want to keep my heart pure so I can give it all to Nhuan. Nhuan, do you eat rattan fruit? Eat wild melon? It's so thirsty. And if NHUN comes here, be careful, squeeze in too much, don't be so hasty and fall, it's all wet. Oh, it would have been better if I had still gone to school, but it can't be helped, of course. However, I have made NHUN suffer a lot. Is there anyone who can come to NHUN and tell me for me? How many times has that happened? And every time, every day, I remember NHUN, talk and think of NHUN in the hustle and bustle of daily work. They're saying the most ridiculous things, and it's only serious for biological researchers. It said that male frogs croak deeper, while female frogs croak louder. As for field crabs, male crabs are always puffy and large. What about humans? Such a question. People look at each other and laugh. Life is so bright and funny. It was true that the cannons shot flies, because they went all morning into the forest but could not get any firewood. There was a lot of firewood, but with enough effort, everyone knew that they couldn't drag that block back to the kitchen to eat, so they had to endure it. So the teachers and students went down to the myrtle field to buy and cut them. Each child brought 2 bundles of firewood and the teak came home. I felt embarrassed as I walked because there was so little. The soldiers are all scratches, but to carry firewood, a child can only hold 1 finger. Before, I was given antiseptic pills to drink mineral water. Only today did I dare to take a sip. In general, nothing too strange. Because I once drank river water that was much turbid and dirty. The only thing I'm a little afraid of is drinking spring water, in case it flows through some poisonous medicinal plants. That's a concern. When he returned, the weather was hot and sunny. Mr. Trian said, "It's easy to bomb in weather like this." In the morning, I heard a lot of loud explosions in Quang Binh. These past few days, here, I have seen the war situation quite tense. While in Cam Hung, I heard that we were planning to land at some high points. The people were ordered to evacuate and the soldiers prepared to fight very quickly. This afternoon, there were many enemy planes. From Laos and from the sea. When I finished eating, I saw a loud noise overhead. I rushed out to the yard and saw 5 pairs of very slow planes coming from Quang Binh. It flies like it's walking. There are 3 pairs on the mountainside. Then, many pairs flew in along the small river. It puffed black smoke from its tail, tilted its wings and flew very low. We stood below and were indignant. It was our country that they flew into the wild and were insolent like that. Another worrying thing is that the air defense force there is too thin. In the sky of Ha Tin, I only saw 2 weak and lonely rocket streaks shooting up. Didn't drop any either. Otherwise, we didn't see any cannon shots or anti-aircraft artillery at all. After every roar of the plane accelerating, I heard the rumble of bombs. The plane just flew over there. The sound of our artillery firing was loud. Occasionally there was the rumble of bombs and the cold sound of airplanes. People do not feel sudden. Whoever does what they do. As for me and the new soldiers, we were restless and kept waiting for the plane. It flies slowly, very slowly. It's so slow I want to scream. Then dive down to cut the bomb. It's up here. Didn't see any artillery firing. Doc Trian Online. Category 15.4.72 The sun in Ha Tin is hotter and more frustrating than outside. Early in the morning, the fog was thick. We were almost at the foot of the mountain but still hidden in the mist. Anyone who comes here for the first time thinks this is a faraway field. The lake only slightly widens under the black streak of the mountain. But just for a moment, I don't know when, the sun was startled and knocked on the back of my neck. Now, Hanoi is probably new to the sun, giving me a bit of a headache, but it's still mild and it will take a while for the light to subside. Sunny. I suddenly remember clearly that last year I was still hanging up cotton shirts. And the photo NHUN sent me, NHUN was still wearing a cotton shirt. People say that this area is the center of the Lao wind, and there will soon be Lao wind too. Soon your whole body will burn black. Luckily, there is a clear river. So I often bathe. Since coming here, I haven't showered every day. Some days I've showered twice. Days like this are probably rare at home. Yesterday, we shot down 6 planes. Ha Tin shot 1, Nagian shot 1, Quang Bin 2, Vin Lin 2. That's too few. Ha Tin alone had a few dozen planes out yesterday. They flew normally. It's as quiet as walking, almost without encountering any obstacles. Each group of 2 planes flew in parallel. They circled a few times to look at the target and then got bored before diving down to bomb. The AD-6s tilted their wings, emitting long, angry smoke. I'm confused but can't do anything about it. Sometimes he flew low enough to clearly see the entire cockpit. It's a pity. If the air defense force here was as dense as Hanoi or other cities, they definitely wouldn't be able to be so arrogant. Ho Bridge also collapsed yesterday, the floating pontoon bridge that I drove by car yesterday. It threw a lot of bombs, even at new red tractors drive to the farm behind the mountain. And today it's unusually quiet, no airplane sounds, no explosions. The old people here say that during the years of fierce enemy raids, the sound of airplanes overhead and the sound of enemy artillery shelling never stopped. Out at sea, there was the sound of bombs. Occasionally, a full day without a plane, everyone felt missing. How can the enemy create tension here, when bombs and bullets have become an insignificant thing in life? Last night, when we went to get rice, our firecrackers shot into the sky like red fireworks, lighting up a corner of the sky, and in the afternoon, that side lit up with a brilliant color. It's true that bombs and bullets cannot kill the poetry of the country. In the long-leaf rice house, in the afternoon the plane circled forever. The sky had just fallen. NH Yuan's lonely evening star still appeared, blurred in the mist, but people still recognized that star was bright and clear. On the blue background, the tiny bunch of casuarina leaves will sway in a mythical way. Life is as if there is no death or pain. Oh Hong, NH Yuan and I both hate that name, is as optimistic and happy as this land itself. That tiny mole on your cheek is your good point, secretly charming and tactful. Every time you talk, I have to repeat it 4 times to get through the story. Oh said, you guys rarely go to the army out there, but all of you go here. The fortune-telling group meeting did not produce a son. I told them to go there too, and the girls also had the same feeling. Oh said, we just like to join the army, but the health check is not enough, so we have to stay at home and go to work as a civilian. Fireline. I opened my eyes in surprise because the person sitting in front of me covered his mouth when he smiled and never dared to walk straight into the house when there were soldiers inside. Another person who was present in the Route 9 campaign, Kisan, Tri-Thien. Another person who carried wounded soldiers, reloaded ammunition, and cleaned up the battlefield. So the fire and smoke of the front had enveloped O, so it was O who was the strangely beautiful young volunteer in Pham Tien Quat's wonderful poem. My mouth makes you laugh. Ha Tin's language sounds funny and unique. I was silent. I seemed to be drifting in a lullaby. O is still gentle and gentle. She's not as sharp as I think about girls on the fire line. O doesn't seem to be living in a hurry at all. O still misses his son who has been in the army for 2 years, and tonight, he sits and folds a white envelope to give to him. Looking at O, I felt strangely reassured and strangely confident in Vietnamese girls. No, they definitely crossed the terrible gap of space and time. Sitting and talking with O, I was very satisfied with the honest, gentle and respectful way he was treated. This girl here is the happiness worth preserving and cherishing for her comrades who are fighting on the front lines. I think of the generations that have passed their toddler years. Those people who are now old and elderly were also young people like me, an old man, an old woman now. Back then they also talked like this. Then people leave, people stay. How many long distances has time run, so that now the main force of the army and the country is me, my age. The children were surrounding the other table, soon becoming timid and shy when talking to each other. It's also good, Nhuan. Even though there was no hidden meaning, they still had to be timid. And that timidity is precious, it cannot be bought and not everyone has it. Strangely enough, people here often make fun of the soldiers out there. Every day we go to collect firewood, we feel ashamed to death. It's not that we can't carry the firewood, or can't chop dry branches. But the forest is so far away that it takes half a day to go in and cut a load of firewood, so we have to rush out immediately to avoid starvation. Yet, every time they saw a soldier wading through the stream at the forest gate, they would cover their mouths and laugh. Nhuan probably wouldn't laugh, right? Nhuan pity me, but these guys always laugh. Also asked, where are the soldiers chopping wood? Tell me to go. Chop with me. It made the soldiers so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Indeed, the girls, or in general the people here, do really well, much stronger than the people in Area 3. They work hard day and night, the enemy bombards them, but they don't see anything. All the boys went to the army, so they had to do all the farming work. Therefore, the figure recedes. Your somewhat rough and clumsy ways only make us appreciate and love you more. Of course, I don't think anything of you. I love you more than the most arduous and hard-working soldier. Perhaps it was that good feeling that made them feel less shy, and especially made the soldiers protect them and themselves, preserving the pure and praiseworthy feelings of the army and people. I'm sorry that Nhuan doesn't live in this setting. Nhuan is still studying hard, and the temptations that Nhuan needs to overcome are not easy. I'm sorry that Nhuan is not close to me like this Ha Tin girl, so I can guide, ask questions, caress and pamper her. Sometimes I think that Nhuan is still very young and naive that I need to protect, other times I think that Nhuan is the one who guides me through the most difficult journeys, maybe both. Yes, that's right, is that what you are like? In my hand is a paper fan. Last year on April 22, 2011, Nhuan lovingly wrote her name on the fan's blades, the thin bamboo blades spread out for 7 white storks to flap their wings to read Ceylan's poem. Vienna. And the storks' wings fly without stopping in front of the porch, in the roof of the sentence. So it's been almost a year since the boat put up the green sail and returned home in my sleep. The fan, which had followed me since the first days of military operations, tried to put it back several times but always forgot. It seemed like it was intentional. My beloved fan lies in the depths of my backpack, in the depths of my heart. Now the cool breeze is rising, just like Nhuan's breath, just like singing and sounds. Rich and stirring from my heart. Why do I write these lines? Even though many other times, I miss and think about Nhuan so much, sadly and wistfully. I'm not sure anymore. Maybe I want to make up for Nhuan because I wrote and talked a lot about Hong and Ha Tin girls who live happier lives than Nhuan and suffer more than Nhuan. Oh, I don't want and will never give to anyone else except my beloved Nhuan, the best and purest feelings. Every time I meet a girl, whether I know her or not at all, it reminds me of let me remember Nhuan. Remember the person I love the most and trust the most in my heart. Like, did you know you were coming here? And what will Nhuan think? What did she think during the days she was away? Who can have the happiness they always desire, picking and giving Nhuan the most beautiful and freshest, most fragrant flowers in the garden? Who is it? But that's just a very small thing. I just hope Nhuan really studies well, does a lot, and contributes a lot. Perhaps that is the truest happiness that people always wonder about. The days when I miss a lot my classmates who study with me, at the same school. Some soldiers have died, some are still on the front lines, some are at home and some are studying abroad. Each person has an important job assigned by the country. I strongly believe that each of you will at times remember the schools you have gone through, will remember the memories that can never fade and the stirring desires when the door of life opens wide. You can borrow ideas to you said here. I am today and you are forever. But how can there be a beautiful future without those who today are holding guns and arduously fighting the enemy? Personally, this seems like a reward. Being in the army, for me, is not just about fighting the enemy. To live in the most glorious and glorious days of the country, when our nation is winning big and moving quickly towards the day of complete victory, I have to write. You must write with all your ability. You must write with passion and try your best. Written with much trust and confidence from my friends. I'm very miserable and in pain because I can't write anything soulful. The river flowing through the village is so beautiful, with a wooden boat soaked in water, dreamy strips of sand growing lazily on the water's surface, bushes of seaweed spreading their green hair all over the river. Oh my, the voice is full of love and nostalgia in the deserted night. Moon, full of stars. The village after a day of defeating the enemy like that. I want to write something, a poem, an essay about similar things, but I'm never satisfied, when just old and trite emotions. The images lose all aspects of life. My thoughts are always vague and formative, not obvious. Just the slightest glimpse, the slightest touch, it disappears and cannot be retained. At some random moment, it appears, clear and concise like the exact lines of a textbook. When you go to school, you have the suffering and hardship of going to school. No one can live comfortably if he or she really wants to contribute a great achievement to the country. I must say that I have tried very hard to live and do the dreams that I always dreamed of as a child. I just want to do the best, most correct, most complete conclusion of the writing assignment I wrote in high school. Just want to prove in the most beautiful way what I said to my beloved Nhuan in the letters. 16.4.72 Yesterday was quiet, but that was for the Ha Tin province I was in, but for the south and other parts of the country, there was still nothing quiet at all. At 2 a.m. this morning, 5 enemy planes came to bombard Haiphong. Most notably, there is one B-52. Thus, the enemy used B.52 to bombard major cities, taking an escalation step in the north. In the south, Bin Long town was completely liberated. People gathered around their neighbor who had a small transistor radio to listen to the news. They look forward to news as an indispensable spiritual value, and they have a very valuable political sensitivity. At 1300, the enemy bombed Kyan, in the west. At 1400, they knew for sure. Exactly. Who told them that news? The old lady always asked me for news. I'm blind, I don't know anything. Not all soldiers know all the battlefield news. They thought, if there was any new news on the battlefield, we would be gathered to hear the report immediately. In fact, the source of news we heard was the battalion's newspaper clippings and the officer's Li-Do radio. While people still have countless street news sources, most of them are the most truthful. It must be said that every person living in Ha Tin has a valuable concern for the country. They were worried about the area devastated by enemy bombs. They were worried about even the areas where they suspected the enemy was about to land. This was the first place where I saw the fiercest and strongest hatred and contempt for the enemy of the nation. Hearing that the enemy had landed at Hamrong Bridge, everyone asked each other to verify the correctness of that source. But they asked, but inside they did not believe. How could the enemy land there? They can't rob there. People don't have rice, only lots of potatoes. The old people of Hoang Tanwa have it ready for them to taste the potatoes. The concern for the fate of the country here is closely linked to the worries of each person and his or her family. So that's just right, that's logical. Oh Hong this afternoon started working on the fire line in Quang Bin. Oh threatened to stay at home and say he would have to make dinner to send him off, because when he goes in there, he will examine the soldiers and will definitely go this time. The old lady was panicking, and kept getting ready to go, while scolding, "What is this? You say you want to join the army, want to carry bullets for artillery. It's just that he's afraid to shoot and threaten. As for me, just stay calm." O was busy going to the river to wash his hair and the blue shirt he often wore. It's old and white at the shoulders. You go out to the alley and twist a pair of light baskets made of white rattan threads still sticky with resin. The whole family has eaten but you're still standing there, you're intoxicated. You're wearing the summer breeze blow up the groves. Bamboo leaves. I went to eat and asked, "Oh Hong, don't you want to eat dinner for dinner?" O smiled awkwardly. I was startled because I suddenly realized that you were so young. O is as small as a middle school child. And the truth is, I'm only a 6th grader. Under my hand is a slightly old blue cover. The book cover has the words Cam Lac Secondary School, Class 6B, La T Hong, year 1971-1972. Is that right? I've erased the numbers 1971-1972. No, don't be shy. This year you're 16 or 17 years old. You're not going to school anymore. The army doesn't blame you for being bad at studying. You're a 12-year soldier. Study, feel much happier, and understand the suffering of people who cannot go to school. So this Ha Tin girl has just grown up and just dropped out of school for just a few months, but her life is already very rich and beautiful, and her life already has breadth and depth. O have gone and are about to go to the fire line. O go peacefully and excitedly. O go freely to the battlefield. Very strange, she reminds me so much of Nhuan. Why isn't Nhuan a Ha Tin girl like this so that today I can be forced to say goodbye and meet Nhuan on the battlefield? But this is just a strange girl. I don't want to say anything to her, just say hello. I just hope she grows up quickly, matures in the fierce challenges of the fire line and returns like thousands of other girls, leaving behind a bewilderment for life like a poem praising the O. Like, are you good at studying? Like, are you good at studying? Nhuan has witnessed and known the people, young, life-loving girls who are working on behalf of Nhuan, for Nhuan's friends at home to study. That's right, they are happier than Nhuan and more arduous. Nhuan is also there. They are happier than Nhuan, also on this front line. I don't want to say that Nhuan and her friends are beholden to the girls who walk on fire. They, like Nhuan, only do important tasks given to them by the country. Every mission is both glorious and arduous. I understand Nhuan very well, very much understand that Nhuan wants and is dedicating his strength to the country. I understand very well that Nhuan never wants to avoid difficult, fierce places, where life and death are struggling. I just want to remind Nhuan, these girls can very lost. As for Nhuan and his friends, they will definitely exist and live. Therefore, Nhuan's task is very heavy. They must continue to do what people on the battlefield cannot do. On this battlefield, we have win and win big. As for Nhuan, we haven't won big yet. Nhuan's task is so heavy. Nhuan must understand all of these things clearly and deeply. Surely Nhuan will turn the tormenting thoughts of living peacefully when the country is in hardship into the greatest determination to study well, very well. I believe in that and look forward to the best news. I'm about to go into the forest. It's 1 p.m. This afternoon, I'm going to pick up a basket to work in the kitchen. I'll probably have to go in later and not be able to return until late at night. Oh Hong is gone, probably won't see me again. I wasn't here long ago and then moved again. Heard rumors like that. But I'm sure it's hard to forget Oh. The simple girl in Ha Tin, the voice of volunteerism that Pham Thien Duat always praised. Today, there are few planes out, but they are out and not as quiet as last night. At 9 o'clock last night, the alarm went off, like on a battlefield. I suddenly remembered. There is a special thing here. there are many dogs. Dogs bark loudly at passers-by and also make noise in the neighborhood when in the warehouse yard. The soldiers applauded and cheered those who were commended. So funny. Y and Mr. T. Going to the market, I intended to finish writing the letter and then go, but I was busy. He said the market wasn't very interesting, and maybe even expensive. He planned to buy a large crab to cook a bowl of crab soup for the squad. 17.4.72 At 3 o'clock this afternoon, we marched to Ha Tin Town to prepare for the drill. Each person brought enough food for 4 days. Gao Lin said that it was about 30 kilometers from here to there. Completely attack the landing troops. B Major and D Major are already there. This morning, I went to C18 to pick up a pair of batteries, and saw that the place was busy getting ready to go. The phone wires had already been cut. In the morning, I was assigned to go to Elison. The directions are so simple: go to the wood slot of Peak 50, then go 200 meters, turn left, cross the bridge, etc. Ask about Kam Sun Commune. Who would have thought, past the high point 50, that place has artillery 37 online, which is Lac Quach. In this area, Kam Sun Commune is 3 communes combined. Let's go around, go through all the affiliated Cs. Then go to the Youth Union and follow the line to C18. The distance is not 5 kilometers but 2 or 3 times longer. The sun is strong, harsh and bright. There is not a single bush on the road, not a single puddle of water. Looking up, the sky is endlessly blue, so painfully blue, and the clouds are white and fluffy. Since coming here, I have been passionately looking at the mountains every day, and every day I find them beautiful and strange. The mountains nearby are green, very dignified. But the farther away, the more clouds and fog there are. There is a very thin layer of veil covering the mountain. The color is as dull as mussel broth, it looks so gentle. The mountains here are truly poetic. I looked up at the sky and regretted not being healthy enough to learn to fly a plane. On the day of the examination, only one person, Hoi, was allowed to return to Hanoi for 1 month to nurse at Hospital 10. During that time, he rested and had his health checked. He passed all the fierce rooms and was eventually eliminated due to sore throat. We felt sorry for him. From E and F, 13 children were selected. Only 3 children will be examined again so that on April 29, they can go to the Soviet Union. After listening to it, I kept wishing for it. If only I met the health standards and could go to school, I would definitely meet NHUAN on a strange land, and from then on, so many small, sleepy and unrealistic dreams would keep spinning in my mind. Suddenly startled and embarrassed. Oh, why suddenly like that? Haven't I always wanted to be a soldier? Being in the infantry means going to the land. Soldiers go to the land and are attached to this land, attached to the people living in this land. Haven't I ever wished and told NHUAN a lot about the great happiness that NHUAN did not enjoy? Being able to live and fight on the front lines facing the enemy, during the fiercest days of the land? Country. But now I'm planning to go there. I want to study abroad for 6 or 7 years. When you return, America will be gone and nothing else left, so you can freely fly in the sky. How shameful and vile it is. Why can't I have the same mindset as Vong Din Kung? He was chosen to go to school, but because the unit was about to enter combat, because he didn't want to miss the opportunity to destroy the enemy, he refused and went into battle. Fought in a self-aware and admirable way. It's 1:30. The unit gathered to listen to the announcement of the departure plan. So busy. 2:30 p.m. Heard news of enemy planes bombarding Hanoi. I listened to the radio at noon and learned that the enemy sent many groups of planes to bomb the inner city and suburbs of Hanoi. Doi Can Street, Phuc Exa Beach. My school's Wawa department was evacuated at Phuc Exa Beach. I don't know if anything will happen. Even in the hammock-making land of Okash, GLM, how many people died? How many houses have collapsed? So not only did the enemy bombard here, but they also expanded their barbaric escalations throughout the north. Yesterday I wrote a letter home about the enemy's fierce bombing in the line of fire. I thought it would be peaceful at home. Who would have thought there was fire everywhere, and that unsent letter became lost. Queen. Vong and B and Doi Can don't understand what's wrong. Newspapers and radio said that 8 people died. Injured 25. But probably more than that. The Hanoi soldiers were very restless, very worried about their families, very worried about the city. Doc Truyen Online. Category 17.4.727 p.m. I heard noise behind the house, so I ran over to see. It turned out that the soldiers going down to the river saw a herd of young boars sleeping late in the luxuriant wild bushes along the riverside. I don't understand why they got lost from up there and fell asleep. The boar ran very fast, passing through thorn fences, stretch fences and rattan wires, running across the yard. Followed by soldiers shouting loudly. Only later did they catch one pig and they were so tired that they stopped, leaving the others to escape. The baby boar is much different from a domestic pig. It is not sluggish and stupid like a pig, raised in a barn. The old man tied its leg with a very strong rope, and it didn't squeal at all, it just struggled, and was very well behaved. The pig is sturdy, runs fast and goes through the fence very neatly. The coat is very special, not jet black or silver white, or patchy like a domestic pig, whose fur resembles a prison shirt, with long streaks from head to tail, purple-brown in color. The soldiers joked. Maybe it was because he was wearing a prison uniform that he was arrested. The prisoner was still very young. He hasn't shown his obnoxious fangs like his name. It's okay to arrest a child, it'll still help destroy them. The beautiful cassava fields on the hills and mountains have been destroyed by these people. Every time we went into the forest and wiped away the lines, we saw long and smelly pipes, the paths of wild boars. We went into the forest and kept thinking about those pigs. Even if you are going to take advantage of something like this, with only a blunt sickle, a sharp pole with both ends, and a little bit of forest rope, what if a group of tigers, leopards, or a herd of wild boars rush down from the mountain? Easy to escape. But having said that, there's nothing to be afraid of. As a human being, I must defeat all barbaric animals in the forest or anywhere else. That was the opinion of Ha Tin girls when they heard us complaining along the path to the forest. To tell the truth, today I feel a little sad, a little discouraged because of the Ha Tin girls. Perhaps this is a new concept about Oh. It's been a few days since I've been here, and my opinion of you guys is still good, admirable and secretly grateful. Oh Hong is so charming and modest in her home. But the 3 girls we met in RTMG today were really terrible. I was ahead of the group but still had to step aside to see their faces clearly. I don't want and can't write all or a very small part of the conversations between the soldiers and the girls here, because it's too bold, it's rude and it's too naked. In the past, when I was at home, I heard people say that girls in Zone 4 were terribly lacking in affection, so they often asked frankly. I do not believe. How can people be so callous, especially when the initiative belongs to the girl? We were 5, we went to get the gift. As soon as we arrived at the forest gate, we met 3 girls. They were young. Listening to the laughter of the girls giggling behind the tall bushes, the soldiers remained calm. The calmness of the soldiers of Military Region 3 seemed to say that if they were laughing, just laugh, if we were going, just go. And had nothing to do with each other. Having said that, the soldiers still listened, still paid attention and commented on that laughter. It sounded terrible. We agreed with each other like that, and silently passed by. But that's it. You guys just hold on and let your imagination run wild. You talk about the distributed boys situation in Area 4. You started calling us uncle and then switched to calling us brother. You're rudely sexy and feel creepy when you hear that high-pitched laugh. I would have found Ha Tin more adorable when I didn't meet those three girls, those three weird girls. The girls kept asking for freedom in the forest, and it was scary when one of the girls responded to the soldiers when Q told them to lead them to the place where the robbers were. She said, Area 4 has an emergency rule. When going into the forest where there are two boys and a girl, they have to take off all their clothes. It's so terrible. I feel half disgusted and half sorry for them. The forest is deserted here, and in that deserted place, is that why people are so crazy? And I don't understand, did the modest and timid Hong at home ever become so crazy? Those are the feelings when I stand on a high mountain looking down and see the silhouettes of the girls' white bras. Hear the Lam River chant of the tiny soldiers walking along the mountainside and look out into the distance, the ocean is immeasurably rising. 18.4.72 Marching at 4:30 p.m. to practice. That was the first phase of a long rehearsal period filled with EY said. He didn't leave until 6 p.m., so he kept going in and out at one time. Who would have thought he'd already left at 4:30 p.m.? Forgot the grenades, forgot the shovel, and the backpack wasn't tied tightly. When the whole unit was gone, I chased after them. Tired of leaning over. In the morning, I just got on the C-18 to charge the battery, and left again in the afternoon. The sun is very harsh and dizzying. Even though I had sent all my books, blankets, and coats to the temporary shelter, my backpack was still heavy, 15 kilograms of rice. Then carry for T2 bags of rice, one gun equals altogether, it's 30 pounds, which is too much. This march was very sporadic, the whole D went in a few odd groups, and everyone was tired from the first minutes. The sun in Ha Tin, especially around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is extremely harsh, like it's burning. My eyes are dizzy and my head is pounding. The road reeks of buffalo dung and is muddy when it rains. Then that day. Today it is sunny, the dust is rising and burning, the trees are not, even the steam rising from the river right next to the road is not enough to cool down the hot and frustrating air. Only after walking a few kilometers did many people collapse. Especially the B transporters, lying bareheaded and barefoot in the summer sun. Indeed, every military operation is a very stressful challenge. If someone doesn't have the willpower and can't fight the temptation to rest, then that person definitely won't be able to keep up with their teammates. When marching, it cannot be done lightly. I understand that very clearly. How many times have I marched, and every time I am very proud that I have never been left behind, not once have I asked anyone to wear it for me, and every time I have exceeded the standards. Required standard. It's not because of his bulky body. It's not because your legs, test, as they often say. No, every time it's heavy, every time you have to try, you have to set very high requirements for yourself. Don't step back, don't slow down, and have to go to the end. Just have a small thought. If only I could get rid of this, that would be lighter. Just having a small thought like that makes me feel the mass on my back pulling tight on my shoulders, and it's very difficult to reach the destination. It takes a lot of effort to dispel those negative thoughts. I always tell myself, it can't be any other way. I have to carry more weight, walk longer and more. All along the way on the march, it doesn't always feel heavy and arduous. I often read poetry, compose poetry, and write poems on the march. And it's those times when my soul dreams with gentle or poignant poems. Suddenly I felt my body light up. I thought I could fly and didn't feel the heavy backpack pressing down on my shoulders, especially when I missed NHUAN. When I read poetry to NHUAN and wrote poetry as a gift to NHUAN, when you feel really drunk and wish that this road would last forever, all the hardships will turn into very natural happiness. It rains in my sky and there are few clouds. The rain is as gentle as our love that day. The rain is angry. The rain is so pitiful. I miss you so much that I wet the clothes of people far away. That's My Sky, by Quang Hoi. The rain is as confusing as my mind that day is boring. NHUAN. We should change it to the rain whispers like my heart that day is better. Just like that, we went through the entire march, and it was on those journeys that poems were born, poems that were not good, but were real, because they were born in sweat and lactic acid. Have you gone that route yet? The path I walked was red with fire. There is no green tree color, only the color of military uniforms, making the march feel restless and exciting like every time I remember the South. On my way, go late at night. Soldiers often look for the lonely day star, a bright planet. The evening star often rises at arm's length from the gentle moon. A few moonlit nights, every night, when the moon rises, we see the evening star. The evening star rises from a time when the sky is still dim red, then gradually becomes steel blue, and when the sky is the color of Mekong Delta ink, the new star clear as your eyes restlessly following me on a difficult road. People look for familiar constellations of Vietnamese villages. The constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor help people find the North. The North Star is like your light coming from the distant land of snow. And the farmer leaned his back against the star-lit riverbank, thinking about the country, leaving the duck to swim endlessly on the river's turbulent waters. I suddenly thought of one thing. Even late at night, the sky is busy with farm work, the country is suffering, and thousands of years of struggling with the fields. People only think about long buckets and sand buckets and only think about the past transplanting crop. Dreamy constellations. All those years of burning fire against foreign invaders have left the constellation of the brave in the sky, placing the sword at the side. I often think idly like that about the stars. Other people's are more dreamy when they look at the evening star, Venus, the wonderfully beautiful girl who brings love to the world. As for our people, the stories about the stars are just touching songs about brotherhood and teamwork. I told Y. I will definitely write about the stars in the diary. He is very funny. It said, stars have nothing to do with the diary that I also wrote. He rarely writes in his diary, very little else, only occasionally he rushes and sloppily into a tiny notebook. It says that the diary should only record the most daring and unique, most typical thoughts in a day or a few days. Those thoughts are enough to evoke a brilliant scene of life, a memorable day, or enough to evoke a concept of life. And higher enough, a person appears. I don't really believe in his thoughts and words. Human desires are limitless. How can just a few small lines of thoughts express such richness? It is impossible with thoughts alone, even if thoughts of a profound philosophical nature, to fulfill the responsibility of recording a person's life. I have read the diaries of many people. I feel that, if the person who writes the diary writes for themselves to read, then that diary will be the most authentic, the busiest and busiest. People will boldly write down bad thoughts there. The worst that the truth is they have. But if diary could have more viewers, it would be different and much different. They do not dare to tell the truth, tell the exact nature of the events that happened during the day, do not dare to say all the thoughts that have grown and conceived in their hearts. And that is the ultimate thing when writing a diary. It will prevent the writer from deceiving his own pen, deceiving his own conscience. There are many methods for writing a diary. And each person takes notes according to their preferences and familiarity. Some people just like to write their thoughts, some people completely write down small everyday events. As for me, I don't know how to write. Maybe I write down events and thoughts at the same time. Sometimes it's difficult to distinguish between thoughts and events. And that mixture is a very precious thing. I wonder if I have ever recorded in my diary that L. Tolstoy always quickly found some meaning in everyday things and events. Extracting meanings from phenomena immediately has a great effect. It allows people to find and grasp the essence of things and not get caught up in minutiae, not be overwhelmed by forms. Colorful on the outside. I wish I had that interesting ability to live beautifully and deeply. Lying in the fields late at night, on the march, Y and I talked about such things. And 10 pays too much attention to the number of diary pages. More and more, I understand that large quantities are not difficult to do. Yes, it was Nhuan who told me about the 16-year-old Russian artist who left behind tens of thousands of drawings for life. I must say, the quantity is also a significant thing, how to leave so many pages, without duplication, but every day is truly a new day, more beautiful and better than the day before. Thinking about it again and again, the main problem is still, why do you write a diary? He took the diary as a strict and kind companion to show him the way. Or maybe you use the diary as jewelry, something to show off. Or worse, to be a lover, to pour out complaints and fake thoughts into, to cover up for a fake person who lives very badly, is very poor but thinks he is rich and busy with daily work. Returning to the marches, thinking of the sweaty, red faces and heavy steps. A deep sympathy suddenly arose in my heart. Army life is really hard, and this is not to mention the sacrifices. If there are no hardships and difficulties, why do all the healthy, young, energetic and enthusiastic men have to fall down along the road and breathe? It's so tiring, especially when carrying heavy loads. At night, I got on the boat, stood on the boat with my backpack on, swaying, and my heavy backpack pulled my whole body into the river. The heaviest military operations are when people are most grumpy with each other, and are also when people love each other the most. People love each other and share with each other the water and the beer, carrying some of the heavy lifting for each other. It's impossible to say it all, because everything is so delicate and so lovely. Give your teammates a good place to rest, a piece of blanket, a good funeral. Give you a half-dug tunnel, give you some space when you reach the temporary stopping place. Oh my God, all of that, in the frame. That scene is so lovely and precious, especially the worry. The anxious look when someone falls behind, needing to go find. Only in the military ranks can you get those good things. At night, transfer to the boat and stay temporarily at a local house, Cam Du Commune, Cam Suyen, going more than 20 kilometers but still Cam Suyen. A2W stayed at the old man's house, 78 years old. So tired, I just fell into bed. Me, Hugh, and Y lie in the same bed. I lay in the same bed, and when I put my feet up on the long wooden box next to the wall, I realized it was a coffin. The old man had already made a shirt, to wait for the day he died. When I'm at home, I'm scared to death when I see it. But now it feels completely normal, youth and old age. There are many old people here. When I went to the surrounding houses, I saw coffins stacked up and waiting. One family had an old couple. The old man with white hair like cotton joked and told me that, throughout their lives, they lived in harmony with each other. When they got married, they sewed a pair of wedding pillows, and now, nearing the end of the world, they made a pair of coffins on top of each other. The old man smiled and said, he has been above her all his life, so surely the coffin above will be his. It's also true that boys often die earlier than girls. It's a pity that when the old man was talking to us, the old lady who went to visit in the next neighborhood was not home. I wonder what kind of attitude she would have had if she had been there. The Non Mo River, or something like Non Mao, I asked but couldn't distinguish the voices here, flows through here between two banks of luxuriant trees. Dark green throughout, the river flows gently and deeply. Rivers, the movement of Ha Tin's starlight is strangely lovely. It cools a lot of the miserable sun of the central region and the dry Lao wind that burns the skin. You are like a poem, you are like a river. The boy sitting perched on a sycamore tree leaning towards the river and whispering like that, the long waves lovingly rolling evenly to the far sky, carrying away both the voice and its mischievous green shadow. Dear distant person, listen, this poetic river will tell you all my heart. Why didn't you wait for me at this remote riverbank this year? Where have you been this year? Is there a couple waiting for each other at the green painted door of the city library? I can't sleep tonight. I lie on the wooden coffin and read the poem, The Dream of Your Heart, Natural Calendar, 4 Seasons. This is summer. How many pages have you turned? How many are Prizvin's works? I don't want to record another day when the enemy bombed Hanoi. At noon I lie down to sleep, but I can't sleep. The palm trees spread their green umbrellas to cover my sleep. I lie in the hammock and think about it all the time, but I love it all the time. I love the sinew, bones and leaves, loving the tiny piece of blue sky through the canopy of leaves that was also torn apart by the enemy's flight. The country will never sleep in peace. The 19th of April 72. Thach Hong, Thach Ha Tin pass by here with a wish meeting you, Ms. TNXP has many poems praising you. It's not like the night is always dark at night. Thach Ha lay awake under the moon. Where are you, Miss TNXP? Stone sharp Ha Tin. Heaven is a welcoming heaven. Every girl I thought was you. Are you a communication partner? Walking hurriedly amidst the noise of young soldiers. The night is not peaceful, but it is peaceful. The bomb coldly followed the footprints. The most poetic route is the march route. Because of you, I become young again. The road to fighting the enemy never stops. Everywhere I go I see you. The roads you open at night. Suddenly it became bright. Where is your road open? Let me know. I never get tired of walking with you. This land girl, Thach Enhan, Thach Kim. This land girl, oh my. There are especially many young girls here, disturbingly many. The land of Thach Ha, Thach Kim and Thach Enhan in PTD's poetry is not far away. Go to Thach Ha in the early evening. The villages here are beautiful, especially on a bright moonlit night like tonight. The little girl picked shrimp hooves outside the ditch lazily along the wide dirt road, and when she first set foot in the village, from behind the bamboo hedge drenched in moonlight suddenly came the soft sound of a girl singing. The singing suddenly became close and familiar when looking at an open house, still lit with a small lamp and a student's notebook page. It's almost exam again, April, the exam season is on my finger. The roads in the commune are beautiful, rows of casuarinas are tall and straight, each tree hangs a moonlight, but the houses are not very neat and beautiful. The soil is sandy and has a lot of water. If you dig a tunnel for a while, the water will rush in immediately. But it's a horizontal circuit. Therefore, there are very few wells and lakes. Our family has a child who is in the army, Sergeant Duong Nung. His wife evacuated here from Ben Thuy. The child is still very young. He lies on a bamboo cradle in the same room as the uncles. Soldier. Every person who came to camp here loved him. The hands that had never been a father gently rocked the cradle and lulled him to sleep. Suddenly, I felt a strong desire to be like a child, the life of a soldier, and every time the army moves, you grow up. There is a very good warning custom here. From far away, in areas near the border, when they saw a plane coming in, they beat the drums alternately. The commune inside listened to the commune outside, and just like that, the people's spirit of solidarity and cooperation prevailed over the jet engine of the enemy. I also didn't expect to come here and read Volume 1 of The Path of Suffering, the work that Nhuan loves and is most familiar with. However, to be able to read half of it, I had to pay a quite expensive price. During the day it was scorching hot, in the afternoon it cooled down, the crabs felt cool. The guys in a get-together to catch crabs and pick vegetables and potatoes to cook soup. They keep being jealous of me and sometimes tell them to pound the crabs. Sometimes they tell them to boil the stove, but I can only borrow the book until the evening, so I get angry. I said don't eat, don't be jealous anymore. And indeed, when it comes to meals, I don't even want to eat anything, let alone soup. They even invite me to wear it. I'm proud of it. Besides, it's also because I hate their evil jealousy. What children? Unfortunately, that day the rice was very dry, there was no soup at all. But then no one died, and I learned many new things. Now I know who Bazonov and Elidaveta are. Elidaveta here is not Elidaveta in A Noble Nest, by Tugendhat. Elidaveta in Tuak is a girl who is loved but does not feel joy, and that is pitiful, and Elidaveta in At is also pitiful equally. I feel shivers when I remember NH Yuan's letter mentioning Besanov and Elidaveta. Could it be that I am a Besanov? The 27th of April 72. You have to be very calm so you don't tear up or burn this diary. Oh my God. I have never been as depressed and disappointed as this morning, like today. I don't explain anymore. People explain that they need to calm down to understand the reason and confusion. As for me, I'm discouraged with everything on this earth. Yes, I understand that, for a man who is healthy, energetic, and in the middle of the spring of his life, boredom is an evil and unimaginable thing. How many times have I cursed young men like that, but what can I do when I myself am depressed to the core? I dragged my feet along the trail was like my life was languishing. I sat down on the riverbank, the dry river was draining. I scooped up mud and sand from the riverbed, and through my fingers it fell. I want to cry to the river. No one can bring me any comfort or joy. People don't understand me, people get grumpy with me. Oh God, I wish I could die right now. How happy it would be to be able to forget all the sorrow and sadness that filled my soul. How happy. 29.4.72 Goodbye. Oh, I forgot. Goodbye Cam Lac, Cam Suyen, Ha Tin. I'll probably never come back here again. However, I have left behind many books and 16 poetry collections, all of which are worth preserving. But it cannot be taken away. Too heavy. Besides, we're close to the battlefield and about to cross Trong Son, so if we carry too much, we'll have to throw it away. I haven't been in Cam Lac for a full week, because I've been here for more than 3 weeks. But then I went to practice and worked in C18, so I wasn't here much. Yesterday I went to C18 to study further, but then I didn't study anything. Sleep for 1 day there and then return. Wear heavy. Goodbye river. Doc Truyen Online. Category. The 30th of April 72 KY An, teammate. Arrived at 2:30 a.m. Sleeping outside in the forest, small stream, black water. The road is paved with white stones. Sparsely populated. Forest. Dry branches, morning rain. Reminds me of April 29th. That day, 1 year ago, I was lying on the 4th floor of the general school. But this year it's here again. Yesterday was the 71st, today is Sunday. If I had stayed home to go to school, I would have had so much fun and generally been comfortable and able to walk on the white stone streets, or smooth sand. Or the asphalt road leading to the outskirts of the city. Milk flowers at night will lead our hands and guide our hearts on the sidewalk, and we will probably think a little about the lesson. Impatiently, and then I miss the girl on Nguyen Du Street again. 4.29.71. It's impossible to imagine that a year later there will be such a drastic change. This year you were near the front, is truly strange. March. Marching. The troops kept moving freely and did not know when they would stop. They returned to the main, mobile army under the ministry, and could not stay anywhere for more than 2 months. Just go, just go. Must be a heavy march. Every time 30 kilograms on my shoulders is a little. The big country is beautiful and makes me feel proud, but sometimes I curse the road because it's too long. Keep walking but don't come. It's only 20 kilometers, but the words of encouragement must be longer than 30 kilometers. The most interesting moment is the 10-minute break in the middle of the march, lying on a vast grassland, with blue starlight, talking stars. The wind blows in from the far sea, through the green mountains. The salty taste has faded, the wind is so cool, I keep wishing this moment would last forever. That is the reward for each person after a long march. I often remember NH Yuan in that happy moment. You were absent. I'm on this journey. The cigarette is often read at this minute. How precious is a cigarette here. The soldiers sat around, letting their cigarettes go around a few times. How warm and comforting. Here, in the mountains and forests of Ha Tin, people talk about the fascinating love story of Grigory and Aksenia in peaceful East River. That day, Aksenia wore a new shirt and skirt, a floral dress for the festival, and today glided on the calm banks of the East River. She looked at Grigory riding his horse, and their eyes said to each other things that were truly difficult to say. Grigory ran like flying down the river bank. In the wind was the voice of a beautiful girl frantically, "Mr. Grigory, I can go, I can go." And here, the soldiers said they never met any girls among the soldiers going to war, all male soldiers. Know how to do it. How can girls endure this situation? Find north through the dim North Star. And miss our relatives in the north, going further and further away. 5 soldiers have deserted, how cowardly. The 5th of January 72, the 1st of May 70. It's been 2 years since that day. Don't remember nonsense. Stationed in KY Lam, next to the slow stream. Next to the primary school. The 5th of February 72. Today we stopped at a communication station along the way to the front line. The communication station that I often wish to go through, to see and to live. So here is the communication station. It can be said that it is the first that I went to. How many people have passed through here, lived here? The cool breeze blowing through the leafy wall. How many times did you read the soldier's name? I was moved so many times, just looking at the door tied with a forest rope. The leafy walls were listless, but it was easy to slip into the foot of the mountain, in the middle of a cool canopy of trees. The water is not much, but clear and strangely cool. 5-petaled wild flowers fall along the stream like stars in the morning sky. The stone steps leading people to the stream have traces of smoke looking out the door. You see mountains. Ha Tin Mountain is as cool and sweet as a river. Trees turn green in April. Myrtle flowers. Flowers bloom purple and sky. Everywhere you see grass, thorn grass and chicken grass and even honey grass fragrant. Stepping on the thick grass, I keep dreaming of setting up a dairy farm here. Then how beautiful our country will be. The wind is a bit hot. It's already May, it's summer. Then the Lao wind will return and burn the grass. Why don't you let your heart wither? In the morning, when I went into the forest to get wood, I suddenly got goosebumps because of the sound of children singing in the primary school next to my house. They are singing and dancing, probably to prepare for the end of the school year and May 15th, May 19th year. Childhood is so far away. I can no longer go to school, no longer worry about unfinished math homework because of a bad score, so far away. I have never missed Nhuan like today, when returning from the cool stream to the shack. Suddenly it was like returning to real life yesterday. He heard Nhuan's laugh very clearly, heard Nhuan's voice very clearly. I thought I could reach out and hold Nhuan's hand, such a pretty hand, such a loving hand. Nhuan, why is Nhuan so violent? How dare Nhuan love a man who is inferior to Nhuan in every way, a poor and ignorant man. That boy went to the battlefield and could very easily never come back. How dare Nhuan not think about his demands? God, why am I so stupid? It is impossible to clearly express the emotions that are surging and rising. It is impossible to describe these feelings. The emotions are so real, so specific and make me so intoxicated. What will I do? What can I do to be worthy of Nhuan? You can't complain forever. You can't keep wishing and hoping for something lucky to change your life today. It's just been 1 year, almost 1 year old. Is there anything new coming to me, and what have I done for Nhuan? Don't let Nhuan suffer because of you, for loving the wrong person who is not worth your attention. Don't let ignorance stop me. Since entering Ha Tin, we were very upset because the enemy planes flew very low, slowly and tilted very insolently. Groups of 2 planes flew up and down around the green mountain peaks belching black smoke. Behind and arrogantly peering in. Where is their sky to dare to do such a thing? But our anti-aircraft guns are too few, almost non-existent. Here, the main thing is to avoid shooting back. When cooking food, there must be no smoke, and when drying clothes, there must be no exposure to the sun. Leaving the sky to the enemy is so absurd, but it's a true story. We are fighting a big battle on the battlefield, liberating Lavang and Dong Ha. Coming here, I heard that E3 has been on the battlefield for 5 days, now maybe halfway. We are probably about to leave, enter in there. Do you know if you can keep yourself? When will I shoot the first American soldier? Yes, we must shoot a lot, they are no longer human. The forest here is beautiful. The tree is tall, straight and dense. Of course it's a lot, especially when it rains. When I go to get wood, it covers my toes. I still don't have experience in collecting wood, cutting only wild papayas. It looks very straight but clumsy. I can't build a house, it will gradually shrink when it's dry. I can't make firewood either, just smoke and no fire. I was mistaken once in Nha Nam, and I'm still mistaken here. At night when I slept in Ha Tin, I heard the sound of the bird, catching her tied up, and made my heart sad. The cries of the ancients leave a wild echo to this day. The wild chicken crows, reminiscent of the yard at home. Oh my God, what am I thinking? That's crazy. When I return home, I will tell Nhun a lot about the little squirrel I first saw on the bamboo tree. Its eyes are round and beautiful, like 2 pearls wet with rainwater. Its tail flutters, it runs quickly on a small tree branch, just like a drop of clear water rolling on a potato leaf. Then even the iguana climbing on the tree, paint it. Saw, the boy raised his slingshot and shot, hitting his back, hitting his head. The iguana raised his head to look again. The skin is so thick and hard, the fins on its back are like fish fins, and the tail is like a snake. It looks scary, yet when the sun hit it, the lizard fell to the streamside, knocked it down, and brought it back. Meat is also delicious, very delicious. I'll tell Nhun everything, including the raspberry leaf to boil water, the thin ambarella tree that grows in a hut on the bank of the stream. Tell it so Nhun can enjoy the soldiers' childhood games, holding a flashlight and walking around. Fish. The fish is dazzling. Standing still in the middle of the flowing water, gently slashing the knife, and the fish immediately turned upside down. It was so easy that last night, I lost a very big shrimp, and then let a stone crab escape. Don't laugh. Nhun's tea is still very clumsy. Going to catch crabs at night and not catching anything, just looking at the ring of light waves falling on my teammates and the spots of light dragging from the water surface to the pebbles on the streambed. To write poetry, a poem about life is very poem by a soldier. Tell Nhun, do you agree? The 5th of March 72 people say, river water, soldiers work, is true. Going from Cam Lac to here, the march took 2 days and 2 nights. Every day I travel 20 kilometers because I am not allowed to follow National Highway 1. I travel all the way through the mountains and forests, however, I see it far. Coming here, I have a day off to sleep. The next day I go to the forest to get wood to make a warehouse. Each person's standard is 4 trees per day. The tree must be 4 meters high. Terrible. Me and Ch. When he was young, he went to the forest and cut down 2 trees for each child. From the top of the mountain, follow the winding path. The forest is not far, only about 1 kilometer from the house, but the trees at the foot of the mountain are small. You have to climb to the top for the tree to be tall, straight, and meet the standards set. In the afternoon, I was about to go get 2 more plants for each person, but I was ordered to rest and prepare to go back to Cam Lac in the evening to pick up the rice sent when the unit moved urgently. At 5:30, the march started. I thought walking without a backpack would be faster and easier. But it's not very light. We were still exhausted, so much so that we lay down along the way. Then turn sideways, turn back, get lost all the way. At about 1 a.m. on May 4th, I arrived. Some kids didn't come home until 8 a.m. The day we marched here, the road was still intact. Coming back today, the wooden bridges, which were quite beautiful, must have been bombed to pieces, leaving behind deep black ravines and luxuriant reed leaves. Climb over. Cars driving at night must have headlights on, but they drive at incredible speeds. Just keep messing around and rolling up the burning dust. I returned to my old house. It's Hong's house. The whole family slept soundly, only the mother woke up to cook water for us to soak our feet in. The moon only appeared at 17 o'clock. We went back to sleep without any mosquito nets. Besides, we didn't have any mosquito nets. We didn't bring them. The mosquitoes probably carried them away that night. The 5th of April 72, my family proved unworthy of my trust. I was very sad because the books I sent back were ransacked and thrown away haphazardly. It proves that the owner has no respect for the guests. Demonstrates an impolite attitude of the family. Even more sad, I asked OH to take care of it for me. But when sent, I kept thinking and worrying that, until the cockroaches had chewed through the spines of the books, my family still wouldn't dare to open them. Honestly, faith in people. And I love so many books that I cherish, poems that touched me, so I will never see them again. It's terribly sunny. The wind is hot. Recently, Laos has started to have Lao wind. It will rush here and bring black color to the soldiers of Zone 3. The whole day there is no appearance of an airplane. People said, since the soldiers left, planes don't come to bomb anymore. Very strange, the people are very sensitive to officers and soldiers, they said. We are about to enter Quang Binh and stay there and then go to the battlefield on behalf of a unit that has just been ordered to go to the north. I don't know if that's true. If it's true, it would be very dangerous. Keeping secrets in the unit is not very good. The 5th of May 72, we didn't expect that we could walk such a long distance with 20 kilograms on our shoulders. And for several consecutive days of marching and tiring labor, yet we arrived at the right destination. Only a few people were left sleeping in people's houses along the way. These are the things I saw on the night of the march. Ha Tin girls again. I feel a bit scared of Ha Tin's singing voice, which is very persistent and shrill. The girls walked in the dead of night with the cow farm workers along Route 24, into the dark mountainside, through quite a large field, and the girls were dating. Cheers, oh my. Again, your fake, arrogant attitude. He often mocks others rudely under a facade of humility. Then tease superior, bossy, and commanding attitude. I felt very bored. People living together do not live up to their desires. I have to say, I have never lived with anyone for 3 months and got along well. I always find bad qualities in my friends. Bad qualities. The unforgivable bad qualities in one person are snobbery, in another person it is jealousy and jealousy, in another person it is a voice that tries to sound eloquent. All of these things make me feel like a child. Someone seems fake, doubtful, and doubtful forever. I often think about NHUan. What is NHUan like? Yes, NHUan is the only female friend I still send letters to, often think about and miss. I don't want that. I don't want to love a girl different from the real NHUan. Even though that girl is just NHUan in his imagination. More than ever, I want to understand NHUan clearly and thoroughly. At the same time, NHUan also understands me like that. There are so many complicated and mundane things in life. People need to live together in that rough, angular place and it cannot be any other way. People have to suffer and be happy with real life. Not the life of a dream. How are you like in real life? Will it disappoint me? And will our friendship be broken when we actually live together and are close? It's also impossible to know. From past to present, there has never been a friendship that has made me satisfied. Every friend is the same, except for Nhuan, it's unclear. It always brings me sadness, oh my, the friendships in this life. That said, it doesn't always make me sad. Sometimes it brings joy, comfort and happiness. But separate from that more or less special situation, for the most part, I feel unsatisfied. Or is it my fault? Because I don't live well, I don't feel all the beauty in friendship, so I can't build any noble and beautiful friendships. Nhuan, Nhuan. Nhuan, where are you? Nhu, did you hear T-Talk? So sad, Nhuan, where will our friendship go? And most importantly, is it as beautiful as the past days, as today? Yes, that's the only friendship I still keep. No, the problem is not that simple. There are many other things that are subtle and very scary, issues that are only very small but not unimportant. Cute, I became a heartless person. When I was at school, I stayed up until 1 a.m., and happily realized that it was the moment of transition to a new day. Actually, the moment of transition to a new day is early morning. It was the real change of day, and the real part belonged to the red sunlight that rimmed the eastern mountain peaks. As for the dream part, it belongs to the moonlight at night. I go in the middle, the soldiers go in the middle. Why think about such nonsense when something just happened at home? At 8 a.m. on May 4th, an enemy plane shot at the residences of B Information and D Ministry. At that time, I was still sleeping in Cam Lac, sleeping with a felt blanket to ward off flies. It was hot, comfort and peace was all. Only when we got close to home did we know. 4 bombs completely destroyed the elementary school next door, destroying it to pieces. The school is beautiful, airy and cool. The teacher wears a white shirt and green scarf, and the children are gentle and mischievous. Every day, I still hear the children singing and dancing to prepare for the end of the school year. Where were they today, and did any of them die? The soldiers stopped in front of the school that was destroyed yesterday by enemy bombs. The bomb crater was pitch black, the wood was in disarray, the soil and rocks were loose. There was a fishy and burning smell. The tunnel collapsed, 5 children died and a number were injured. Fortunately that day, most of the soldiers went to get rice, only a few remained at home. One hit the kitchen. The kitchen roof has a very sweet hole in it. The bomb fell straight down, sending away several military pots, a food tray containing several kilograms of meat, fish caught from the stream, and a few pots. One bomb was planted in the cellar door. Inside there were 3 people, Anne, Tone, Tot. The bombs that fell into the shack did not explode. It was discovered that it was because American workers protesting the war installed bombs without detonators, and the bombs did not explode. Maybe. But there is an engineer's opinion that the plane flew too low so the bomb could not explode. I don't know how. Just know, it doesn't explode, that's okay. The 5th of June 72. Study politics and discuss politics. New situation and tasks. People overemphasize the situation on the battlefield. Perhaps, with the soldiers, there is no need to mobilize in such a general and optimistic way. It is necessary for those on the battlefield to understand and those about to go to the battlefield to understand specifically about the war situation. Even so, there is no longer any doubt about our victory. We have won and are winning big. But perhaps the conclusions of political officials are not very satisfactory. It is advisable for the soldiers to understand all the difficulties that await them. The more fierce the battlefield is in the soldiers' minds, the quicker they are prepared to face the enemy. So for the first time, we won big, very big, in April itself. I'm also a bit sad because I haven't been on the battlefield with such big victories. But I'm also very proud that I'm doing the necessary work for those victories. When I heard the news of the victory in liberating Quang Tri and Dong Ha, destroying tens of thousands of enemies, was when I was marching to Cam Lac to get rice. the group of people crowded around the officer, wearing a Lee radio. Due to the traffic, to listen to our station's 90-minute news bulletin announcing the victory situation. Quang Tri Town has been liberated, our soldiers are entering, and the song of Dien Bien liberation emerges that is both majestic, proud, touching, and familiar. I walked like I was drunk on the road, through streams, through bushes. Tonight, how many people step foot on Trong Son? Looking at the green mountains in the distance, the trees rising like clouds on the top of the mountains, I understood that that was the foot of Trong Son. When will I be able to stand on Trong Son, standing there? Looking out at the vast four directions, saw swaths of forest burned and destroyed by American napalm bombs and toxic chemicals, and met the soldiers who rolled day and night on the line of fire. I have long wished to pluck a bunch of odd leaves, walk under the forest and hang a hammock on trees that have worn traces of previous people. I also understand that all of that has to be paid with sweat and blood. It's a pretty expensive price to pay. But it doesn't matter, if you don't dare to sacrifice, how can you have happiness and joy? My first military uniform is almost torn. I really love this outfit, it seems like it's almost student clothing. At that time, looking at any soldier who had that set of clothes, with that fading color and a soft hat that had been washed a few times before it faded, he was probably in the army in the 6.2.71 batch, the batch of the schools. It is now 8 months old. Still private. It's impossible to get another star. Before, outside the army, the captain felt it was normal. Now when he entered the army, he realized that the second lieutenant was already screaming smoke. Yesterday, people ordered military equipment to be deployed to prepare for the allocation of new soldiers. And so, considered, 1 year in the army. Besides, I'm about to go to the battlefield, so I have to hand out a lot of things, so much that I want to throw them all away. When you get new clothes, you have to start embroidering your unit's name and symbol on the chest, in case you get bombed and fly away. Wow, soldiers are all clever with their mouths and clumsy hands, so they embroider nonsense on the flaps of their bags. Chest, the words don't make sense. I miss NHUN especially at times like that. Oh, why don't I ever get that pampering, like how in the sky, it's very late at night. Go to sleep, honey. Why isn't NHUN here so that NHUN can embroider on the chest of my shirt? No, NHUN must study well, and should not force NHUN to do such nonsense. Doc Truyan Online. 75197218 years already? From the day of the famous Dien Bien victory on Earth. Those days I was just a 2-year-old child. I didn't know anything. It is said that no one in their mother's womb ever asked their birth circumstances. You can't ask what kind of family you were born into, whether it was a bourgeoisie or a powerful landowner. But not everyone is like that. Even in our era, an era where the party is ready to lead any human being loyal to the party to achieve the happiness of all mankind. For a long time, I've been confused about my own family. Other people, my other friends, are often proud of their background. Proud of their brothers, sisters, far and near. Then there are countless more things for them to be proud of. Every time a background is mentioned, people feel a surge of joy, a happiness mixed with a bit of arrogance. Maybe it's because they don't have anything to be proud of, so they have to do that? That's right, because they themselves are very happy to live and be born in a revolutionary family. Their parents and grandparents are people who have shed their blood for the nation and the class. And now, the party places its trust in the children of those revolutionary predecessors. Alas, how many times have I wished for that distant happiness, to be trusted by the party and given heavy tasks? Some people will say, well, how about you join the army? Is it possible that you are not trusted by the party and are given the task of protecting the fatherland? No, don't say that. Everything has its subtleties. If you say it out loud, if you don't do it well, you will become a counter-revolutionary. Only by being in the army can you feel the suffering of people who are not completely red. Nowhere is there such a close connection to politics as in the military. Many times I feel abandoned. I look back at my friends in A Street as if everyone's background can ensure that they stand in the ranks of the party. Only me. When I was in high school, political relations were still quiet. How innocent childhood is, it is not yet weighed down by the dark stains of the family's past. People are completely equal to each other in all relationships. Just because of a slight ripple in the attitude of the high school vice principal. But, it's still very comfortable. In universities, especially general universities, schools pay a lot of attention to expertise and pay little attention to politics. People rush into studying, into books, and think that it's about fighting America and saving the country. There aren't many people who just want to be class officers or youth union officers like Twee Key. Yes, living there is so politically ambiguous. People can be read on their resume or not, but their voice in front of the group can always be read. Everyone has the right to speak without feeling embarrassed. I don't feel like I'm touching something of mine. Besides, in university, there are not many children from non-basic families. It's full of it. But most of them are good, very good students in the class. Now it's a lot different, it's all over the place. They're two people who don't have any differences in themselves, but having a clean background, especially being really red, is very different. Nowhere does class struggle take place as fiercely as in the army. No tolerance, no flattery, and the party truly fully and permanently holds the flag of military leadership. Many times when I stand and watch the army pass by, I also feel lonely, so lonely. Every face is beautiful. I thought only real communists could give birth to that army. They go, and perhaps they don't know that they are enjoying a precious inheritance that their biological ancestors brought them. Every time I declare my background, I feel sad, deeply sad. Mr. Thuck has been sympathetic to the party for a long time but has not yet been admitted. And every time I talk to him, I feel like he's getting weaker and weaker. He kept getting disappointed. The 5th of August 1972. Honestly, there were no signs that I was kicked out of the team. But my intuition kept telling me that I couldn't become a party member. Vaguely I see that there will be many difficulties coming my way. Alright. As long as you truly live like a party member, that's enough. What is the purpose of joining the party? When people already live and work like a party member. Don't think anything about it at all. The party is wise and guides us. The most basic thing is that my family is a working family, my parents are workers and completely enlightened. I always believe that. The 5th of September 72. Watch the movie. In the far west, Germany and Russia have every right to be proud of their children. Colonel Zakharov, happy Russians, as German construction engineer Major Boangla said. Truly deserve that happiness, even in the West. Far away in the West, among the enemy soldiers, they still remember their homeland with a herd of giraffes, a tree so large that 3 people could not hug them, and forever record the enemy's crimes that devastated Russia. Cannot forget. The 5th of December 72. In recent days, the war situation has become much more tense and Hanoi has been continuously bombarded. On May 10 and 11, I heard that the enemy was bombarding Long Bien Bridge, Ba Dinh area, Hoan Kiem area. Students from primary, secondary, and high schools had to evacuate. Universities also evacuated. I already have a number. I haven't received any letters from home, so I don't know anything called private. I have experienced that every time the aircraft bombardment stops here, there will be heavy bombardment outside. Therefore, today I feel a little more reassured that there are many planes flying here. Dukjeong gas warehouse caught fire for the second time. Versus was there. I don't understand if it works or not. The enemy pushed the war to the north, May 1, 2015, there was a closed meeting of the White House. People said it discussed Vietnam in private. The other day, many enemy planes and warships arrived on the Vietnamese coast. It dropped mines to block the coast and provoke foreign ships into and out of Haiphong port. Nixon sent an ultimatum to foreign ships, promising to leave Haiphong port within 3 days, otherwise they would be fully responsible for all possible consequences. Mines and mines on the coast are a great provocation to our country and people. The unit is also entering real combat. The ideological evolution of the soldiers is more complicated than when they were outside of Hebei. Quitting sleep, avoiding responsibility, staying inactive, etc. That's enough. Min also finds himself becoming more stubborn these days, more argumentative. Besides, these cadres also make it difficult for me to be satisfied or to respect and obey orders. On May 9 at night, C3 had a grenade explosion. The cause has not yet been found. However, precautions must still be taken. I wonder if there is enemy sabotage here. During the few days the unit was bombed, someone died, sacrificed unnecessarily. At first, I had to guard 2 people and 3 stations. It's no longer as comfortable and easy as before. The unit is about to move for drills. This time, we marched for 3 consecutive days, going around Quang Binh and reaching Dao Ngong. The 117s came back from observing the situation and said it was very beautiful there. They will be stationed in a forest only 100 meters away from the lake, past a white sand dune and freshwater ditch. Death is always by my side. Bombers, warships shelling, there is no place and movement is extremely limited. I threw away most of my books, notebooks, blankets, and coats. I only kept 2 sets of long clothes, underwear, a tent, a hammock, a few photos, and 3 books. That's all I have left. Maybe this time, I will go to 425 at 628 1007. From there, the view out to sea must be very beautiful. You will probably see the vastness of the ocean. Even though my life of fighting is chaotic and stressful, I will never forget Nhuan. Nhuan is so far away, I probably never thought that someone would miss Nhuan so much. The nostalgia now is no longer the excitement and restlessness like last year, but silent and poignant. It is a torment and concern. Just worrying all the time. Why do you love Nhuan so much? Love me too. A budding love affair. Many times I want to send something to Nhuan, for Nhuan to understand and believe that I will forever love Nhuan, forever keep my beloved Nhuan in my heart. However, that beautiful premonition is not only stop there, just like Nhuan said, maybe, that's all even though it's very beautiful. I understand very well. Yes, there must be more to that feeling. People don't just live together dreaming, but they also have to be practical, and much more. They also have to be like Da Sa intelligent. But, Nhuan. This can't be possible. Do Nhuan understand that the person who loves Nhuan most of all, the person who loves Nhuan so much that her heart aches, will never have the strength to keep Nhuan with her forever? Nhuan's fragile strength is exactly like that. The more I look forward to the day I see Nhuan again, I understand that the days of true disappointment in life are coming. The chief said, don't think about don't rush to think about demands and enjoyment. No, I don't think about enjoying anything. Just because I love people who are very far away, I try to find the best way for Nhuan to go, for Nhuan to understand. I love Nhuan forever, and every girl I meet in life. This only makes me miss and love Nhuan even more. What will Nhuan think when it takes longer and longer to receive your letter? Do you have any doubts about your loyalty? It's okay to have any doubts, it's okay to be angry, as long as Nhuan does well what he told her to do, far away, far away. Yes, that is the most difficult and fierce challenge silently, the most persistent. Can Nhuan endure it or not? I don't ask for much, someday I will see Nhuan again, I won't dare to ask for anything from Nhuan. We are the closest friends in our own lives, the couple who trust, value and love each other the most, understand each other in every hidden corner of our hearts. The couple misses each other the most, but it will forever be like that. Nhuan will have a small family of her own, with a friend of some kind. Surely that person will be very good. That person will be noble and not jealous of my beautiful friendship. Then on every memorable day, we go to each other's houses to play. We look back at our poetic and musical past, and happily look at the beautiful present, but today is the future. I will be given pure white flowers to Nhuan, flowers that I will start to love when I know that Nhuan loves flowers very much. During my days in military life, I understood many complex and diverse emotions. People often advise me not to rush to trust a girl. But I still believe passionately and voluntarily, without being forced, without having to force myself, find my own reason to believe. I believe Nhuan will never betray me, as I miss Nhuan all my life, and that's all I hope for. I just hope that in my life I also have a girl who I miss with the best feelings. People often want to distinguish between people who study abroad and people who go to the army. And I don't want that. And if anyone makes a distinction, just ignore them, and I don't take that as sadness. The 13th of May 72 this afternoon march to Ngong Pass, will pass through Quang Binh and travel for 3 days. The 23rd of May 72 10 days have passed. 10 days full of hardships and difficulties. Full of fatigue and hardship. And the battlefield is probably just as arduous or just a little more difficult. I've been to Ngong Pass, and indeed, the pass runs along like my favorite poet said. The house is like a banyan leaf halfway up the mountain where do rivers and streams fall to the foot of the pass. The pass points south, the road points south, the bullet vehicle also aims south to go over the slope. How many people write poems about Ngong Pass? But forgot about the pass running along. The sea was right there, at the foot of the high point where my unit was stationed. The color of the sea changes daily and hourly. As for the endless waves of change, they keep crashing into the land and keep crashing toward the shore without ever ending. Vast and vast, but the land is small and narrow, yet it remains like that forever. No, I don't understand what I'm trying to say either. Colorful thoughts, simple, true thoughts keep jostling each other and I can't separate them clearly to express them. It all just gets mixed together into a big mess. Never mind. Why bother writing those things in the diary? Things about the battlefield, nothing significant, something like that. We volunteered and before going out, we were always worried about mosquitoes, lizards and even cicadas, or something like that. Some people call it a horsefly, some people call it a tick. Wow, that Riveret guy with the cross around his neck is really scary. He used his trunk to pierce the soldiers' clothes, stinging and sucking the blood of the calves' abdomen. Whoever sleeps doesn't know he's gay. Sometimes, after sucking blood, he can't pull out the nozzle, leaving the nozzle in the patient's skin, causing both a sharp and itchy feeling. No wonder Voruso used that strange name for people who were fiercely opposed to Christianity. What nonsense are you saying? How many nights have I marched, how many times have I hung a canvas hammock in the depths and thorns of the forest, but I have never written a poem about the precious sleep in the forest. That's all that's hateful. And the sky is now dusk. Here at sunset, if I were at home, what would I be doing? Last year at this time Nhuan was about to take the exam. Maybe it's already over, it's already 6 p.m., and I'm still at the university. We're about to get mad at each other. On May 30th, I'm at Nhuan and the pure white flower was about to be abandoned. That's all for being miserable. Now knowing what to do is so far away. How can we return to the old days? What has become of NHUAN? The purple color of the student ink packets keeps reminding me of NHUAN. Remembering the little poem hastily written along the march through Quang Binh, naming that poem, Purple Flower Moi. Every time we march past here my heart misses you so much. It's not like I didn't know about the purple color, but only now do I understand flower colors don't hide your heart. Don't hide your heart. I know a girl who doesn't cry when saying goodbye to my closest son. The 9-dimensional purple flower speaks to your heart. Don't stop anywhere in the middle of the vast country. I bent down with the flower branch quietly. The color of purple flowers is like never before. Thin, soft wings cool my fingers. Great things on earth are greatly desired, still not forgetting the smallest privacy. The most faithful is the love of the land. Each flower color is imbued with human love. I have gone very far from you. It's not easy to come visit you in the small town. I put the flower petals I bought in my book, Purple My Heart and Purple My Heart. The way I marched at night, the flowers have mixed into the purple sky. Even if I see flowers, I still know them. Summer flowers dye the sky purple. Where are you? Fingers crossed. May. In May, I will come back to visit the small garden. Sentence UTHO was handwritten and overwhelmed with thoughts. Purple flowers don't have many words, like lines of poetry. Someone singing in the background is absent-minded. I turned back to greet the flowers again. The forest is quiet. Which I thought, is there a new couple picking each other up? May 17, 2072. Q Bin, NHUAN is far away. Can you hear me whispering to NHUAN this rugged poem? I will write poems about flowers. About the forest petals and wildflowers that have a very poetic color and flavor. Write poems about flowers for your lover who loves flowers. NHUAN, do you agree? It's too dark, night is falling, stay here tonight. This moon is the first of the month, just a little dim, drenched with moonlight, wetting people's hearts. How are you doing? Like, how have you become? Anyway, I still feel secure that NHUAN will do the right thing and do well what I want from NHUAN. Tomorrow, when the country is completely unified, we will meet, the two of us will meet. The road still brings incense, like you, night. Now I'm sad because I don't have couples walking around in their scent. The worry now is for the family, for the loved ones who are living in the capital stressed by the sirens. It's too late to write anymore. Let's record a few events of the day. Today I started filling out my military record. I don't remember anything. I'm so bored with having my record in my backpack. Doctrine Online. The 24th of May 72 again. Let's talk about the resume pages. People asked to explain in as much detail as possible. Who are the grandparents, aunts, uncles? How can I remember? I can't even remember my name. Besides, I have to remember my date of birth. Remember both the material and political activities of those ancestors from the days when we probably didn't have anything on this earth, even the simplest first cells. Every time I turn my resume, I further affirm my heavy responsibility today. Leaving today is not only my personal responsibility to complete, but I also have to do my part for my family, my grandparents, and my parents. Maybe because I think like that, I don't want to be jealous or ask for anything easy for myself. I must affirm that I have tried a lot to become a good person, according to my wishes. Childhood is innocent, can't do anything for life but only causes more trouble. Sometimes when I think back, I blame myself. When I was young, there must have been many times when I wore a new shirt and stood indifferently at the dock. Standing childishly on the stairs, does it make me sad to the depths of the soul of an adult who feels so far away from his entire childhood? Now that I'm older, I understand more and have a deeper understanding of people's hearts. I understand what the noble humanity of the human heart is. People can sacrifice everything. Sacrifice is everything one owns for others. But that sacrifice is necessary and right, not the sacrifice of something restrictive. A screaming and unnecessary sacrifice. Trust in people is also a very unique feature of humanity. Teacher Lou told me a lot about this 3 years ago, more than 2 years ago, but only now do I deeply understand it. Far and most complete. Maybe tomorrow, life will answer me with a cold wind, but it doesn't matter, when I have devoted to life a righteous and noble soul, knowing how to love and knowing how to hate, knowing how to roll with the odds. The simplicity of life and the feeling of happiness are incomparable. Knowing how to live nobly, rising above all that is tiring and barren of personal calculations. Yes, I have to live like that, I have to devote to life such a soul. This is my dream, my wish, my determination and also my responsibility. Must do. Are you still sad? Are you still sad because of the years you had to be away from university, because you couldn't go abroad to study, because of the masters, some of them going here, some of them there, living a peaceful, prosperous life with the textbooks? Tomorrow, you return, you have knowledge, you are engineers, you are scientists, and Thach will be just the most ordinary person, if the war does not take away Thach's foot, his hand. I also didn't expect that in 7th grade, an essay written by an excellent student from the North would be a prophecy for my future state of mind. In the past, being oppressed and exploited was enough to suffer. Now, the ignorance about science and technology must also be considered a very painful thing. Laquan. There, comment on that sentence. If now, let me go back to middle school and do that essay again, I believe I will do well in that essay. Because now, I understand so much pain. When I was completely blind to all the problems yesterday, I hope to quickly grasp it firmly. At that time, there were 8 of us who were close friends and went to the Northern Literature exam for excellent students in the Hanoi team. 8 of them were in the same room from the cluster, district, city, and in the end, they all took the exam in the North. 4 boys, the rest are girls. Lan, Hong, An, Tan, Bin, Lan, Hong and me. Lan was bombed when she was in 9th grade, Vu Hong and Tan are now studying in Russia, and Pham Kiu An seems to have gone abroad, in a foreign country, which country is unknown. Bin and I are in the army. Lan is studying philosophy. Studied at Lomonosov University. Hung studied in Czechoslovakia. Most of my friends have gone, and the writing from that time must have instilled joy in my heart. In my friends' hearts I was passionate about learning. Oh, that's right, being ignorant about science is painful. Extremely. Hung, my friend from Saigon, every day he sat in the exam room, he kept his head down on the table for up to 30 minutes, then he looked up and was free to hunker down, write forever. It seemed to forget everyone around and be engrossed in what was thinking. What does Hung think? Hung must remember his parents living in the dark Saigon, under the enemy's yoke. Yes, that endless thirst of his loved ones in his homeland urged Hung to write Hanoi's only prize-winning essay that year. What is Hung thinking about? And the other guys? What are you thinking about? You must have completely forgotten about yourself, forgot about that guy who always sits in the cinder block sewer that people left lying around on the sidewalk. Just don't ever forget the year's thesis. That topic is now worrying and tormenting me from the bottom of my heart. Those of you who go far away, those of you who stay will still be able to study, and will probably study for the parts you left unfinished. I think of Marceline's noble and beautiful friendships. I think of the poem by young poet Bi Keen Kwok, a poem about how warm and passionate friendship is. We are connected to each other like 2 water bottles. The joy from you will return to me. Friendship, I think of the class of people looking for each other on the battlefield. How long have I wished? How long have I wished to go on Trong Son Road and meet the young poet of the army, Pham Tien Duat, meet him and talk to him about the switchboard located precariously on the side of a high mountain, about the breathing sound of the deep forest, and the song of unknown color that burns people's hearts. I went to find Pham Tien Quat. As for me, I went looking for C.A. Lahine, the poet whose first collection of poems was The Cock Crow, signaling a talent in field houses. Hey Heen. I asked about him and couldn't hold back my nostalgia. A passionate love life can never be left unfinished. The earth still molds the bait, molds the bowls of the river slopes. Rivers flow forever, PTD. As for C.A. Laheen, he did not feel secure sitting in the university lecture hall. He could not listen to the entire history textbook. He could not sit and listen to the sound of swords rattling among the pages. He went to find Jeongnam. He searched for the clearest and healthiest poetry of the South at that time. He followed the call of his heart. C.A. Laheen is now lying down. His talent is still developing and he hasn't had time to do what he always dreamed of as a child. But those rivers will never dry up. His poetry still gives strength to those who follow. I think about the eternal things of the truest friendship. No, in this area love should be separated, although love is also a true and noble friendship. We have to separate, because sometimes, love even does its own job. Any kind of love, any strange and sacred relationship, if you don't know how to attach your own to the invisible but extremely strong rope of work on the way to realizing your ideals, that love cannot be called beautiful, cannot last long, cannot overcome the harsh and fierce challenges of life. Right now, I want to think of Nhuan as the most sincere and trustworthy friend. When we parted, the road leading to the outskirts of the city was blurred by the trees. As An carefully told himself, it's just friendship, Thak. Just friendship? When we go a little far from that boundary of life, if this were Russia covered with white snow, I would Pavan and Ria, a couple with such a pure and beautiful love. At that time, indeed, I did not agree. I don't agree why, I don't know why. A vague premonition did not allow me to nod. But now, I will tell Nhuan like that. I will tell Nhuan. Oh, my friend. I just need friendship and I just want to be a friend in the truest sense of it. Whether that friendship is true or not depends on the level of trust Nhuan has in you. Does Nhuan have any doubts about your loyalty? I have asked that question many times, and each time I affirm, no, Nhuan will definitely not suspect anything. Nhuan will believe that she is telling the truth. In this life, love can only grow with Nhuan and cannot be with anyone else. I fell in love with Nhuan, the purest and first love. Only in my whole life, pure love, without any dust of sexual enjoyment. What more could Nhuan wish for? We are friends. We will be friends forever. And so, freely meet each other, freely talk, no longer afraid of anything stopping us. Most of all, I don't want to leave a lasting and painful suffering to any friend on this earth. Humans have extremely strange endurance. I believe that endurance can help me overcome all temptations, all small and mundane demands. Childhood wandered in my soul, but now, wandering with my footballer's feet, I have tried my best to keep my soul pure and beat with the heroic, tumultuous life. I want every joy, every joy. My worries are the joys and worries of the entire nation and the era in which I live. Ch. often said to me, it told me to think everything was simple and straightforward. It says I look at life too rosy. It tells me I'm theoretical and bound to encounter the thorns of life. With it, doubt everything. It is suspicious of girls who are studying far away from their homeland. That they don't have the necessary endurance that their friends want. Ch. said, that is the truth, and according to it, people should have their own perspective and not be stereotyped. I think that, at a certain age, youth are wild and full of new ideas, and they like to find for themselves a certain concept that is somewhat contradictory or sometimes completely opposite to the mainstream concept of the time. And maybe I've found something precious, like a great invention. They arrogantly look at others who are pursuing textbook concepts, and tell themselves that only they can think of that. Others are textbook, stereotyped, unoriginal, embellished, etc. And now, goodbye to the first diary of a soldier's life. I haven't had time to review it once. There was no time to correct the sounds with trills in the structure of a hasty and dusty sentence. Life stories, but in reality, there is nothing. A cluttered mess, as gray as an abandoned kitchen. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Must leave everything behind. I can't let anyone read these thoughts. Unless I'm no longer alive to preserve it. Life's story hasn't finished a few dozen pages, and, C story, has only a few pages of poetry, diary. Oh, gossip. The enemy won't let me stay, I have to go, I will send this diary back, when I return I will write down all the great things I have experienced since I left it, away from the Japanese book. Dear memories of military life. Yes, if I don't come back, who will write the next lines for me? I just wish that tomorrow, the remaining pages behind me will be full of happy and crowded lines. Don't leave it blank and mysterious like these pages. One day at the end of May 72, Ha Tin Private Soldier. Hello Rear, hello family, and the person I love. I'm leaving tonight, I will definitely return to my beloved capital someday. The 6th of March 1972. Fork Copper Fortune run out of. Doc Truyen Online. Category. Martin Nguyen Van Thack about publishing the diary of Martin Nguyen Van Thac to Ton 9 Publishing House. Martin Nguyen Van Thack was born on October 14, 1952, was a student at Hanoi University, joined the Army on September 6, 1971, and died at the Quang Tri battlefield on July 30, 1972. At that time, he was less than 20 years old. Although his life was not long, it left behind many regrets for his family, teammates, friends and country about a man who was loyal, well-educated, lived a simple, honest life, always with a sense of striving to contribute a lot to the fatherland and its people. Even though he was only 10 months old, along the way marching to war, overcoming many hardships and sacrifices, Thack still did his duty as a soldier well, actively recording events and feelings about life, about people during the heroic years of the fight against the U.S. to save the country, which was in a fierce stage towards complete victory. In addition to 16 poetry collections and some notes lost on the front when he died, Thack also left behind 240 pages of his life story, diary and hundreds of letters. Thack did not want anyone to read Thack's notes while he was alive, but if he doesn't come back, Thack hopes someone will write the next lines for him. I only wish that tomorrow the remaining pages will be full of happy and crowded lines. The war has now passed 30 years. After the family reread these records, especially the diary, they found it very valuable. It can contribute to reflecting the heroic struggle of our people, and at the same time reflect a generation of enlightened young people. Realizing the party's revolutionary ideals, he was willing to sacrifice for the cause of national liberation and national unification. On the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the complete liberation of the South and reunification of the fatherland, our family wishes Ton 9 Publishing House to research and publish this diary, contributing to readers, especially readers. Children can be proud of a previous generation of young people who are steadily moving towards the future. That is also the wish that Martin Nguyen Van Thack always cherished but could not fulfill. Sincere thanks to the publisher. Hanoi, April 7, 2005. On behalf of the family of Martin Nguyen Van Thack older brother, Nguyen Van Thack ***** the 10th of February 1971. Sometimes I can't believe I've come here. Unexpectedly, there was a star on the hat. On the collar is a red military insignia. Military life came to me so naturally, so calmly and so suddenly. What does it mean? A while ago, I was still a student. Now, the days of studying in the classroom, listening to Teacher Duong, Teacher Dao. I don't know when I will return to those days. Or never again. It's possible. I'm already grown up. How long have you been studying but you can't do anything, can't live anything? Only thin because of the pages of books, thin because of illusory dreams. After 28 days in the Army, I learned many useful things. Live many meaningful days. Along the march, I had the opportunity to review my heart and check my heart. Where and when did I start living responsibly? Perhaps from March 9, 1971, the March of Noon longan flowers, crocodile flowers and water lily pads. My dear friends have all gone away to school. Each person has their own direction. You have gone to the north. As for me, I will go to the south. Ha-back night is so peaceful. I'm so hungry, I hear a whisper from the wind vane on the eucalyptus hill. I've lived for over 20 days at Yen Duyen and Yen So Aquarium. There are beautiful tree lines there. I took the first photo of the soldiers under a coconut tree, with an aquarium behind me. The leisurely sunset changes the color of the water. And the thoughtful, proud evening star rose in the sky. Army life is not that easy. I cried, tears streaming down my face, when my friends saw me off, when the ceremony ended, when the national anthem shook the fresh air at the general school. This song here, how many times have I listened to it, bowed my head and thought. But today I truly understand and truly feel one simple thing, my national anthem, mine. Cry, not because of weakness, not because of sadness, but because of emotion. Because this farewell is so sacred. My dearest friends couldn't send me away. And that hand, and those eyes, that voice. Get in the car starts. Production car, engine sound like my heart. Choked by an indescribable feeling, I looked up for the last time at the window, where I crawled out every day, looking down at the street. That's my own little piece of heaven. One day, every day I look forward to seeing my friend cycling by, let me call. Now, it's time to say goodbye, the car rolls away, smoothly, the car goes smoothly, and we bump into each other, jostling each other to reach out the door. Out there, those familiar faces, even though there are people I never talk to, I never thought they lived in this world. Where is that dear face? You go, I can't see you. The night of July 26th was just strange faces, full of excitement and complacency. Confusion, and an unpleasant smell. I didn't dare to stand for long and had to endure a tormenting regret. I left when you were entering a new school year. Stepping into the lecture hall, do you remember me? No, let your soul be completely at peace, and welcome a spring in your heart. On the first page of student life, don't let a single drop of ink fall, don't leave a single yellow stain. Car, drive faster, let me reach my big family quickly. The place where we spent our youth. Even more so than when the decision paper was heaving in his hand. How happy, how proud, how touching when wearing a green military uniform. The student is familiar with the white color of the stork's shirt, familiar with the blue color of the sunny months. I shed it mercilessly, and lovingly put on that blue color. The green of mountains and steppes, of dreams and hopes. The eternal green of life. On the hat is a star. I silently looked at the star, like when I showed it to you. That's the beloved evening star. But it's a little different. Now, we read in that star, the rainbow fire of the siege battle, the red color of fire, of blood. I see that in that magical color, there are red blood cells of my heart. Everyone leaves with a passion for ideals, and gently inside is a little dream. The first watch was a moonlit night, a poem, a diary page. How happy and proud, dear village, sleep peacefully, there is a soldier keeping watch over the sky. The sloping roofs are like loving eyelids, I close my eyes and sleep soundly. I step lightly, filled with a familiar scent. Grapefruit is at the end of the season, guava is at the end of the season. Trees are gathering sap to produce a season of ripe fruit. My comrades read me clear poems, the Trong Sun stick took us on our way to fight the Americans. The old thatch san rice cooker is a dream. Now it is the hearts of the people and the soldiers. We read here the names for the first time we read, the first time we knew. That name, those names are a calm sol note, a cheerful la note, are the 7 levels of the great chorus that our people are singing. The soldiers are gone, only the people will suffer, but they will remember forever. Who told me that, when it was already dawn? At 9:30 we have to go to bed, but we stay up all night, with dawn all around, the sun rising, and babies already chirping in the neatly cropped acanthus trees. The sound of a hammock, a streak of sunlight on the porch, a spider spinning webs on a guava branch. Is there anything different from where I live, where I spent my childhood? The Black Delitzsch River flows timidly through the city. Coming here, it is still as timid as a virgin tree. Why are you so shy to close your wings? How many times have I walked by the Delitzsch River? Before, I was uncomfortable because of the strong smell of mud. I have marched by the Delitzsch River several times. I love the river because of its bubbling foam, because of its green, youthful color. The construction of the river. Has the riverbed forgotten its filth, accepted its taste to bring strange fresh spinach stalks to life, to bring bright pink color to the city? Oh Song 2, when we return tomorrow, we will reopen the river, let our childhood roam, let your boat take me around the city. Today, walking by the river, under the hot sun, on my shoulder was Trong Son's toed backpack. It cannot be said that it is light. The strap tightens on the shoulder, compressing the chest. Pain and burning, difficulty breathing. Pressing on my hips, pressing on my back, it's soaking wet with my sweat. I put my backpack on, and I can always laugh. Yes, that's our life. Must laugh and have fun. The song I love is Trong Son Dong, Trong Son Tay. The road carrying rice has no mosquitoes, but that's not a relief. The role of the student, although his soul is always soaring, is more poetic than the poems, which is the numbing grind on his shoulder, the shocking, intense sunlight. Dear Yen So, I love Yen So like my hometown. The first military base of my life. Where we call our friends comrades. Where children call me soldier uncle, and village girls call me, hello soldiers. Don't laugh at me because of my baggy military uniform. My mother was poor, she fed me with vegetables and porridge, she suffered for 4,000 years, she saved every grain of rice to feed me. Let me grow up now. We have to grow up, we have to get bigger to keep up with the height of history. This arm will strangle the enemy's neck. The night is full of stars, like a mother's womb, like a child's womb standing on the side of the road. The lake is strangely clear. Why do you say that those lakes are tears? Suffering for thousands of years, what eyes have profusely accumulated to form a lake? But today life is so happy? The fish in the lake also struggled, caught the moonlight and greeted the soldier. Fish, fish, don't laugh at me, don't tell the girls in the village about us being afraid of leeches when they sit on this bank and remind us. To you guys. Forgot how the luxuriant Longan garden was, where on the first day I sat quietly listening to political lectures. The lagoon is so warm, above are trees and leaves, green and blue, sparkling stars on the hat, shimmering stars above. Collar, red like fire is the military rank, burning torches are burning my heart. Iya, Iya are the words a child learns to read. What girl has such a graceful figure like that person? Memories are deep, following me into battle. These days, how can I not feel sad today? The pot of water my mother boiled had a strange aroma. Is it because of the bitterness of a lifetime that the bowl of water my mother gave me is so sweet? Saying goodbye to my child, my mother still smiles and caresses me. Marching from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., very beautiful. The first moon of the month is still red, reminding me of a sail. There, the red sail, filled with wind, the wind swept the night stars, rushed into the boat and pushed the boat drifting in my mind. Sleeping on the bank of a river, there are beautiful coconut lines. The sky is so clear, the electric wires are like lines on a page of a school notebook. Don't use the light to tease them, just let them talk to each other. The son is about to leave his friend. She went back to school again. Only a few more hours until the train whistles and leaves. He told her nothing, maybe he didn't tell her anything, and just smiled. Who shouted? Whose voice is like the sound of a golden bell, whose voice is like your girl's voice? As for this voice, it is Mr. Chow's voice. Mr. Mong Chow, I love you so much, baby, but I don't dare to ask you. The soldiers were delighted, giggling. The stars in the river also collided. The coconut palms also held hands and playfully flew across the peaceful sky. The engine sounds like grinding rice. The night is incredibly beautiful, we listen to the earth breathe. What is the guy lying next to the flashlight looking for? Are you looking for the cricket that is diligently playing Pritzvin's night music? Unable to resist, I took paper and wrote a letter to Nhuan. 12 midnight September 28, 1971, do you like reading these lines? T. Wrote to Nhuan while lying on the bank of a river. The river is very beautiful. Very late at night. The red moon is about to sink into the horizon. Some of T's teammates are sleeping, some are talking. Under the book that T listed, there are 2 letters about to be sent to Nhuan. The dew soaked the plastic fabric. Not a single light. Only the stars, guiding T to write these lines. The beginning of military life is like this. It's too dark, but keep writing. T likes that. Soon, there will be many times when T writes like this. Probably ugly as hell. Marching here, hello Nhuan, what a pity. We've arrived at the station, Van Dien Station. But there is no train. I was so tired, having to carry military equipment again. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I sat down on the ground, leaning on my backpack to sleep. Shish, are you hiding the words of civil servants? It's true to the saying, the cheeks of the civil servants, the buttocks of the soldiers. The night trains coming from Hanoi, the doors and doorways are full of nostalgia. The ship belches smoke, artificial clouds. Regardless, I'm still sleeping. Waiting for a long trip? Finally, I was able to pack my backpack onto the train. The TQ train is quite large. I had no place to stand, so I had to stand in front of the tournament. It's inconvenient. But it doesn't matter. The night was so dark, the fields were quiet, only the sound of the wind and the ship's breathing could be heard. There, Hanoi, is Nguyen Du Street sparkling behind the wall of Hang County Station. Well, hello Hanoi, 3 or 4 months later we will return, we will again make a pilgrimage on the empty streets that are closely associated with our lives. The Red River at night, during the wet season, the pontoon bridge is swaying, we recognize the bridge because of the electric light. Those dazzling eyes told me, that is the bank. Oh, the distant Angara River flows through the city of Ikit, is there any night like this night? It's like seeing that beloved face again. If the wind doesn't blow, your hair will become tangled and you'll have to use a comb to comb it. Don't let the wind blow, it's a bit cold, and your shirt will be thin and you'll feel sick when you get home. Eucalyptus begins to appear along the train tracks. The eucalyptus tree we love and cherish. The eucalyptus tree records for us a childhood full of poetry and the intoxicating scent of honeygrass. Eucalyptus, run after me, follow my train and live forever with me. When you lie down, the eucalyptus will shed its leaves, tremble and lull you to sleep. The eucalyptus tree keeps growing tall with life, keeps singing to the world the song about teacher Dewey Sen and his excellent student Altunai, the song about the red maple tree. The sun has risen, the windows of the train carriage are green, the color of military uniforms. The little girl on the hill goes to school, but why does her scarf fly and her little hand keeps waving at her brothers? I suddenly remember a poem from Th. Children, have you learned yet? You guys built a new school for me. They no longer want to start a fire. My school stands in the middle of a clear hill. The children's voices echoed around the village. We went through the Midland Hills of northern Thailand. Traces of war and floods are still clearly visible here. What did I think when I looked and stood speechless next to the deep enemy bomb crater near the iron and steel refinery area? Mother, here I have understood the depth of the earth. A peaceful life shows us the value of the width and length of the yard where you often play, of the garden in October, where the sugar cane is gradually sweetening to the top, of the cozy house where you sit and write a poem praising the land. I didn't know that the earth had depth, but today the story of enemy bombs has awakened me. Luang Sun Station or something, get off the train and go to the large grass area to rest. It's about 9 o'clock. Luckily, the girl who once clung to the young man's footsteps is now entangled in the pants of the soldiers. What souvenir do you want to embroider? Tonight, next to the fire at the camp, picking up sewing grass, and perhaps there is a dreamy guy thinking about a girlfriend who is good at sewing. What will you sew on my shirt? And the whole tree was shy, the innocent girl, at the slightest touch, cowered in shame, the young soldiers kept teasing her. Changing trains, soldiers rushed to take seats near the windows. Yes, but Vu Din Min wrote, people from all directions look at each other through their eyes, a seat is also given to each other. I love it so much, because I get to sit by the window. The train left, the wind blew coolly. From here, the forest is denser, the hills are right next to the train track. People looking for firewood on the hills kept waving. The 10th of March 1971, I couldn't sleep all night. I kept staying awake because of the nausea and excitement. It's 1 a.m., it's too late. I have to go to bed. Yes, people's inner lives are strange, just remember. Remember who knows, but why can't sleep? The forest is not as poetic as we imagine. The tree is tall and shaggy and looks scary. The deep abyss, tangled with vines, contains many mysteries. My life will last there. What is the ethnicity here? Man or though? I just want to see a San Dio girl, wearing red pants, among the vast hills and trees. Suddenly remembered a verse that rhymes, chickens play drums. Monkeys climb ladders, there are girls, red dresses with white bibs. Why'd I remember that sentence? You ask. I don't know anymore. It seems like the color, the sounds and shapes mixed in there somewhat match the scenes we are witnessing. Who built the tunnels through the mountains, whose hands lingered on these rock faces? Sitting next to the door of a fast-moving train, the wind blows in coldly, along with the damp, gloomy air of earth and rocks. The train carriage was dark. No one said a word. Out of fear or strangeness. As for me, it was strange. I kept sticking my head through the door, looking towards the cellar door. Coal dust covered my face black. The radio ship shook violently. The sunlight is here, rushing on every face. Looking back, there was the hill the train had just passed through. The same leaves, calm and carefree. Dragonfly with long body, red wings. What did you sow in the gray shirt of the hills and trees? Probably so. Quiet and calm up there, at the bottom of its depths, there is an icy ship carrying a new source of energy. Train, just run fast to faraway lands. There is a tree, a birch tree, different from the familiar bamboo grove. What a strangely tall tree. Throughout its life it has seen off many passing trains. You whisper in your ear, the stream is very clear. But don't rush to bathe. Oh, the clear, gurgling stream flows at the foot of the hill. Where are the shiny green, red, purple, and yellow pebbles? But I only see yellow leaves swirling and sinking. Oh cloud, where are the clouds going? Send me a message to that friend, saying, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. I put my head down on the table. Then what happened after that, P didn't know anymore. P didn't want to know anymore, because at that time, T was so close that he couldn't accept that answer. What do you fish by that stream? I could clearly see the clear wire, like a ray of sunlight curving on the surface of the water. How peaceful life is, in a canopy, in the shade of a leaf hat. Soldiers rushed through the window, the gravel under their feet was also the red color of the mountains. Hot, dizzying sun. I don't know the name of this station either. There are only grapefruits. Grapefruits in the forest are as small as a fist and dry. For temporary use. Of course it takes money. Tired, but everyone was excited and happy. Sitting comfortably in the shadow of the thatched house. There's no water. It's sunny. Take out the bread to eat, it's stuck in your throat. Goodbye, blue ship, go. Further away is Boha Orange, is the Thuong River. And here, burning. Ordered to march into the forest. Only 7 kilometers. The first forest road I took, my shoulders heavy with my backpack, sweat drenched my chest, shoulders and back of my shirt. The road is long and lost. Turning back, same road. Strange and bumpy road. Horrible. What did the backpack contain that was so heavy, it buckled the soldier's back? Dear Hill, I have never known you, but today my sweat has dripped onto this ground. The sun keeps shining, birds keep calling, disturbing people's hearts. The road slopes back up to the sky. These hills here, for nearly a century now, have been the insurgent army of Yen the Sacred Tiger. Mom, is this flintlock gun my father's when he used to wear loincloths with it to fight the French? The house is empty and lonely on the hill. There is very little water here. Peep down into the well and keep smoking. When I looked in the mirror, I went to the stream. The well mirror makes me dizzy. The owner is very old, his hair is white, his face has wrinkles over time. He was naked, wrapped around himself in a piece of rough cloth, his feet were crooked, he walked bowed but firmly. My sister is in 9th grade in the district, away from home. I know that because her blue floral shirt is not hung out to dry in front of the door, but folded at the head of the bed. Oh mountains and forests, Yen the. I love you because the trees, the iron trees stand tall, like the chest of an insurgent. I lay on my back and let the red drops of sunlight run from the leaves. The banyan tree, the slope of the forest, which foot took the first step on the hollow path deep in the leaves, now it's my turn to go. The road is so long, we keep walking, busy climbing. Only seeing the heavy backpack on my shoulder, only seeing white clouds rolling to the north, seeing the endless blue sky, and dense trees and grass. It's the end of sim season. The fruit is dark purple and sweet. Should we extend the purple myrtle season for soldiers in the afternoon forest? Every guy's mouth is full of sims. The village here is sparse, the roof is like a small spot hidden among the leaves. Spreading mats in the middle of the sky is a bamboo tree. Don't rush to pick wild flowers because the thorns are so scary. I quickly stuffed into my chest the forest leaves that I did not know the names of. The leaves are withered, but fragrant, coming from somewhere. Do you know that I love the forest? Oh, the sunshine in the forest, filled with sap. Who wrote these verses for us to read now? The skin of the hand often touches the skin of trees, the human face touches the leaf surface. The old forest is so strange. Without these days, we would easily have known each other. The 10th of April 1971, I made an appointment with you on the weekend, waiting for each other at the end of the street, knowing that you like the color of the sky. I was nervous and chose a blue shirt. Sunday morning. The sky was clear, but there were waves in my heart. I couldn't see your shadow. Monday night golden autumn, Tuesday night, autumn fades, Wednesday winter dawns. Friend, stop singing, it will upset the soldiers. I walked on the eucalyptus hill, under my feet were pebbles. Oh, the sky is so blue, the color of my beloved shirt has been folded at home. Friend, stop singing, it will upset the soldiers. I walked on the eucalyptus hill, under my feet were pebbles. Oh my, the sky is so blue, the color of my beloved shirt has been folded at home. When will you two meet? At the end of the street. Oh, the straight street with trees and houses. The street must be very sad, because there are no children playing shuttlecock or fishing for white fish. There is no laughter. I wish I could meet you once, just one more time, and I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Don't laugh, I told you so, but the leaves keep ringing. Why don't you love the city more when you're close to the city, and now regret it? Yes, the time. 7 days is enough for a week. Not 7 days of waiting anymore, but endless. The eucalyptus hill still leisurely sings its ancient song. Dear eucalyptus, why are you so surprised that you spread your leaves? The scent of eucalyptus and eucalyptus resin is so dreamy. You won't come back from anywhere, I'll take your hand. Through this hill, we'll reach the myrtle hill, the chestnut hill. Sim at the end of the season, don't ask for compensation, it will make your lips turn purple. Hillside purple is the purple color bought by flowers. No, that's not it, it's you purple, my purple color. Oh, I remember. I imagine seeing my beloved figure hiding behind the sap-filled eucalyptus trunk. Don't be angry anymore, we've been apart for a long time, what else is there to be angry about? Or is P angry because the letter at the end of June was not answered? I can't write, P, I can't write, because the deep sympathy chokes T's heart. That gentle face, why is it so silent today, stirring in my heart, which poet's poem is it? It's been so long that I can't remember clearly, it keeps spreading. I have said so many words, with father, with mother, with people around, with the sea and the green trees. Why don't you say a word to me? Oh, that voice, it keeps making me excited, it awakens in me the quiet excitement and makes my soul and heart full of happiness. Since that day, that breath has blown into every strand of hair, that dear hand has soothed my wounds. I thought I could disappear, a body of dust would return to dust. I wanted to collapse in front of that pure heart, oh, the idol of my dreams. Doc Truyen Online. We always dream, we yearn, one beautiful morning, remembering a strange blue color, we wake up in happiness. Someone is waiting for me, waiting for me. It's P, it's beloved P. I long for a summer morning, holding P's hand in the reading room. Is it the seductive smell of books that makes me so excited? I often dream of a certain season, even if it's a wet and slimy winter. I stand on the train platform listening to the sound of rain chasing each other on the gray moss wall. My heart is not like that, I stand waiting. And there, my beloved P, stepping down from the train, P rushed into my arms, or I ran to rub my head on that cheek, what have been many years. P opened his mouth and smiled, but I read a wet color in his eyes. P took me back to House 72, only once did I nonchalantly come. And P will tell us countless stories in distant countries. As for me, I will tell P about life stories, about the Casuarina hills of Hebac, where each shade of shirt reminds P, will tell P the curved crescents of the moon, a longing for each other. I will tell P, oh P, at a meeting in the communal house, the old communal house with rusty gutters, I long to hold a gun that glistened with steel. The bullets are very sharp, I love this AK like I love someone, my gun, the gun will be attached to my life, live and die with me. At that time, I will definitely tell P that my whole life, my private life, belongs to P forever. A long time ago, my soul life disappeared in the passionate love of P, that blazing furnace. At this point, I understand what fear is when I have to leave P forever. Don't, oh God, that scenario should never happen, no matter who I live with, living alone and alone, how can we survive? Extreme suffering is telling the truth about the weakness of one's heart. I don't want that, P said. I like letter T very much. That's not true, P. Many years later, looking back at the past, P will laugh, and at that moment I'll like letter T very much. At that time, the letters that T wrote in sleepless afternoons, in quiet late nights at the general school, on this remote hill, written with all his soul. With all the excitement of his heart, just won a bunch of ordinary paper that needs to be thrown away. But it's okay, and it's okay. Because I only confess that to P alone. Anyone who hasn't met me says I'm silly. Everyone who just meets me says, I value you, I love you. Everyone who stays with me for a while points at me and says, stupid person. As for me, I only laugh and cry. We fly above the clouds, under the wind. I haven't met anyone, other than the person I love, but once I rubbed my hands goodbye. Then, I don't know if that person will distance himself from me. Is our life about holding an AK to fight the enemy? Standing on the hill spitting fire at the enemy, bold, silent, no one needs to know. Then when I die, I only ask for one thing, that on my grave is a eucalyptus tree, slender eucalyptus tree. Lying underground, if only I could still think, I would write poetry, yes, poetry, math. Wow, so eccentric, so silly. Why'd I hate student life so much now? Sloppy and rickety. Must live healthy and fiercely under fire. The people love the soldiers. We went to ask for bamboo to build a house. There's bamboo, out in the garden, just go out and cut it. Male bamboo, female bamboo, and bonte bamboo are woven in pairs, woven together, and woven with baskets to wear stones on the back. Bamboo tree, mother's heart, we don't understand it now. But now we can see. The 24th of October 1971 lying down and not being able to sleep. What night is it tonight? I woke up. The clock shows 11:15. What time is it in Chisinau? It's been a long time, 20 days have passed, I've been busy and tired, I forgot my diary, but I never forgot NHUAN. October, birthday month, birthday week has passed. Yes, the sky is also clearer and our hearts are open to the wind. Age 19, 20. NHUAN, where are you, holding T's hand, the cold wind blows purple the top of the eagle, where is my warmth? Who says these days aren't beautiful or poetic? The 25th of October 1971 November is almost here. And just like that, August has passed. Morning came slowly. The 14th of November 1971 it's 10 p.m., Sunday. It's a poetry session of the Voice of Vietnam. When I was at home, during these poetry sessions, I sat by the bank of a pond or a flooded trench, listening to familiar voices. But today, here, in this land of Ha Bac, I sit and write, listening to Kim Cuc, with a slightly smooth, well-groomed voice, Kim Dung, Tran Ti Tuyet. Sounds familiar like a neighbor's voice. At noon, I just sent a letter to P. Perhaps it was the last letter in Hebei. From tomorrow, you are not allowed to leave the station anymore. I don't know when to go. I'm so worried about whether P will understand and sympathize with me. What can I do when I can't be proactive in that matter? Meet Dung, a classmate from 8th grade. Dung studied at Medical University, and is now in C.17. Dung is also good, understands me and is very affectionate. Still met on the football field, surrounded by casuarinas, with a road passing through, red dust. Dung asked all his friends. Went to Bulgaria. Chow goes to Cuba, Dung goes to Czechoslovakia or Germany. Usually, don't take them seriously, people like going abroad, but few people like people going abroad, something is a bit strange. Dung reminded me about the class, the school, the story of Kang, Nhu Din Huan, that demon-like bastard, Go Bin, he was stationed in Quang Bin, was injured and had joined the party or something. Quick, it's so new, but now everyone has their own direction. I remember the poems I gave to Bin when I sent him off to the army at the end of 10th grade. Dung asked me about going abroad. What's the point of waking up? It made me sad for a long time. It's vile and evil. I told Dung about my life since finishing 10th grade. Dung also agreed with me and seemed satisfied with that way of life. It's strange, why Dung so easily agreed with my opinion. Dung said he needs to unite more deeply and widely with friends. Dung said, know how to connect with your friends with their good sides. We should thoroughly connect ourselves with you with that good thing. Well told. I will try. Play soccer with B1. Strong wind. When I was at school, Tan and I often lived on the same side. Now Tan is in B1, and I am in B2. Playing soccer and missing school and memories so much. Oh, where is Yenhua B? In the evening, Min's parents and brother came to visit. As for me, no one came up. I'm so sad and miss my family so much. But I do not agree with visiting there. I sat and listened for a long time to what the two of us and Mr. Bang had to say. There's no need to come all the way here, Miss Min. Why does she seem so indifferent? Not at all like what you imagined. Or is it because I'm not in that situation so I don't know or understand? No, clearly not. The family left at 5:30 a.m. and didn't arrive until noon. I brought rice balls and food that I planned to eat in Bakjeong, but for some reason I came all the way here to eat. At noon, we had dinner and had to go to Mr. Hin's place to eat. I said hello to my family and Min also went to eat. My parents and Bang were still at home. Why don't you two and me invite Min to stay and eat with us? I don't understand why. It's strange. My family is definitely not like that. In general, I don't understand Min and his family very well. No, in general, roughly. Tonight, it's the battalion party and we're late for dinner, so we're allowed to take the day off. I talked to her. She told the story of Du Yen Tien, the story of Trong Kai, etc., making me feel like a child again. Loving Dong Vin, she went to the tree stump and cried, looking up to the sky to find Ms. Bay. Fairy, where is the white silk, and where is that tree stump in the deep forest? Spring flowers bloom, I return, please come to the tree to receive me. She told me to read, bam, I read it, the wind was cold and I loved my mother so much, mother. She is 60 years old, she said, this year is 5 years old. My mother has passed the ages of 49 and 53, so I am very happy that nothing happened. God bless my mother to live long, live forever and not get sick at all. I love my mother so much but don't know what to do. I hate Americans so much, I have to kill them all. The 15th of November 1971 American, what is it that is so vague? Being in the army, I feel a bit confused in seeing the enemy. Bomb craters are still open on the hill. And the scene of desolate and devastated villages on February 29, 1968, we will not forget. How is the American's face? It must have been a distorted human face. It must have been the face that wrinkled before the sunlight. That night, it was so heartbreaking. In the afternoon, 40 bombs were thrown. Electricity was broken all over. The village was engulfed in mourning and darkness. Right in front of the alley is a bowl of smoky incense. Mr. Fuck had all his limbs torn off by a convenient bomb, lying in a red coffin, the bamboo torch was blowing, the cart was rolling. Why does it look like a coffin, like that? No, I will not forget for the rest of my life. I will not forget the scene of the southern child slapping his hands in a pool of blood. Under your hand should be a basin of cool water, a vast sea of innocent, playful childhood. American, how is he? Oh my God, it took so long. Now our greatest desire, the torment in us, is when we can go to the south, to Hue, to Saigon, to crawl into the enemy's unlucky heart. I sit here, so peaceful. But at the end of the fatherland, so many outstanding sons and daughters of the nation are bleeding, breaking every bone, being tormented by the enemy, and our comrades, the resilient liberators, are waiting with bated breath. At the hour of battle, hungry, cold and suffering from painful wounds in an old forest. Yet, it's time for bed again. The gentle breeze on the bamboo branches takes me into a dream. I return to my small alley again. Lost? Probably. Where can I hide my face, in the hem of my pants or the hem of my shirt, when there are no footprints on the Trong Son road? When all our lives we have not had the intense joy of winning and planting the national flag across our beloved country. Pham Thien Duat, True Bon. Where are you tonight in the fatherland? Do you guys write poems and short stories at this time? Oh, poets, writers, soldiers, we met on the same dream of doing much for the fatherland. We were present on the fiercest front line, when the country fought the enemy. What could be more proud? I suddenly remember Hong Chin Heen's poem, love each other so we become close to each other, hear the sound of harmony through breathing. Can you hear my voice? The sound of a child taking steps into life with so many urges, beliefs, and hopes. The 20th of November 1971, the company commander is also gone. The military is truly a big family, and wherever we go, we are all family members. No need to say goodbye at all. Cutting the company commander a brand new head, memories, that's enough. But it's strange, maybe this will be the last meeting in my life. Yet so calm, so peaceful. But, I still can't be normal. Today is the International Charter of Teachers. I intended to write a letter to the poet, but then I got too busy. Can't write. The more I miss my teacher, the more I miss my friends, the more I worry about my work. The week went by, looking back, not getting anything done. Even the habit of taking notes cannot be trained. It's worrying. When I was in high school, my big, long-term dream was to travel far and wide, and have free time to write. Now, relax, don't have to think about the lesson at all. But since I joined the army until now, I haven't been able to write anything. Cam can write a lot, he really has talent, or at least, it's a good ability. Khan told Cam to take good care of him, even though his health was weak. I remember when I first joined the army, I often saw Cam wandering around at night. Once on duty, Cam slept right on the cement bridge over the Talich River. He told him to lie down and remember his ancient past in the capital, wearing wooden clogs and loose pants, chatting with the monks at the cafe. It's strange, there's nothing worth learning about it, other than the creative ideas in poetry. Its way of life is a bit arrogant and lacking in seriousness. But why does it capture the poem's flow so well? It seems like every word of it is poetry. Introducing the song, it said, 10 nightingales raised in their throats would like to sing the song, Eastern Trong Son, Western Trong Son, lyrics by Pham Thien Duat. Vietnamese music is mixed with evil spirits. As agile as a machine but attractive. At that time, it was so adorable, and its personality was completely of art. The thing is that what he writes is very pale, and a bit abstract, it is beautiful and smooth, it lacks a pervasive warmth. Perhaps that is not without concern. I do not want and cannot follow that path. Just be persistent, calm and positive, you will get it done. But I can accept poetry no matter what. Poetry does not need details but images. Poetic images reflect the human soul. That is important in poetry. I love this life very much, I am very immersed in it. But why does the pen nib keep getting clogged and stuck? Is it because I am incapable? How dare you do that? Every day I understand more and more, it's not easy. Even though you have traveled a lot and know a lot, you still need to have a good method. Before, I used to make excuses. Let's find the way, find ourselves, identify the traces. But can we just keep being so vain? Do you keep arguing like that? Have I truly lived or not? No, not serious about living yet. In all activities, in training and in honor, the writer's conscience is self-aware. I wish so much, if I could go on the Quay Thang route, go on Trong Son Peak, meet the young poet P.T. Duat. I don't know what I would ask, but I'm sure that meeting would be very interesting. So many things I want to ask. So many questions. What is the subject, the theme of poetry? What is the structure of a poem? But the most important thing is to look at life so that we can put into poetry and stories the hot questions of life. I began to hate the worn out, disturbing emotions of a night of marching, a late night of guarding, a meeting or farewell in a small poetic alley. It's not like Lee Bach could forget the Yellow Crane Tower and compose it. Every time I march, poetry comes to mind, poems about marching that I have read. So I can't come up with any new ideas anymore. Maybe the sky doesn't have a blue star and a red star for us, creating the sparkle of the poem? Am I lost? What is the road to poetry? The more I think, the more tormented and tortured I become. I understand that I cannot leave poetry and write. But writing it is not mature enough. Just thinking in my head is enough to see it. Mumble, just want to extinguish that feeling. I don't know which poet said, anyone who comes to life fighting to write poetry will find it difficult to create a soulful poem. Let's start from life, and from that will give rise to poetry. Where do I come from? I hope to write poetry, to write many good poems. For what purpose? Honestly, it's not clear at all. Sometimes, I want to write poetry just because I read a poem that's so good it makes me so happy. Do you sometimes want to write poetry to have your name in books and newspapers, hand down to posterity? This ideology is clearly bad and does not come from the right perspective, serving the people. Let's start with the soldier. So many dreams, only useful dreams remain. But that July night. June is over, right? Now it's July. What is July? July, autumn, red maple leaves. That little girl, in the dead end of the soul. Autumn stretches endlessly, the blue color is like an endless longing. But what about spring, the season when all things proliferate with hundreds of thousands of fragrant flowers and sweet fruits? When will we meet? Suddenly I felt infinite sadness. Or never again? And the spring of P's life is like that. It's not like that. Spring will come and it will be wonderfully beautiful thanks to your own strength. Naturally, I feel and very clearly that I am responsible for P's life. P is like something, like my heart, like a part of my body. Is P well? Do you have headaches and fatigue? Late nights like this, has P gone to bed yet? The lessons must be many and difficult. Has there ever been a time when P had to frown and concentrate on thinking about a math problem? I wish I could help P a little, help him with some of his difficulties in studying. But we're far apart. Chisinau, a tiny city in the entire Soviet Union, strange. And tomorrow, where I will be, where I will go, I cannot know. It won't be long before the two of them are completely lost. What will happen next? How will P live in the capital of peace and prosperity, of modern physics? And myself too, how will I live? The wind blew from the sun hill across the aquarium. The mist gently blew over the casuarina trees along the road. The buffalo walked sideways, the white fish swam along, and circular waves spread around. Life appeared in all directions. And where are there no green shoots? Where are there no egg-shaped drops of sunlight rolling sideways? The past is far away. But life always calls to return. Altunai, is that a self-justification? However, Dewey Sen is probably very satisfied with that. That's more correct and more logical. Starting with the army. Then there's the teacher. Next is Dewey Sen. That episode is Anne. And finally, it's him, the old man who delivers the letter silently and quietly. How could Dewey Sen so cleverly bury his memories and live on? It's not easy because the two maple trees are still there, because the Dewey Sen hill is still there and autumn returns, the red maple leaves fall again, falling loose in his silver beard. That man is very admirable, very idealistic. Has anyone in this world married Dewey Sen instead of Karazakan? How poetic this life is and how much strength is needed. Why did Dewey Sen keep silent, holding his heart and letting it cry? For Altunai's happiness? For the benefit of students? Because of the noble dreams of both teachers and students, of the villagers in the Kedak region, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of science. There is much more, and believe me, it is all true. If Altunai and Dewey Sen were together like two wonderful maple trees, then old man Dewey Sen would also be a huge, I know that. And the path also opens for us two big branches. Dear Dewey Sen, you are a fire, a red flame in the middle of a cold night. What more do I wish for, to do, to live like Dewey Sen, to suffer and be happy like Dewey Senator? Oh, the muffled voice of the first teacher as the train moved, the sound of a heart filled with excitement. Altunai, Altunai. That dear sound, the iron wheels of the train were rolling, or was that heart rich in emotion, humanity, and nobility crushed on the train? How wonderful life is, in reality and on the page. But life is also so tragic. Beauty is also mixed with sadness. The poetic still sparkles with tears in life. When will joy and happiness return, so that couples can peacefully walk in the eucalyptus forest, with soft blue sunlight and flocks of white doves dotting the forest's light? That's right, the forest is not as poetic as we think. And for that wonderful tomorrow, today, how many people will hold guns, how many people will commit all of their youth to the green nature, to the dark, thorny forest? Someone, when holding your dear friend's hand, when the blue sail sails home, the door to heaven opens wide, don't forget that under your feet is sand and gravel, the soil stained with sweat and the blood of many generations. Their lives were far away. Someone, while holding his beloved friend's shoulder, points out to you, that is the today star, the morning star. The evening star and the dawn star. Don't forget that every morning, the morning star is red, blood and fire. Don't forget that, so that the moonlit night has love stars, so that people can freely dream of reaching far heights, there are hearts full of aspirations that must put in their backpacks all the gentlest dreams. All the most familiar personal futures. But fight the enemy. Have you ever asked yourself, where are the trenches to fight the Americans? Where is the bowstring to release the arrows of anger? I also. A long time ago, I figured out where I was going and where I was going. At the end of the work, please support me with the like button and subscribe to the channel to listen to more works.